lerole ramakhanya, MEC hlophe, MEC Godziwe, and MEC Kekana.
Now, thank you so much. I think it would be best if we can request all the MECs to switch on their videos. So just to check and then see how best we can assist if there is any assistance needed. Honorable MECs, can you please switch on your videos? Honorable MEC Lirule Ramakanya, can you
My
please switch
video
on?
is on. We'll allow for a moment of silent prayer or meditation. Thank you. You may be seated.
Recording in progress.
Honorable members and honorable delegates, allow me to welcome you all to the House today, especially the Minister that is here. Welcome, Minister. We always appreciate you being in the House, as well as other dignitaries that are in the gallery. I think also, honorable members, I want to take this opportunity to welcome the latest member in the NCOP, the Honorable M.M. Mampuru, representing the EFF. We welcome you to the NCOP, and we are confident that you will make positive contributions to this House and the deliberations that take place in the NCOP. You are most welcome, and we hope that you will enjoy your stay with us. Having said that, honorable delegates, I would also like to welcome the MEC for Education from KwaZulu-Natal. Nice to see you in the NCOP, MEC. Thank you. I know that there were other MECs that were here, but we will welcome them when the time is appropriate. Honorable delegates, I would like to remind delegates that rules, in particular sub-rules 21, 22, and 23 of Rule 103 will apply. Honorable delegates, before we proceed, once again, I would like to welcome the Minister of Basic Education, the Deputy Minister of Basic Education, the Minister for Agriculture, and the Deputy Minister will be joining us a little later. All MECs who are here, as well as special delegates and SALGA representatives to the House. Honorable delegates, I've been informed that there will be no notices of motion or motions without notice today. We shall now proceed with the first order, policy debate on the Budget Vote 16, Basic Education Appropriation Bill B16 of 2025. It now gives me great pleasure to call upon the Honorable Harube, Minister of Basic Education, to open the debate for 20 minutes. Honorable Minister.
House Chair, Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable members and special delegates, MECs for education, my colleagues, basic education sector colleagues who are here with us, and fellow South Africans, a very good afternoon. Honorable members, the NCOP plays an incredibly important role between strengthening the link between national policy and provincial delivery. Basic education is a concurrent function, and the success of our national priorities depends on effective implementation by provinces. This House is uniquely positioned to help us ensure that provincial departments are supported, monitored, and held accountable, not only in budgeting, but in service delivery to every learner across South Africa. It is for this reason that the department, the Deputy Minister, Dr. Mhaule, and I welcome the opportunity to table the 2025-2026 budget vote. I do want to hasten to add, Honorable Chairperson, that the Deputy Minister has had a bereavement and will be joining us virtually. Honorable members, our journey in education is much like the growth of one of South Africa's powerful heritage symbols, the baobab tree. Like the baobab tree, our education system must stand firm, rooted in deeply strong foundations and built to thrive. It must nurture, develop, and protect our young people. As a baobab endures the harshest climates, our education system must too be resilient, storing up the resources to weather the storms and bloom with purpose. Today, as I reflect on the strong foundations we've laid over the past year to ensure that our education system is rooted in the purpose of serving the 13.5 million learners, I'm reminded of one of them. Sitobile Maja, who's here today as a grade 10 learner who joins us in the gallery today. His future, like that of millions of others, depends on the quality of education that we provide. It is a responsibility that I carry with humility and unwavering purpose. Almost a year ago, we stood before this House and committed to 5 key priorities. Number 1, expanding access to quality early child development. Number 2, strengthening literacy, numeracy, especially in the foundation phase. Number 3, advancing inclusive education. Number 4, enhancing teacher training and school leadership development. And number 5, improving safety and quality of school environments. These are not just abstract commitments, Honourable Member. They must be supported by evidence, rooted in the values of our Constitution and grounded in policy, budget and delivery. And so over the past year, we've made some encouraging progress, laying the foundation for these priorities. In September 2024, I undertook a national listening and learning tour, meeting with provincial leaders, visiting over 50 schools to hear directly from principals, from teachers, from learners and parents. I have truly wrapped my arms around the sector. From the 2018 SAFE audit, I announced in April that 96% of identified pit toilets have now been eradicated. I'm happy to announce that this has now increased to 97%. But I will not rest until we achieve 100%. This is about dignity. This is about safety, especially for our most vulnerable learners. In November 2024, I convened 100 private sector leaders through Partnerships and Education Initiative, a collaborative effort that is already bearing fruit. One such example is the donation of classroom that we'll be handing over in Mpumalanga this week on Mandela Day. Ensuring that every child can read, write, and count for meaning by the age of 10 remains a core priority of this administration. Without these foundational skills, learners struggle to progress in key subjects such as maths, science, technical or vocational streams, limiting their chances of success in further education and meaningful work. The introduction of subjects like entrepreneurship, coding, and robotics is important, Honourable Members, but without literacy and numeracy, these opportunities remain too far out of reach for many learners. Improving foundational learning is therefore at the heart of the strategy to ensure that more learners progress through our system, exit with quality results, and are better placed to study further, start and sustain successful businesses, or enter the job market. Informed by the latest results of the international benchmarking studies and our very own systemic evaluation, which revealed that 8 out of 10 young children in South Africa cannot read for meaning by grade 4. We have announced last year that we are undertaking a strategic reorientation of the system so that our basic education system is geared towards improving the quality of foundational learning. Our strategy places strong emphasis on expanding quality ECD and strengthening foundational literacy and numeracy. In February 2025, we hosted the Banapel Leadership Summit, where stakeholders affirmed their commitment to the 2030 ECD strategy. We are also intensifying the mass registration drive to bring more ECD programs, particularly in underserved areas, under the care and the oversight of the DBE and provinces. We have set ourselves a bold target to register 10,000 ECD centers in the current financial year. Sizimisela uqinisekisa ukuba wonke umntana weli ufumana ithuba lemfundo esemgangathweni besebancinci. Sayazi ukuba abantwana xa befundiswa nekudlala kwiminyaka yabo apho bana 0 to 4 baya bagqwese esikolweni kwiminyaka eye ilandela. Another step we've taken is to expand access to quality ECD, is to prioritize the work that we are doing on the Children's Amendment Bill, which will be introduced to Parliament in the current financial year. This bill aims to create more of an enabling regulatory framework for ECD to ensure greater inclusion of ECD sites and the oversight of our support systems of government. The department has also laid the foundations required to support quality teaching and learning in our ECD centers in 2 ways. One, we've developed a learning and teaching support materials to assist ECD practitioners to effectively implement our strategy, which is the National Curriculum Framework. Number two, we're also developing a human resource development strategy just for ECD to guide the professionalization of the sector, including training pathways and continuous professional development and qualification for ECD practitioners. To support learning and quality learning in the foundation phase, the department continues to roll out mother tongue-based bilingual education program, training teachers in bilingual methods and providing quality support materials. Abaphandi nochwepheshe bezemfundo kumhlaba wonke bayavumelana ukuba xa abantwana befundiswa ngolwimi lwabo lasekhaya bayakhawuleza bazifunde kwamsinya izifundo ekuye kuthiwe zinzima ezifana nezobalo nenzululwazi. Phofu kuwo onke amazwe afumileyo abantwana bafunda ngamalwimi abo nalapha abantwana bafunda ngamalwimi abo nalapha eMzantsi Afrika sifuna ukwenza njalo. The Funza Lushaka Bursary Program has been aligned to prioritize foundation phase teaching development efforts that are guided by our focus on literacy and on numeracy. We've also begun reviewing the post-provisioning norms to improve the post-distribution and help provinces manage budget pressures. In addition, the national catalogue for grade 1s to 3 is being updated to ensure that learners receive high-quality curriculum-aligned materials. Honourable members, we anticipate that this new national catalogue will be in place by 2026 for procurement for the 2027 school year. Honourable members, quality teaching is a greater enabler of quality learning outcomes. The department is therefore auditing all training and professional development offerings available to our educators to determine how these can be best augmented and aligned to support teaching of literacy and numeracy, effective school management, and the professional management of our schools. To support the expansion of access to quality inclusive education, we've increased allocations for assistive devices and strengthened the coordination between schools, districts, and health services. Good progress has also been made in reviewing the White Paper 6 on inclusive education. This work will shape how the sector continues to build an inclusive education system that accommodates diverse learning needs. Honourable members, while the progress is made has been significant, there's still much more work that needs to be done to ensure that all our special schools and our ordinary schools are fully inclusive spaces for learners. Malunga NCOP sayazi ukuba asikabiphi eqinisekiseni into yobana abantwana abakhubazekileyo bayalifumana ithuba lokufunda as enshrined in our constitution. Yiyo loo nto ke sifuna ukunyusa isantya salo msebenzi. We will continue to take positive steps to support our educators and schools to meet our education needs of our learners. In line with our commitment to improving school safety and quality, we continue to assist provinces with infrastructure planning, development, and maintenance, and we are reviewing the public school infrastructure regulations to strengthen oversight and enforcement. The review scheduled for completion in this financial year will include public and stakeholder input. We have finalized and signed the new National School Safety Protocol with the South African Police Service, a landmark step in our view in bringing SAPS and the department in closer cooperation. We have also initiated a development of disaster management guidelines to assist our schools. This is especially important in light of the Mthatha natural disasters, where we sadly lost learners, honourable members, and hundreds of schools were damaged. We are reviewing the models used by provinces to implement the National School Nutrition Program to improve efficiency, financial management, and accountability in how the program is implemented. Furthermore, we've actively supported the sector in implementing the Bela Act, which came into effect on the 24th of December 2024. This support has included training of provincial and district officials, the development of interim guidelines, the development of quite a suite of draft regulations for further support and implementations. The first two regulations, which are focused on admissions and capacity, will be published in the coming weeks for public comment. For further regulations will follow. This reflects our commitment to a legal and policy framework that is responsive and fit for purpose. These broader efforts signal a broader shift towards more responsive, accountable leadership and a system that is grounded in purpose and growth. Even as we strengthen the foundations of our basic education system, we cannot ignore the storm clouds that are gathering over the sector, many of them fiscal in nature. The reality is that our sector is operating under significant financial strain, particularly at a provincial level, where service delivery mostly occurs. In the past year, we've witnessed real and harmful effects of decades of fiscal ill discipline that prioritized the bailing out of SOEs over investing in education and the future of our country. This has now led to unfilled posts due to compensation ceilings, persistent infrastructure backlogs, interruptions in nutrition, transport, and safety programs, and in some provinces, non-payment of school allocations. These are not just technical failures. They are the threat to the right to education. Following the recent meeting with the 9 MSCs, we have discussed and decided that provinces must submit credible financial recovery plans to be reviewed in July, addressing vacant posts, delivery breakdowns, ghost employees, and compliance with funding norms. MSCs and the heads of departments must also provide written updates on immediate stabilization actions to be reviewed jointly with the National Treasury. Provinces have been directed to ring-fence spending on teaching and learning, infrastructure, learner transport. In this climate, there's no space for vanity projects or unaccountable spending. We will activate oversight tools that are provided under the National Education Policy Act, and where necessary, we will escalate underperformance through intergovernmental channels in this Parliament. Accountability, honourable members, is a non-negotiable. Honourable members, in addition to the pressures I've outlined, our sector is in desperate need for additional funding to support the rollout of compulsory grade R as required by the Bella Act. The sector was not able to secure additional funding from Treasury for this important undertaking, and so this has meant that our provinces have had to fund this within their allocated budgets. We will continue to work closely with the Minister of Finance to ensure that additional funding can be secured so that all children are able to access quality grade R education. As a sector, we also need to take an honest look at how to strengthen public trust in our schooling system, taking into account the growth of our independent schools and notable increases in home education registrations. I am activating an advisory body, the National Education and Training Council, in the coming weeks to advise me on a range of matters that are relevant here. This advisory body will review the resourcing model for all public schools, explore ways to reduce the administrative burden on teachers, and consider whether progression and promotion requirements remain fit for purpose. This is what it means to weather the storm, not to be immobilized by constraint, but to respond with discipline, clarity, agility, and purpose. The education of our children must be protected at every turn. In 2025-2026, the budget is, however, a reminder that we remain committed to a growing sector that towards the light has targeted investments designed to strengthen core programs, close historical gaps, and unlock the full potential of every learner. This year, the DBE has allocated a total budget of 35 billion rand, reflecting an increase of over 8% from the previous year. These additional resources are concentrated where they will have the greatest impact, aligned with our national 5 key priorities. Investing in the early years will yield the greatest returns. ECD conditional grant therefore increases from over 1.7 billion rand, supporting provincial planning, workforce development, and quality assurance systems. Over 230 million rand has been allocated to the ECD nutrition pilot, ensuring that learners in this critical phase receive daily meals, especially in rural and under-resourced areas. 162 million rand has been set aside for ECD infrastructure, focusing on the upgrading, the formalization of centers, especially in our poorer communities. Our goal is clear. Every child must enter grade 1 ready to learn, cognitively ready, and emotionally and physically ready. The strategic reorientation of the sector to foundational learning is at the heart of this administration's education reform agenda. It is born out of commitment to ensure that every child can read for meaning and calculate with confidence by the time they turn age 10. The Curriculum Policy Support and Monitoring Program therefore receives 4.6 billion, an increase of 14%. The workbook program is funded over 1.2 billion rand, ensuring that the provision of quality materials from grade R to grade 9 is provided for, which includes Braille versions. We are increasing our efforts to support learners whose home language differs from the one that they are taught in, and so therefore a further 57 million rand is allocated over the medium term to mother tongue-based bilingual education. Our message is simple. Reading is non-negotiable, and the foundation phase is where the battle for equity and excellence must be won. We are committed to building a system that recognizes diversity, that removes barriers of learning, and makes sure that our learners with diverse education needs are part of our national education vision, but not just marginal to it. Provincial spending is also being closely monitored to ensure that assistive devices, transport for learners with disabilities, and other teaching aids are budgeted for. No reform, honorable members, can succeed without empowered teachers, and that's why this budget increases investment both in initial teacher education and ongoing professional development. This is allocated 1.8 billion rand, and these funds will support content-specific in-service training. The Funza Lushaka bursary scheme will support just over 9,000 students in the financial year, focusing on maths, science, and foundational phase. The teacher is the most single important school factor influencing learner outcomes, and so we must continue to professionalize and support this workforce. Honorable members, children cannot learn if they do not feel safe, and therefore the education infrastructure grant increases to 15.3 billion rand, which includes targeted top-ups and making sure that we're supporting infrastructure in our provinces. The school nutrition program is funded at 10 billion rand and is feeding over 9.6 million learners every single day. This budget is grounded in our constitutional duty and the belief that education is the most powerful lever for transformation. Indeed, the system is like a boab tree. And so I want to thank the Deputy Minister, our officials, including the Director General, our public entities who are here, my provincial colleagues, educators, and various stakeholders, and most importantly, the learners of South Africa. Your resilience is truly remarkable. I therefore call upon members of this House to support this budget, not out of party affiliation, but in the name of the people that we serve. This is a budget for the future of our country. Diabulela.
Thank you very much, Minister Harube. Honorable members, you can see that this minister takes her work seriously, so much so that she came dressed for the occasion. I wonder which school she's from, but thank you very much, Minister, for your inputs. And yes, we do take education very seriously, and we know that the department is on track in terms of that is concerned. We now move on to the chairperson of the Select Committee, that is Honorable Fenny. Honorable Fenny, you have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Let me take this opportunity to greet the one and only CIC of the land, Honorable Matamela Siakashel, Honorable ministers in our midst, specifically the Minister for Basic Education, Mayor, Premiers, MSCs, and the MEC from the Home of Legends, Honorable Gade. You are treated in this house. Yes. Honorable members, patriots, specifically, most important stakeholder, the generation of this country, which is the children. Let me greet you all. Honorable Minister, I'm happy when you do acknowledge the work of those who have laid a foundation before the seventh administration, specifically when we are raising the question of the reduction of pit latrines, toilets. It is indeed, Honorable Minister, that we must at all times acknowledge and speak the truth when the truth is there for everyone to see. So I'm applauding you, Honorable Minister, for doing that. An American philosopher by the name of John Dewey once said, education is not a preparation for life, but education is life itself. It is with those words that gives me privilege and honor to debate on one of the most important sectors of our society, where the entire future of the nation rests. Honorable Chair, the country finds itself at crossroads where the economy has been struggling to grow beyond 2% of the GDP for the past 15 years. This has forced the government to make tough economic decisions when it comes to trade-off within prioritization. I'm proud to announce that despite those challenges that are facing our country, this government, led by the African National Congress, ensured that it does not compromise when it comes to education of our future, our children. 2025-2026 National Treasury's budget shows that learning and culture is set to receive around 5.087 billion, with 332.3 billion specifically for the basics education sector, making this the highest expenditure item on the fiscus. This has high implication for the Select Committee on Education's Science and Creative Industry, which is to ensure that it is safeguarding this enormous budget at both national and provincial level. Basic education is highly contested terrain, and our movement, the movement of the people, African National Congress, acknowledges education is fundamental instrument for socio-economic transformation. This is why one of the first priorities of the post-1994 democratic government was to combat the high level of child and adult illiteracy that were engineered to disadvantage the black majority during apartheid. A functionally literate person is the one who can engage in an activity in which literacy is required for effective functioning and is able to read, write, and calculate materials for self and for the development of his or her community. This is why you cannot improve the socio-economic status of a country while vast majority of its people remain illiterate. The General Household Survey conducted in 1995 found that approximately 28% of the South African adults were considered functionally illiterate and 42% having education of up to level grade 9 and below. Today's research shows that South Africa has approximately a 90% literacy rate among its adult population. Improved access to education, particularly after 1994, is likely to have contributed to lower levels of illiteracy in young adults when compared to old adults. Chairperson, this brings us to imperative of strengthening support for universal access to early childhood development in building child cognitive development and school readiness. The Bella Act, which has been receiving resistance from some quarters, at least today we can all safely argue that we have arrived in their realization of the better future for our children. It is very explicit in ensuring that South African children have access to compulsory grade R and have right to be educated in their mother tongue language. This is in line with the ANC's resolutions from its 55th National Conference, which advocated for both compulsory early childhood development and mother tongue education. It is disingenuous for some organizations to continue to mislead the public that ANC government is against children being taught in their mother tongue language, and argue that Afrikaans as a language of instruction is being targeted. This is a false claim amid the fueling racial tensions in the country and must be condemned at all costs. The Constitution of the Republic is very clear on the 12 official languages in our country, and this government will ensure that these all languages are implemented in our education sector where the need arises so that social cohesion is also achieved. Therefore, the Select Committee on Education, Sciences and Creative Industries will continuously monitor the implementation of BELA Act and scrutinize the guidelines to be followed by provinces in the implementation processes. No stakeholders must be left behind, Honorable Minister. As we've heard the outcry, we are pleading to your good self to ensure that every stakeholder that is imperative on the basic education sector is taken on board. Honorable Chairperson, access to mother tongue education and early childhood development will enable us as a nation to improve our learners' level of numeracy and their ability to read for meaning. We therefore commend the Minister of Finance in allocating 10 billion in new funding towards the ECD subsidy, raising it from 17% child per day, where it has been stuck since 2019, to 24 rand per child per day, and further extending ECDC to additional 700,000 children. This subsidy will be received by registered ECDC program that serve children who live in poor households and will spend on staff fees, nutrition, and operational costs. Overall, the number of subsidized children will increase from 800,000 today to 1.5 million by 27-28 financial years, which is an important step towards realizing the country's roadmap to achieving universal access to quality ECD by 2030. This is a government plan that have targeted and also analyzed that by this period, at least will be at this particular level of development of our society. In our oversight work, we will ensure that these funds are used efficiently, and visit to various ECD centers around the country will be conducted to ensure that our children receive the best foundational education that the country has to offer. Honorable Chair, we would like to call for the sector to address the issues of shortage of educators, strengthen the professional development, and ensure alignment with curriculum reform, as well as evolving critical skills to be taught in the sector. This year's budget also prioritized the retention and appointment of additional educators, especially at a foundational level. This matter was part of a select committee engagement with the DPE during the previous financial year, where we emphasized that no educator shall be retrenched or removed from their post for whatever reasons. We saw that those provinces that were trying to take a different direction, specifically the one that is hosting us, the Western Cape, that continues to pretend as if it's a parallel government. That cannot be accepted in this country. We therefore call all districts to ensure that posts are filled and we do our oversight work. We do not want to hear that funded posts have been vacant for over 6 months, irrespective of reasons provided. There is only one line of march, we cannot move to different direction if we want to build a united nation. We therefore call for the training of the ECD practitioners to ensure that they are adequately qualified for their positions and that are able to serve learners with special needs. Honorable Chair, in closing, we want to assure this House that every rand allocated to this budget vote contributes directly to the strengthening of our democratic foundations, as envisaged in the ANC manifesto, while driving forward the imperative to overcome our historical injustices. Our schools shall become agents for change within our society, and we will ensure that we work with stakeholders to eradicate overcrowding, crime, gangsterism, bullying, teenage pregnancies, and all other social ills confronting our education system. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Feni. The next speaker to come to the podium will be the Honorable Adriansa, who has 8 minutes.
Let's just get it up high enough. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister, Honorable Members, Honorable dignitaries that's present today, my fellow South Africans, education is so much more than just memorizing facts. It is about building a future where every child is empowered to think critically, question boldly, and innovate courageously. As Einstein said, education is not the learning of facts, but the training of the mind to think. But to think, learn, and thrive at school, children need more than textbooks. They need safe and supportive environments, proper nutrition, and a system that believes in their potential and growth. Safety means proper infrastructure. Yet, too many children have lost their lives drowning in pit toilets. That's been happening for years. In 2016, the Eastern Cape Department of Education promised to act, but failed, blaming a lack of funds. Yet in the same year, 530 million in unused education funds were returned to Treasury by the very same department. In 2021 and 2022, more funds went unused, 205 million and 100 million in the Eastern Cape, respectively, for each year, and 312 million in Mpumalanga. It was simply put, a mess. This could have saved lives. But there's hope. Thanks to the GNU and Minister Guarube, we're returning tragedy into progress. As of March 2025, 96% of pit toilets identified in the 2018 SAFE initiative have been eliminated. Only 141 of 3,372 remains. It's not perfect yet, but we're getting there. This is real, measurable change. Proof that with focus and commitment, we can restore dignity to every child. The mess has now become a message of hope. Another crisis, less visible but equally destructive, and a silent pandemic in schools, is bullying. This is not mere teasing, as we all experience. It's a toxic force that erodes safety, destroys trust, and can tragically lead to suicide. Children should not walk into a school fearful of humiliation, of violence, of isolation. The cancel culture is real and extremely cruel, especially more so for all those already facing hardship at home. We must create schools where every child feels protected, valued, and that they belong. Creating safe schools is the foundation, but what we build on the foundation matters even more. We live in an age about misinformation, emotional manipulation, and rapid technological change. We must teach our children to evaluate information critically, discern truth from fiction, engage responsibly as citizens or in a democracy. The fourth industrial revolution demands creators, not copycats or parrots. In other words, critical thinkers, not passive receivers. Education must ignite curiosity, cultivate problem solvers, and prepare children to challenge the status quo. While our education system prepares learners for the fourth industrial revolution, driven by technology, creativity, and critical thinking, the warning of recent research is also clear. Over-reliance on AI can dull especially young minds' ability to think independently. In other words, critically. We therefore must integrate digital literacy carefully, equip teachers, upgrade infrastructure, teach skills like coding and problem solving early, but not at the cost of the basics, reading with understanding, writing, and arithmetic. No matter how modern and glamorous a building is structured, if the foundation is weak, it will collapse. Reading, writing, and arithmetic remain the essentials for a solid educational foundation. This child-centered budget presents the correct priorities over gimmicks. The department's efforts in this regard must be supported. Our 1996 Constitution envisioned a nation of dignity, safety, and opportunity. Our schools must live up to that promise, being inclusive, safe, and empowering schools for all learners. A truly evolving curriculum doesn't just transfer knowledge, it builds voice, confidence, and independence and critical understanding of learning material. Because if children don't feel safe or respected, they won't think freely. And if they don't think freely, they won't be ready for life after school. The Minister's close attention to this is appreciated. In closing, as Aristotle said, it's the mark of an educated mind to entertain a thought without accepting it. This budget vote isn't just about numbers. It's about the lives and futures of our children. We owe them safety and dignity and a system that equips them to shape a better world. The DA supports the budget because we've seen a beginning of real change. And out of duty to every learner we serve to keep that progress alive, let's commit with all our hearts and an unwavering
Thank you very
focus
much, Honorable
to
Adrianse.
leave no
Your time
child
has expired.
behind.
Thank you. And we now move to the home of legends, the Honorable MEC, From the home of legends, Honorable Khade, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chairperson. Your established protocol is observed. Chief Whip, Honorable Minister of Basic Education, Honorable members of the NCOP, Deputy Chair, and everybody that has been able to observe and monitor the discussions in the NCOP. Honorable Chair, let me first appreciate the opportunity that has been granted to us to be part of the discussions today. But one must raise up one thing, Chair, first and foremost, that the nation is at a critical phase, a critical moment in the country's development trajectory, where education must rise as both a lever for economic empowerment and a shield against enduring challenges of poverty and inequality. Education sector has been entrusted with a tremendous responsibility by the 7th administration to tackle poverty, reduce cost of living. The medium-term development plan provides a clear direction for the outcomes expected of the Department of Education over the next 5 years. This includes the improved education outcomes and skills, as well as the advancement on the social cohesion and the nation-building project. Whilst our primary focus will remain on the strategic priority 2, we are also actively contributing to strategic priority 1, which is inclusive growth and job creation, and the strategic priority 3, which is also building a capable, ethical, and developmental state. This will be achieved through a collaboration, Honorable Chair, with other departments, as outlined in the Provincial Medium-Term Development Plan of the province. Honorable members, the 2025-2030 strategic plan articulates the outcomes that will enable us to realize the strategic plan number 2 over the 5-year period. Our annual performance plan will serve as an implementation tool through which the sector delivers the promise we have made to the people of the province. The President, through the SONA debate, I quote, "Last year we have signed the Basic Education Law Amendment Act, which is a pivotal for ensuring that education is accessible and inclusive in the country, in South Africa. This year, the Minister of Basic Education will introduce national policy norms and standards and regulations to empower all partners in basic education to support the implementation of the Act. The legislative framework will guide the sector's transformation agenda during the 7th administration." I close quote. Honorable members, the Basic Education Law Amendment Act introduces legislative reforms to improve governance, accessibility, and the quality of basic education in South Africa, in the country. Amongst its key provisioning is the amendment of the admission policy for public schools, transferring more decision-making powers from school governing bodies to education departments. And again, Honorable Chair, the Act also makes grade R compulsory, reinforcing our commitment to early childhood development. It addresses language policy, school discipline by allowing provincial departments to influence the school language offerings to support multilingualism, inclusive nature and the character of the sector itself. The home language schooling is more tightly regulated, requiring registration within the department and adherence to the standard curriculum. Furthermore, Honorable Chair, the Act introduced digital record keeping and strengthened leadership accountability in schools. These comprehensive reforms are a necessity for the enhancement, accessibility, inclusivity, the effectiveness of the basic education, even as we address the resulting budget pressures that we are experiencing. Honorable members, the department's dedication to implementing White Paper 6 underscores our strategic intent to achieve inclusive education for all learners of the province. This includes those who have various barriers to learning. Centrally to this is the strengthening of the teacher training and professional development programs geared towards inclusive classroom practices. We aspire to establish fully inclusive education system, one in which children with disability are not isolated in a separate school, but are integrated into the mainstream schooling system. One of the department's key interventions has been the creation of schools as resource centers and early identification of learning difficulties for timely support from the SACE policy. Honorable members, the early childhood development is a fundamental to a child's long-term health, education, well-being. The first 1,000 days of the child's life are particularly critical. Investing in early childhood empowers children and contributes to the national growth and society. In the Eastern Cape, Honorable Chair, early childhood is vital for transforming communities and breaking poverty cycles, ensuring every child has got an opportunity to thrive. Under the medium-term development plan, second strategy priority, reducing poverty and tackling high cost of living. The first outcome is improving education and skills. To realize this, we need to implement the three unfolding processes for 2025, Honorable Chair. A mass registration drive to accelerate compliance of ECD programs, the integration of Grade R into compulsory schooling system as required by Bella Act, the improvement of the quality of the ECD programs in ensuring every child has an access to foundation learning. Honorable Chair, the Eastern Cape Department of Education is committed to providing a curriculum responsive to the evolving world, including expanding access to skills development programs through the three streams model as we are incorporating future skills accordingly. Through the three streams model, Chair, that is being piloted in both public and special schools, learners will leave the system with skills required by the economy. In the same vein, the youth development initiatives, such as Basic Education's Employment Initiative, will empower 28,000 unemployed youth in the province. A special attention is also going to be given to training opportunities for youth living with disability. The BEEI has been successfully launched in the province and has brought hope to many families of the province. It is not only going to lessen the youth unemployment, but also alleviate the poverty. As part of social cohesion and nation building, Chair, the department prioritized inclusion, redress, and equity.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC.
Thank you so much,
Your
Chair.
time has expired. Thank you for your input. The next honorable member to address the House is the Honorable Briet, and I'm told that she is on the virtual platform. Honorable Briet, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson, and I do apologize for not being there in person. Circumstances did not work out that way. Marva Collins, a great pioneer in the field of education, once said that education is not preparation for life. Education is life itself. Without it, children are left to struggle in a world they are ill prepared to face. This is especially evident in a country like South Africa, where abject poverty, homelessness, and skyrocketing unemployment rates have become the only things that are growing. Jeugwerkloosheid tussen die ouderdom van 15 en 34 jaar oud het gegroei na 46,1% in die eerste kwartaal van 2025. Dis 'n verhoging vanaf 44,6% in die vierde kwartaal van 2024. As daar gekyk word na die ouderdomsgroep 15 tot 24 jaar, raak die statistiek aansienlik erger met jeugwerkloosheid 'n skokkende 62,4% in die eerste kwartaal van 2025. Hoekom praat ek oor jeugwerkloosheid in 'n basiese onderwysdebat? Omdat mense moet gaan kyk na die redes waarom jeugwerkloosheid so hoog is en of dit te maak het met die jeug wat nie aanstelbaar is nie. En hoekom dit die geval is. Die minister het vandag verwys na die skrikwekkende statistiek dat 84% van alle graad 4 leerders nie met begrip kan lees nie. Maar meer as dit, omtrent 60% van alle graad 1's maak dit nie tot by matriek nie en min of meer 40% van alle leerders beskik nie oor die nodige vaardighede om 'n werk te kry nie. En dit raak nog erger. 56% van werklose Suid-Afrikaners het nie matriek nie. Dit is 'n groot weerhoudingsfaktor vir langtermyn indiensneming van Suid-Afrikaners. There is no question about the fact that South Africa's crumbling education system is a breeding ground that keeps those in poverty at a disadvantage and dependent on state assistance for survival. According to findings by the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, students from poverty-stricken homes who don't complete at least basic education are twice as likely to remain in poverty in adulthood. This number doubles when looking at poverty-stricken children who do not complete secondary education, making them nearly 4 times as likely to stay in poverty as adults compared to students who advance their education beyond this point. Agbare minister, in my observasie is daar 4 groot faktore wat u gaan moet aanspreek en so vinnig as moontlik. Dit is infrastruktuur van skole, leerder-onderwyser ratio, moedertaalonderwys en korrupsie van fondse bestem vir skole. U het al baie verwys en ons is dankbaar daarvoor, maar meer moet nog gedoen word. According to government's own data, a cool 129 billion rand is needed to fix the dire backlog in infrastructure of South African schools. Toilet eradication has been good, but over 13,000 schools need additional toilets and over 6,000 lack reliable water supply, exposing young learners to a multitude of health and safety risks. According to the Department of Basic Education's own recommendation, the ideal student-teacher ratio in primary school is 30:1 and in secondary school 35:1. In South Africa, a typical primary school classroom accommodates at least 39 students per teacher, and over 50% of primary schools have around 40 students per classroom, while around 15% exceed 50 learners. Under-resourced schools often exceed a 40:1 ratio, while provinces like the Eastern Cape have reported having anything between 50 and 78 students per classroom. Minister, We acknowledge your shift towards mother tongue education, but we do not want to see just 2 languages. We have 12 official languages and learners must be able to attend school in their languages of choice. Dis ononderhandelbaar. Agbare Feni, het gesê die ANC is nie teen moedertaalonderrig nie. Ek sal die vra en nie teen Afrikaans nie. Gaan maak 'n draai in Gauteng. Die premier Lesofie daar sê ander dinge. Maar terug by die punt. Funding meant to fix SA's dysfunctional educational system often disappears long before it can add so much as a single brick to a crumbling school. Yes, it is mostly misappropriated from grants to provinces, but this does not matter. Provinces need to be held accountable. Agbare minister,
Thank you very
u het
much,
'n
Honourable
enorme
Briet.
taak
Your
op u.
time has
Alle
expired.
sterkte. Dankie.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We now move to the Western Cape, and I welcome the Honourable Van Wyk. Honourable Van Wyk, you have 10 minutes.
Honourable House Chairman. Is this working? No. In the Western Cape, there is a determination to step up to the most pressing challenges in education. This includes improving learning outcomes, expanding access to education, creating secure school environments, supporting vulnerable learners, and ensuring departmental sustainability. For this reason, the Western Cape will spend 33.25 billion rand on its education budget, which is a 5.9% increase compared to last year. In addition to the equitable share and conditional grants, this budget includes 644 million rand that has been funded from the Western Cape Provincial Revenue Fund. To meet the funding challenge, the WCED undertook a comprehensive financial review of its expenditure in 2024 to ensure that its programs were sustainable and affordable. While the Western Cape performs better than other provinces in international assessments of reading, of mathematics and science, we still fall far short of international benchmarks. We need to improve our children's scores so that they have the skills and capabilities to take on further training, to be able to find jobs or go into their own businesses. House Chair, the Back on Track program will continue for primary school learners, grade 12 learners and teachers receiving professional development support. The Basic Education Employment Initiative provides funding for 4,370 school assistants to gain job experience. And as the fastest growing province, there is a challenge to expand access to education. We need to upgrade and build new schools and classrooms faster than before. 2.862 billion rand will be spent on school infrastructure. The Rapid School Build program has completed 15 new schools over the last 2 financial years. We are grateful for the support that we've received here in terms of 2.549 billion rand from National Treasury through the budget facility for infrastructure. Our existing school buildings must be maintained, and we will spend 1.328 billion on maintaining and upgrading existing school infrastructure. Over the next 3 years, the aim is to complete 29 new schools, new and replacement schools, and to encourage partnerships with the private sector to open new schools. Our vulnerable learners will receive additional support in promoting safe schools. Law enforcement, school resource officers will be deployed in high-risk areas. As the National School Nutrition Grant does not cover the cost of food inflation for the 537,000 receiving school meals, the province will provide a top-up of 71 million rand to ensure a reasonable standard of food. 674 million rand will be spent to safely transport 69,000 learners to and from school. To ensure departmental sustainability, the WCED is adding up to 477 growth posts to accommodate new learners. While there's been an additional allocation to cover the 23.737 billion rand cost of employment this year, there remains significant risks to be managed in the placement of teachers and also for growth. Funding has been provided for access and expansion to grade R, which includes new grade R classrooms at schools and also ECD sites. Unfortunately, the introduction of compulsory grade R is an unfunded mandate, totally unfunded from national government. We have not received any additional funding to expand schools for grade R learners or to fund additional teachers. National Treasury must back this mandate with adequate funding. If grade R is to be compulsory, it must be properly resourced. It is unacceptable to ask provinces to deliver a national mandate without national funding support. We have the oldest portfolio of school infrastructure in the country, and there's extreme pressure for new schools and classrooms. Therefore, the budget for maintenance and replacement of school is unfortunately limited. Moving funding away from maintenance and replacement schools to fund other priorities puts our schools and our children at significant risk. While some relief is expected in a further funding allocation through an adjustments budget, the greatest risk we face is continuing budget uncertainty. Chairperson, it is important to acknowledge the broader national picture and the risks it holds for every child in South Africa. Across the country, provincial education departments are buckling under budget shortfalls, with devastating consequences for learners. In many provinces, the departments have failed to make provision for the nationally mandated norms and standards for basic operational allocations that schools rely on to pay for textbooks, stationery, electricity, water, maintenance. In the Eastern Cape, schools are literally in the dark as electricity bills go unpaid. School feeding schemes have collapsed in both the Eastern Cape and KZN, leaving thousands of learners hungry. In the Free State, teachers have been denied medical care because of non-payment of GEMS contributions. In Gauteng, we've seen cuts to independent school subsidies, schools of specialization, school transport, and even nutrition schemes. Across provinces, principals often have to use personal funds to buy basics. This is not financial mismanagement. It is the result of unfunded mandates, shifting priorities, and a failure to adequately resource basic education. We call on National Treasury to stop pouring billions into failing and corrupt state-owned entities and to prioritize the care and the core basics of literacy and numeracy. Without improving these learning outcomes, there is no hope of building a skilled workforce or growing the economy. House Chair, while the Western Cape has managed so far to meet the challenges that I've described, this picture provides context to the critical fiscal situation being faced by education departments across the country. In the 22-23 financial year, collectively, the 9 provinces had total expenditure of 275 billion rand. During 23-24, the fiscal crunch took place when budgets were simply cut in year, affecting not only that school year, but also the planning for the new school year in January 24. The total expenditure budget for the provinces for 25-26 is 315 billion rand. That is 40 billion higher than it was in 22-23. The annual average increase is 4.6% a year. The largest single expenditure item in education is compensation of employees or salaries. In 22-23, provinces spent 210 billion. Now we're budgeting 246 billion, which is an increase of 36 billion rand. So therefore, 36 billion out of the 40 billion rand has gone towards salaries. It is not possible to maintain fiscal sustainability when such a large expense component increases by 5.4% a year, whereas total expenditure only increases by 4.6%. The proportion of expenditure being used for salaries has increased from 76% to 78%. In Gauteng, it's increased from 71 to 77. KZN is almost at 83%. In the Western Cape, we've managed to keep this at 71, 72%. If we then turn to operating costs, we see that goods, services, transfers, and subsidies, that impact is quite worrying. Those costs cover anything from learning materials, books, stationery, through to municipal services, security, maintenance, etc. Over the period, we've seen a collective increase of from 56 billion to 58 over that period. That's only an increase of 1% per year on average. And the provinces are experiencing severe pressures. We're seeing accruals, we're seeing unpaid municipal services. As a percentage to total expenditure, this has declined from 20.4 to 18.4. Earlier, I described the challenge to fund maintenance of school facilities and the provision of upgrades. But the other provinces are only spending 40 to 50% of what is being spent in the Western Cape. House Chair, in closing, our national budget is allocating 35% more money to the servicing costs of our national debt than it is to provincial education. The present allocation is not financially sustainable. With the increase of cost of employment exceeding the increases in total expenditure, we've reached the stage where it's becoming extremely difficult to balance those books. It is time for bold and honest decisions. We must stop treating education as an afterthought. The first call on the national purse must be for the future of our children. Budgetary solutions must be found and fast if we are to avoid collapse of basic education in South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Van Wyk. We now move on to the next speaker to take the podium, and that is the Honourable Farmer. Honourable Farmer, you have 5 minutes.
Honourable Chairperson, honourable members, fellow South Africans, I greet you in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Saviour, the God without whom we won't succeed. I rise today on behalf of the Patriotic Alliance in this debate with both urgency and deep conviction. The future of our children is at stake. Honourable Minister, today you ask this august House to support this budget. Yet on the 12th of March this year, you chose not to support this budget. How politics can humble a person. Honourable members, education is not just a tool. It is the foundation on which every township child should be able to build a better future. It is the ladder out of poverty. But today, too many of our schools have become sites of hopelessness rather than places of opportunity. Let us not sugarcoat the state of our education system. It is failing our children, especially the poor, the rural, and the forgotten. Chairperson, education is supposed to be the great equalizer. But in South Africa, it has become the great divider. A learner in a leafy suburb is exposed to digital learning, robotics, science labs, and art rooms. Meanwhile, a learner in a rural village or township is forced to study under a tree, drink from a contaminated bucket, and relieve themselves in a pit latrine. Let me be clear. No country can claim to be free when its children are still denied the basics. A safe classroom, a qualified teacher, and a textbook. We speak of fourth industrial revolution, yet many schools in our communities don't even have electricity, water, or flushing toilets. The legacy of apartheid is still present in our infrastructure and our access. Honourable members, the Patriotic Alliance believe in practical transformation, not slogans. We believe in a school for every child within walking distance, especially in rural and informal areas. Compulsory teacher development, performance reviews, and recertification to ensure that the classroom is led by the capable, not just the employed. Feeding schemes that nourish, not enrich corrupt contractors, because a hungry child cannot learn. School safety, including community-based patrollers and consequences for bullying, gangsterism, and drugs in schools. Inclusive education so that children with disabilities are not sidelined or institutionalized, but empowered and supported. Honourable members, the Patriotic Alliance want to see more investment in early childhood development because grade R is not babysitting, it's brain building. The Patriotic Alliance rejects a broken system that keeps our children trapped in generational poverty. We will not sit quietly while our children are failed by overcrowded classrooms, unsafe school environments, and a curriculum that does not equip them for life. We need this budget allocation. We note this budget allocation of over 300 billion. The question we must ask is not how much is being spent, but what value are our children getting? Chairperson, let's call a spade a spade. How can a teacher teach in fear of violence and gangsterism? The Patriotic Alliance believes in restoring discipline, pride, and patriotism in our schools. Education must not only teach facts, it must shape citizens. We must teach our children not just to pass, but to serve. We support stronger partnerships between schools and communities, and we say this with no apology. Every school must become a safe zone, free of gangsterism, drugs, and political interference. Honorable Chair, no child must be left behind because of where they live or the language they speak. Thus, the PA calls for mother tongue-based education in early grades, especially for colored and African children. We cannot continue to disadvantage children by forcing them to learn in a language they barely understand. Chairperson, the Patriotic Alliance support this budget vote with serious reservations. We want to see monitoring, performance-based accountability, and an end to bureaucratic waste. Money must go where it matters, to the child, to the classroom, to the future. We challenge the department to cut waste, stop corruption, empower educators, and listen to communities. Our children are not criminals. They are not numbers. They are the heartbeat of this nation, and they deserve better. Salute.
Thank you very much, Honorable Farmer. Now we go to the land of the rising sun, in Mpumalanga, the Honorable MEC. Honorable Dlamini, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, for the opportunity given to us in Mpumalanga to participate in this most important debate, the budget of basic education. We are encouraged to be part of this debate to support the budget presented by the Honorable Minister of Basic Education. We do so informed by the vision and foresight of the Freedom Charter, which proclaims that the doors of education and culture shall be open to all. We fully support this budget because we are fully conversant by the fact that it is the very only vehicle for which we can address inequality, poverty, unemployment in our province, Mpumalanga. In Mpumalanga, Honorable Chairperson and the House, we have set a new pass rate for our province to improve our 2024 pass rate to 90%. Therefore, for us to achieve that, we need this budget. While there is currently no school in Mpumalanga province that is solely rely on pediatrician as the only source of sanitation facility, and no mud schools, the province is still experiencing a huge backlog of school infrastructure. I must indicate, Honorable Chairperson, that the House, it will be wrong of setting provinces against the minister to claim that all this progress is done by the minister. We're working as a team. Basic education is a core competency between national and provinces. So we therefore say we still do have a huge backlog in terms of infrastructure. In this financial year alone, we have planned to construct new schools in areas where there is growth of the population in our province. Not all of them, but we have decided to build new schools where there is a need. Also, building 8 replacement schools of the old schools that were built by communities. We want to rebuild them and make them suitable for teaching and learning in our schools. We also want to provide new sanitation to 23 schools in areas where we still have pediatrician toilets in our schools, in areas where there's challenges of water and there is increase of number of learners. So we're saying we're going to provide 23 schools with new sanitation facilities. We also want to provide an upgrade of water systems in 17 schools and undertake a 221 maintenance project, construct 218 additional classrooms, as well as 26 grade R classrooms, as we have started implementing the grade R in our schools. To achieve all this, Honorable Chairperson and the House, we require financial resources so that we ensure that we achieve what has been planned for our learners in our school. But we must also indicate that there are currently more than 900,000 learners that are benefiting from the National School Nutrition Program in the province. But must also indicate that with the budget that we are receiving, we are going to cater over 70,000 learners in terms of scholar transport. These pro-poor programs were initiated by the ruling party in our province. We are not in the GNU. They were initiated by the ruling party, and they do benefit our learners in our province. The province has also 101 secondary schools where all learners take mathematics, physical science, and accounting as compulsory subjects. There are 23 agricultural schools and also 45 technical high schools. And the province has established the first secondary school for arts to accommodate those who do not want to be scientists but have got talent on art. We will be opening a very new school, art school in Helsibande district called by Lucky Dube, as the communities requested us to use their icon. Added to these schools of specialization, we will be building a first mining school as resolved by the 7th administration in our province, but also schools of sports excellence to enhance the talent that our children have in the province. The 7th administration is driven, of course, by the Freedom Charter. We therefore want to ensure that all these pro-poor programs are implemented. It also advocates for the modernizing digital and vocational learning, expanding access to post-school and adult education, and improve school infrastructure in our schools. Of significance is that it emphasizes measurable targets, accountability framework, and alignment with the labor market's demands. It is in this context that we appreciate all the efforts that are being made by the presidential stimulus in the form of Basic Education Empowerment Initiative Phase 5, where over 200,000 education and general school assistants were appointed in school throughout the country. Honorable Chairperson, I wish to emphasize that the fact that for the province like Mpumalanga, the delivery of quality education remains the only cornerstone for the total emancipation of our communities from the persistent grip of poverty, inequality, and unemployment. Therefore, the Bella Act represents a critical vehicle in advancing these socio-economic goals. It embodies our collective aspiration for a more inclusive, equitable, and transformative education system. The implementation of the Act will assist in addressing the long-standing challenges that have constrained the effectiveness of our school. In this regard, its full implementation for Mpumalanga province is not an option. It is about advancing the cause of the struggle to ensure that the doors of education are widely open for all our children in the province. To us in Mpumalanga, the Bella Act is the foundation upon which we can build a more equitable, just, inclusive, and thriving future for our learners at all levels. The department is making concerted efforts in collaboration with our stakeholders towards its implementation. There must be a clear political will amongst all of us, from national to provinces, and a commitment informed by the understanding that our socio-economic development is intrinsically linked to the provision of quality of basic education delivery across all grades. The moment is urgent, the cause is just. The struggle continues, education remains our sharpest spear. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Slamini. We now move on to KwaZulu-Natal, and I'm always happy to welcome KwaZulu-Natal to the House. And the Honorable Slamuga, the Honorable MEC, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to honorable members of the NCOP, the Minister, our colleagues, leadership of organized labor. I saw leadership from organized labor, gentlemen and ladies. Chairperson, allow me to start by sending a deepest condolences to the family, the friends, comrades, and the African National Congress, and the people of South Africa, of our former Deputy President, Mr. Titi Mabuza. Indeed, the giant's free has fallen. It is indeed an honor, Chair, to stand in this august house under the 7th administration to debate about the important budget vote under the sun. It is this budget vote that determines the future of the little girl in the deep rural area of Umkhanyakude district and Uthugela district in KwaZulu-Natal. It is this budget vote, Chair, that would bring a hope to many living in hopeless situations. As the President, Nelson Mandela, said, open quote, "It is through education that the daughter of the peasant can become a doctor, that a son of the mine worker can become a head of the mine, that the child of the farm worker can become a president of the great nation. It is what we make out of what we have, not what we have given, that separate one from another," close quote. Gempela inkunzi isematoleni, Mr. Chairperson. We appreciate the democratic government of South Africa for recognizing the importance of education and making sure that it remains the apex priority. The government constant investment in the education sector has created an enable environment for improved performance, regardless of the socio-economic background of our learners. The implementation of essential social security initiatives such as Learner Transport Program and the National School Nutrition Program, as well as no-fee school policy, has played a vital role in our ensuring that no learner is left behind. It is a good story to tell, indeed, Chairperson. This budget vote reflects on how the Department of Basic Education planning to make use of resources available to us to ensure that the basic foundation is provided to every learner that enters in our school's gate. This budget is thus particularly important as it outlines the direction in which the national department is heading as we prepare our own provincial budget, as the minister have already presented. Chairperson, the House is well aware of the challenges faced by the sector as the whole due the budget cuts over the years, as we must start by welcoming the increase of 7.4% to the allocation of the education this financial year. As the province of KwaZulu-Natal, we support this minister's budget as is directed towards the program that seeks to build on the gains of democracy through the implementation of existing policy like the National Development Plan. The Minister's budget reflects on the departmental aspiration to attain a quality result efficiently, and a quality education is the key to providing opportunity to our youth and can set them up for success or failure later in life. Mr. Chairperson, although much progress has been recorded across the measures, it is true that the quality of education in our country is still significantly skewed, with persistent inequalities impacting the learning experience and outcome of learners, particularly those from disadvantaged and rural background. This inequality is evident in disparity in resources of infrastructure and teacher quality across different schools and regions of education in our country still have a problem. We therefore welcome the intervention outlined by the Minister, like the allocation for teacher education, emphasizing the need to empower educators with the skills and knowledge for changing the world will go a long way towards addressing this legacy of the past. It is against this backdrop that we in KwaZulu-Natal Chairperson will continue to review our progress against the steps to improve the quality of learning that will ensure that the province remain a top contributor in the national senior certificate pass rate. Over and above the 89.5 pass rate achieved in 2024, the province continued to improve quality on the matric passes and other lower grade, because we're not only focusing on grade 12, but we're focusing from the foundation up to grade 12. We will, Chairperson, continue to striving for academic excellence in all our schools and districts. We are forging ahead with the implementation of our Provincial Academic Improvement Plan, whose pillars seek to improve the bachelor passes, eliminate certificate passes, eliminate 0% schools and schools achieving below 70%, increase number of learners passing with distinctions, achieve and maintain the above 60% rate in gateway subjects like mathematics, physical science, technical subjects, and accounting, and maintain the above 80% performance for all our districts. This budget is directly responding to the ever-changing economy and prepare learners for the future. The country has introduced a curriculum that equips learners with skills and competency for a changing world. The new curriculum offering include coding and robotics, new technical subjects, civil services, construction, automotive, welding and fitting, and mechanical and electrical technology, and so and other subjects. It is no longer about labeling the buffalo flies esasiwenza kuthiwa sidwebe iy'ntethe kodwa ngesikhathi se-apartheid kathi sengena uhulumeni entando yeningi oledwa ukhongolos Chairperson waqala wa-introducer a new subject very progressive. I'm proud to inform this House, Chair, that this year in 2026 we will be the year where the KZN Department of Education in KwaZulu-Natal will open the 2 state-of-the-art school, in addition to many others, such as Anthony Lembete Mathematics and Science Technology Academy. One of the schools that will be opened is Mbuso Kubheka in Newcastle, which deals with engineering and technology, and School of Excellence specializing in engineering and technology, as already indicated, and Maritime School in eThekwini. As outlined in the National Development Plan, Chairperson, we strongly support the focus on strengthening the quality of implementation and provision of great art schooling in our country, especially in relation to teaching. Hence, directed by the provision of the BELA, we are paying special focus on strengthening the foundation of learning and through pre-grade R and grade R education, and to make it available to the most learners. We are going to make sure that we fully implement a Bella Act because there is a will politically and there's also a will administrative in the Department of KwaZulu-Natal, Department of Education in KwaZulu-Natal. Focusing on these foundation stages will contribute to our effort to improve educational outcomes, throughput across all levels, including metrics, through our participation in international standardized benchmark assessment studies through the Department of Basic Education, particularly the progress in international reading and literacy study. It has been revealed, Chairperson, that most foundation phase learners, particularly those that are in grade 4, are not doing well in literacy and struggling to read a text for the meaning in their home language. Hence, we must make sure that we implement this Bella Act so that we'll all able to improve in terms of our home and language, Chairperson. Through the intervention like Qala Kahle strategy, which aims to enhance curriculum management by the school management teams and learner performance in literacy and mathematics, we are ready to improve the early grade reading instruction target training in Zulu home language teaching in grade R to grade 3 to improve their content knowledge, teaching methodology and classroom practice using the combination of face-to-face training.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Sorry
we want to say that we really support this budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next person to contribute to this debate is Honorable Peter. Honorable Peter, you have 5 minutes.
Mandikhahlele kuwe sihlalo walendlu nakuye umphathiswa omhle kweli sebe lezemfundo ephansi nakwezi zikhakhamela zithe ncwadalala apha namhlanje nditsho ndithi iinkosi mazithambe isicaka sivumile mandigawule ndwarhuqa iUDM ime apha kweli qonga namhlanje ihlininika inyembezana imeko yonqongophalo ebonakala imaqongo kwizikolo zephondo leMpuma Kapa iEastern Cape ke ukutsho mphathiswa omhle nakuwe sihlalo walendlu iUDM namhlanje ithi mayinichubele sisikhwebu noxa nje kusekuhleni ukuba nazi ukuba iphondo leMpuma Kapa luqhwaleke ngeyona ndlela ihlinikisa umlisela nomthinjana bambi bemka nemisinga yamanzi bezama ukuya esikolweni ukuze impilo ibe ngcono bambi baxhomekeke ekuweleni imilambo ukuze bafikelele ezikolweni bambi baphela begutyungelwa yiloo misinga xa ithe yagcwala loo milambo xa bephuma emakhaya abo bantwana abazali bayabongoza kumdali wabo besithi xa bewela loo milambo wena Thixo yiba nabo naxa beza kubuya bephindela bathi kwa aba bazali asazi nguwe kuphela owaziyo imeko yendlela eya kwizikolo zethu ayintle kwaphela mphathiswa omhle asazi ukuba sithini na isivumelwano sakho nesebe lezothutho kulusizi asazi ukuba basibhenele phi na loo nto isibangela ukuba sibe nentandabuzo ukuba ingaba abaphathi belisebe basenalo na usizi okanye unembeza iUDM inombuzo kuwe mphathiswa ukuba ingaba usazityelela na izikolo ezikwilali zethu jikelele xa ndiyivala le bhajethi mphathiswa omhle iUDM icela ukuba elisebe khe lisinike ingxelo ukuba ingaba zingaphi na izikolo ezisasebenzisa ibucket system kwiphondo jikelele ingaba zinjani indlela eziya ezikolweni ootishala bayanjani xa indlela zingekho kumgangatho ophucukileyo mphathiswa omhle iUDM ithatha ingqwalasela ithathela abaninzi malunga nale budget ithi iUDM izibuze umbuzo othi xa ingazoyipasisa le budget ingaba myalezo mni oyithumela kubemi belilizwe. Ingaba i-UDM ithi please protect me, Chair.
You're protected, Honorable Peter. Continue.
Mphathiswa omhle, i-UDM ithatha ingqwalasela ebanzi malunga nale budget. I-UDM izibuze umbuzo othi xa ingazoyipasisa le budget, ingaba myalezo mni oyithumela kubemi belilizwe. Ingaba ayithi na abantwana bakho mphathiswa mabangafundi na? Ingaba isebe lakho liza kusebenza njani xa lingazoba namavili okuhamba? Xa siwakhupha la mavili iza kuhamba njani na le nqwelo? Ngoko ke i-UDM ime ngawo omane amanqina ingqisha isithi nakanye mphathiswa ayinakuze ivimbele abantwana ithuba lemfundo. I-UDM ixhasa le budget icingela abantwana bendlu emnyama ukuze ikamva labo lingavaleleki ebumnyameni. Mphathiswa, i-UDM iyakunqoma ngokuthi uliphakamise izinga le-Early Child Development Centers kwiphondo lonke. I-UDM kwakhona mphathiswa ikothulela umnqwazi ngokuthi uzame ukunciphisa izinga lezindlu zangasese ezingekho semgangathweni, kodwa ukukukrwempa kona apho kungekho kuhle khona akuzophela. Njengoko nalapho kukuhle khona i-UDM yakuhlala ikuncoma. Inkosi mphathiswa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Peter. Now we move on to the next honorable member, and that's the Honorable Du Plessis. Honorable Du Plessis, you have 8 minutes.
Good day, Honourable Deputy Chair, Minister, members, fellow South Africans. It takes a village to raise a child. Educating, supporting, and empowering the youth is not an easy task. It is as multifaceted as the human mind, even more so in the context of our complex environment. The children of South Africa face challenges likened to that of war-torn nations. From child-headed households to regular exposure to violence, neglect, hunger, abuse, and intimidation. Thus, there is an increasing need for schools to be a safe environment that protects learners from society. Yet, far too many schools struggle to provide this because of overcrowding, lack of access to transport, limited feeding schemes, GBV, teen pregnancies, drugs, and politicized school governing bodies. This is either as a result of limited resources or as a result of commitment to place children's needs first. Schools have needed to become the village, but sadly this village is carrying a heavy burden. Historic brutalities that started in 1910 of a schooling system that did not focus on children, but rather on exclusionary eugenic politics, and then the subsequent maladministration, fraud, and corruption that perpetuated a system that did not put children first. At SONA 2026, the President spoke about an education system that leaves no child behind. What an incredible goal. But it will take time, and it will take a village. The whole of society will need to take hands to put the welfare of children, regardless of their characteristics of birth, at the center of all decision-making. As with all departments, we assess yearly progress to see whether steps have been put in place to achieve relevant goals. Then we consider the feasibility of the plan and budget for the year ahead. And at times, this can be daunting. However, Minister Garube and the Department of Basic Education have taken steps that show results. Sustainable and real change only happens with small, consistent, strategic, and vision-focused steps over time. And in every program, there has been progression that is relevant to the on-the-ground impact in schools and communities. The Minister started her term with a listening and learning tour in every province. This was then supplemented with additional school visits and stakeholder engagements. This allowed the minister an in-depth knowledge of the challenges and also how to address them. And here are a list of some of the improvements. As mentioned, there's an improvement of access and quality to early childhood development, and this is quintessential to redressing the injustices of our past. Pit latrines and infrastructure challenges are being tackled with marked success, and this not only creates a safe environment for our children, but it says to them that they matter enough for us to create schools that are safe. With a focus on equipping future generations to compete in the third and fourth industrial revolution, the department has improved literacy and numeracy for benchmark grades. A learner needs to read, write, and do basic arithmetic to access opportunities as they walk through life. Teachers, the very bedrock of our village, have not been left behind. There is a focus on school leadership and relevant teacher development, supporting teachers to develop young minds. And a quintile audit is underway. 30 years overdue, but it is happening, to ensure resources allocated to, according to quintile are aligned with the needs of the schools. School safety and school environments are improving, showing all children that they deserve and are worthy of protection and care. The list of improvements is long, but it is by no means complete. There are many challenges. On Saturday, I spent time with a family in Thembelihle, Ward 8, Johannesburg. It was a single mother whose eldest daughter was unable to find a placement because of her special needs. It was also evidence, and there is also evidence of abuse by the community on this little girl. And I was reminded of a terrible tendency that predators often target developing girls and boys with special needs so that they can misuse their disabilities to gaslight these young people when they choose to speak up. In the same region, schools like Altmont, Oakdale, Apex, Lenasia Secondary, and Fred Norman, to name a few, are all at double capacity and share issues like bullying, violence, gangsterism, and malnutrition. Thankfully, in this region, there are 1 or 2 schools that are working. It shows that it only takes dedication and a dedicated SGB that is not politicized to function, to allow a school to function. The school that I'd like to mention is St. George's Primary School, and I thought it was a private school, but it is just a well-run public school. Further out in Johannesburg, there is a reasonably newly built school built to accommodate special needs learners with state-of-the-art facilities. However, the select committee found Nokutula Center and Special Needs School in dangerous disrepair. These issues are not limited to Johannesburg, and the burden is heavy. And as stated, it will take time and money well spent to address the urgent needs like nutrition, sports at schools, psychosocial support, infrastructure, transport, curriculum, bullying, and safety. But based on the actual shifts over the past year, as a Democratic Alliance, we welcome this budget, as it places learners in the center, and it addresses the greatest and most tragic of inequalities. Additionally, we urge education MECs who report to their premiers to step up, join hands. It will take the whole of society. The road ahead is clear, the burden is heavy, but we look forward to seeing the growth in this department as they fulfill their duty of care to the children of South Africa. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable du Plessis, for your articulate input. The next speaker is going to be on the visual platform. It is Her Honorable, the Deputy Minister of Basic Education, Honorable Mohaule. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. And I want to thank the chairperson for allowing me to do it virtual. Greetings to you, greetings to the Minister of Basic Education, Ms. Siviwe Kwahube. Greetings to members of the executive councils of various provinces that are there in the meeting, members of the select committee, members of the NCOP, stakeholders in the basic education sector. Greetings to our hardworking Director General of the Department of Basic Education, distinguished guests, fellow South Africans. Good afternoon. I don't know if I'm audible, Chair.
Definitely audible. Just turn off your
thank you so much.
video. Yeah.
Chair, I wish to take this solemn moment. Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I said I wanted to take this opportunity, the moment, to invite honorable members to join me in honoring the memory of the former Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, Mr. David Tabete Mabuza, a leader who stood resolute in his unwavering support for education as a cornerstone of national development. It's with great honor and humility that I stand before this august house in support of Budget Vote 16 tabled by the Minister of Basic Education, Ms. Siviwe Kwahube. House Chair, the budget vote we support today is not just about rands and cents and politics. It's about investing in the value system that sets up the social fabric and the soul of the nation. It's about ensuring that every child, regardless of their social standing or geographic location, has a fair and equal opportunity to interface with the learning process the country can offer. I'm reminded of the truth in Natin Namdio's statement: a country where education is not valued, not merely as a formality, but as a source of national pride, can never be poor. This philosophy resonates deeply with the spirit and intent of this budget vote. It is a budget driven by transformation agenda. As I proceed with this policy and budget statement, Honorable House Chairperson, it's worth noting that this year marks 31 years since the dawn of our democracy in our country, South Africa. As we celebrate this milestone, it would be remiss of me not to remind this House of the remarkable legacy of the democratic government that was established in 1994, which has for 3 decades worked tirelessly to dismantle the fragmented and racially exclusionary education system inherited from the previous regime. The interventions and reforms we witness today, though not without challenges, have been deliberate, people-centered, and grounded in the lived realities of the poor and working class majority in the Republic of South Africa. In a historic milestone, South Africa marks 70 years since the adoption of the Freedom Charter, a revolutionary document that not only laid the foundation of our democratic ideals, but also fundamentally shaped the trajectory of our education system. Its enduring legacy continues to influence the South Africa we envisioned, and a nation rooted in the principles of equality, access, inclusion, and the right to learn as envisaged in Cape Town in 1955. Post the advent of democracy, the democratic government has boldly confronted the legacy of apartheid's inspired education policies. We have steadfastly replaced them with progressive, inclusive education frameworks aimed at restoring the dignity of all learners across the board and improving access to quality basic education. Our progressive and sustained provision of the National School Nutrition Program within the sector today serves a total of 9 million learners daily with nutritious meals since 2009. This program has positively impacted upon the ability of children to learn by combating malnutrition, reducing hunger, and improving school attendance as a statement to our commitment towards this public discourse. In some schools, as a sector, we have begun pioneering with the provision of up to 3 meals a day with the intention to ameliorate the stubborn triple challenge. In 2015, the Cabinet of the Republic of South Africa approved the National Learner Transport Policy as a bold step in advancing the government's pro-poor agenda to advance towards the access to educational facilities, which would otherwise have been hard to reach and devoid of any aspiration or motivation. This is the Learner Transport Program, which supports learners residing a distance of 3 to 5 kilometers from the adjacent schools, including those living with disabilities. To date, this inclusive initiative has benefited over 710,000 learners, affirming our commitment to removing barriers to education and promoting social justice. Since 1994, this government has made significant strides in addressing the legacy of inherited inappropriate school infrastructure, prioritizing the eradication of mud schools and the replacement of pit latrines. Out of 1,000 schools initially constructed with inappropriate materials, significant progress has been made over time. With the expansion of the infrastructure program in 2011 through the ASIDI, 510 schools were identified as inappropriate. We acknowledge the determined efforts and strides made by the sector. This number has since been reduced to 331 and counting. While the complete elimination of such challenges remains ongoing, the sector continues to make determined progress towards creating safe, dignified, and conducive learning environment for all learners and educators. Since 2011 to date, the Department of Basic Education develops, prints, and distributes grade R to 9 workbooks to address poor learner performance in literacy and numeracy, as our minister indicated. The key factors leading to their development were, among others, poor learning outcome, resource inequality, curriculum support, and most importantly, these resources played a crucial role as part of the COVID-19 response as they provided structured learning material when schools were disrupted. In addition to the grade 1 to 6 home language in 11 official languages and grade 1 to 9 mathematics workbooks, where the grade 1 to 3 is in 11 official languages. These workbooks include grade 1 to 3 life skills in 11 official languages, grade 1 to 6 English first additional languages, as well as grade R workbooks. The improvement of learning outcome in the sector hinges on many aspects, such as curriculum implementation and support, infrastructure, teacher development, and most importantly, the provisioning of high quality textbooks and stationery. House Chair, I must place on record before this August House that the introduction of grade R into our education system began in 2001 without any dedicated fiscal resource allocation. The ECD programs have remained outside the formal education system and without proper support or regulations. However, the progress made thus far reflects that we are on course towards our desired destination. The total grade R budget for the total allocated budget for grade R in public schools has seen a significant increase, rising to 6.7 billion for the year 2025-2026 financial year, affirming unwavering commitment to strengthening early childhood education in the country. House Chair, I'm pleased to report that the registration has now been activated in all 9 provinces, with thousands of sites already on board. The target to register 10,000 ECD centers this year will not only improve quality and safety, it will help us map real demand, track coverage and plan better for universal access to Grade R. South Africa's participation in global studies like PEARLS and TIMSS has highlighted foundational learning gaps, which Minister spoke about, especially in early grades. However, the country's nationally standardized assessment system now enables earlier detection and targeted interventions. This cannot be done in 1 year. It takes time to observe those signs. The early grade reading assessment is fully implemented across all provinces, with 2024 results informing teacher training and resource planning for 2025. Chair, this investment will be strategically channeled into curriculum planning, resource development, and meticulous teacher deployment monitoring to ensure that every child receives quality foundational learning. Central to this vision is the National Post-Provisioning Norms, which guarantees equitable needs-based teacher allocation across schools, factoring and enrollment, subject demand, and local context. In this 2025-26 financial year, the department will complete a long overdue review of these norms with a specific focus on ensuring adequate teacher supply for the foundation phase, accounting for multi-grade and rural school realities, and addressing inefficiencies in post distribution and ghost post risks. May I hasten, Honorable House members, Chairperson, to acknowledge and highlight the work being done by the department in enhancing the education facility management system, guide provinces to use this system to identify sanitation backlogs, overcrowded schools, and temporary structures, ensure that education infrastructure grant is targeted to produce better delivery rates. It gives me courage that the department has commenced its review of the regulations related to the minimum uniform norms and standards for public school infrastructure, which will be realized by public comment later this year. These revised norms will clarify accountability.
No, Chair, point of order, Chair.
Mechanism, strengthen enforcement tools, and ensure clear, realistic, and phased infrastructure commitments from provinces. We cannot grow public confidence in our system without being honest about performance. The recent inclusion of real-time data, financial dashboards, and portals.
They must work. We are not here to call people.
Honorable Tenekes, I think the ICT has done its job, but what is critical here, it is unacceptable that they can sleep on their job. Because when I called for the Deputy Minister to be cut off, they should have done that immediately. I'll speak with the Secretary to the Council of what has transpired to this afternoon, because it cannot be acceptable. If you are allocated time, it must just be like that across the board. So the next speaker on the podium is going to be...
I said I raised the point of order, Chair. The least you could do is give me the opportunity.
All right. Over to you. I've given you an opportunity. Please rise on a point of order. Be specific in the rule in which you are rising on, and then...
Thank you, Chair. It seems like there are many chairs in the House today. It looks like there's many people chairing this in this House today. I don't know why. But Chair, something like that should never ever happen again, especially because you are the Chair of the House. If we continue this way, Chair, can I get protection, please? I'm allowed to be on this podium. I've been elected to be here. I have every right to talk.
Please don't disrupt. When the person is rising on a point of order, give him or her a chance to raise that point of order. After that, deal with that. Raise your point of order. Because you can raise the rule or the principle thereof. The rule or the principle, please. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. I think you've outlined the principle, but honestly, Chairperson, the order of this House is really not on. Thank you.
All right. I've already articulated that before. You are also becoming a co-chairperson in the process because that's what I said. But as I said, I made a ruling here that I'll consult the secretary to the NCOP so that they can explain how come it was the ICT sleeping on his job when they were doing that. So I think the ruling was adequate. I don't expect any other point of order around that. The next honorable member to come on the podium is Honorable Majola from the KZN.
Chairperson, honorable members, ministers, deputy ministers, and MECs. Chairperson, before I go to the figures, rands and cent contained in the budget vote 16, the basic education spreadsheet, let me first borrow the words from the minister from her opening remarks. I quote, "Together, we have a responsibility to create an education system that, one, uplifts individuals, and two, produces the skills needed to grow economic growth and strengthens the nation." Honorable Chairperson, the current status of our country today, unemployment rate is in a crisis stage, where we're sitting at 43.1%, with youth jobless sitting at 72.4%. The economy of the country, Honorable Chair, is around 1.6% against the MDP GP growth targeted at 3% by 2030. Honorable Chair, we are sitting with an alarming rate of crime related to drugs. This is totally against the department and the minister's will. Further, Chairperson, the minister called for an improved quality of education that our learner received. I quote, "Sisuka kude singumzansi Afrika, sisuka esikhathini sobandlululo lapho imfundo ephucukile yayingatholwa ngabantu abamnyama." Chairperson, arising from that era, in 30 years today, we are still characterized by crumbling infrastructure, overcrowded classrooms, and relatively poor education outcomes. Chairperson, we are just coming from a portfolio committee where provinces were briefing us about their progress in terms of the implementation of their budget. Two provinces, the Eastern Cape and the Northern Cape province, indicated to a portfolio committee that they are unable to implement the PELA Act, which was signed, and it became a law in September last year. They indicated that the PELA Act implementation is not funded. Chairperson, when the minister referred to where we come from, let me add the meat on the skeleton. We were regulated by Bantu Education Act of 1953, which contained on that act the equitable spending on South African child were as followed. In the budget of 1975-76 financial year, the government under that act spent 644 on a white child, 189 on an Indian student, 139 on each child of a colored student, and then lousy 42 rands on a black child. Chairperson, quoting from what the minister said with regards to the education that is building the nation. Let's do the benchmarking. Our BRICS partners. Honorable Chair, India and China, through their strong focus on science, technology, engineering and mathematics, which is called STEM system, and 9 years compulsory education, which is funded by the government. They are the best motor vehicle producers. They are the best IT component producers. I'm talking about the jet vehicle, Omoto, and Havals. The current China economic, it's projected at 5% in 2025. And India ranked as 4th largest economy in the world in 2025, forecast at the growth of 8%. Honorable Chair, let us focus on our 30 years in the democratic government and its current education system. We produce a community-sized chairperson of our youth sleeping under the shelter. The General Mkwanazi mentioned Inanda as a drug hotspot just on Sunday. Our youth in the Brea Street in Durban, they are sitting under the bridges. He never mentioned Azalea. He never mentioned the Willow Fontaine in Pietermaritzburg. Chairperson, it will be safe for me to say almost all township, our youth are subject to the drug and substance abuse. Therefore, this means, Chairperson, there is a slight difference between the apartheid and the current government in terms of molding the future of our youth through the education. The MK Party, Chairperson, does not support this budget. This budget does not serve the people, but it only serves the official, the consultants, while our children remain in poverty. In reality, Chairperson, over 1,680 schools in Eastern Cape still have pit toilets. Children in those provinces relieve themselves in bushes. The department claims that the infrastructure backlog is under control. The Accelerated School Infrastructure Delivery Initiative, ASIDI, was supposed to eradicate unsafe structures by 2022, but we are in 2025 and we count. In Limpopo, 443 schools still lack reliable water supply. In Mpumalanga, learners packed into one class, 80 students, and 260 schools are overcrowded, which is against the ratio that the acceptable ratio that is approved by the department. Honorable Chair, looking at the facts, the APP, Annual Performance Plan, the National School Nutrition Program is budgeted at 8.5 billion for 2025. Yet in KwaZulu-Natal, over 1 million children went to school without meal for a week in 2024 because suppliers failed to deliver. In Eastern Cape, some schools received only maize meal and salt for a week. That is not a nutrition. In fact, it is a starvation.
Honorable Majola, I'm bringing to your attention to Rule 60 that you can only speak to up to the prescribed time are given.
Oh, okay. Chairperson, Chairperson, towards my closure.
No, you have closed. The time has
Oh,
expired. Yes, expired.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Majola, for your input. The next person who's given a chance to come and articulate his policy his policy on the podium is going to be Honorable Sibande from Mpumalanga. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister, Honorable Members, fellow South Africans. Our mandate remains clear as African National Congress to build a schooling system that is inclusive, equitable, safe, and future-oriented. One that provides each child, irrespective of their background, with the tools of realize their full potential. The ANC support the budget. Honorable members, the state of our school infrastructure is not just a matter of bricks and mortar. It is a matter of dignity, justice, and safety. The continued presence of pit latrines, unsafe classrooms, unreliable water supply, and broken fencing in some of our schools reflects the historical backlog we inherited. But it is a backlog we are committed to eradicating. The ANC welcome the continued allocation of funds through the Education Infrastructure Grant and the equitable share towards infrastructure improvement. However, we must emphasize that these funds must be strategically targeted at the most critical backlogs. Eradication of pit lanterns, replacing them with safe and hygienic sanitation facilities. Secondly, provision to reliable water supply, especially in rural schools, is non-negotiable. Installation and maintenance of secure fencing to protect against vandalism and theft of school property. Construction of new classrooms and schools to address overcrowding with adequate provision of desk chairs and school furniture, upgrading unsafe school infrastructure, and ensuring schools are equipped with libraries, laboratories, and information and communication technology facilities. We call upon provinces to make full, efficient use of their infrastructure budgets, accountable project monitoring, and community involvement in school building projects. Must be strengthened and ensure we build schools that are dignified, child-friendly, and conducive to learning. Chairperson, no child can learn in fear. No teacher can teach in fear. A safe school is the foundation of quality education. Our schools, particularly in urban and township areas, are under threat from bullying, gangsterism, violence, and substance abuse. These social ills rob our learners of their right to quality education and their future. The budget must support measures to intensify the rollout of school safety framework, strengthen partnership with the South African Police Services, and deploy school safety officers where needed. Moreover, there is a need to work closely with school governing bodies, community organizations, and local governments to combat antisocial behavior and promote value of Ubuntu, respect and discipline in our schools. Programs focusing on mental health support and conflict resolution and physical services must be scaled up. Safe schools are not luxury. They are constitutionally imperative. Let us invest in securing the future by creating safe spaces for learning. Chairperson, let me borrow some words from some philosophers. Open quote. Sometimes people can't reciprocate because they can't give you what they can't give themselves. Those who are at war with themselves can't give you peace. Those who betray themselves can't give you loyalty. Those who lie to themselves can't give you honesty. See them as they are, not you wish them to be. Why ngilete leyo nto ngifuna ukulungisa lokhu chairperson. Sometimes some people, they are shifting the blame as if the African National Congress have done 1, 2, 3. They forgot what we have inherited. The DA kufanele ikuqonde ukuthi inhlangano yayo ingoqhakijani ongangokuthi njalo nje ibongoshishilizi ekuphazamiseni izinhlelo eziletha inguquko nentuthuko ikakhulukazi esizweni esimpisholo kulengabathi yakwethu. iDA yaziwa umhlaba wonke ukuthi ivele ishaya ingwiji qhwebu kuze zonke izibophezelo zayo. Zolo lokhu enye yenhlekelelo eshaqisa umzimba yilapho umholi weDA uHelen Zille walutha khona uDokotela Ramphela ngesidikadika sengculathi kaKhiss. uDokotela wenkosi wabanje isihlokazana esabangela ukuthi abanjwe isithongwana akwathi lapho ephaphama iDA ibisishobadele wonke amalunga enhlangano yakhe kwazise obala ukuthi inhlangano yabo woqadolo lembalambulula isela lantsondo. On matric results, the Western Cape experienced a dip during a COVID-19 pandemic. The pandemic exposed the deep-rooted inequality within the province. Learners who were to affluent schools were able to continue with their learning via visual platforms, while the rural and township schools were left behind. This had an effect on the overall results of the province. The province has tried to catch up over the years. However, at 86.6% in 2024, it trails the top performing provinces against Free State, KZN, and Gauteng, and remains slightly below national trend line. Last year, Western Cape government announced that they are cutting the education budget by 2.5 billion. The budget cut affects administration, curriculum, and infrastructure. This will have direct impact on learners' transport, particularly for learners in the rural areas and township. In the presentation by the Western Cape government by February 6, 2025, more than 1,586 learners were still waiting to be placed in schools. The learners were from grade 1 to grade 8, a clear indication of the systematic problem of the placement mechanism. A month into the academic year and learning were still in limbo. The budget cuts resulted in a reduction of 2,407 teachers posts for the 2025 academic year. They increased the learners educator ratio from 33.66 in 2024 to 39.49 for the current year. Learners' transport in Western Cape is of grave concern, particularly rural and township schools. We still remember the horrific accident that claims the lives of the 5 learners in 2023. Learners in rural areas have to walk for miles and access education, and when they get to classrooms, the classrooms are crowded. And we know this has a negative impact on this a child's learning processes and teachers being able to deliver a lesson as they have to cater for overcrowding. The idea that all learners have an equal opportunity to success is a myth in the Western Cape. It is visually impossible for quintile 1 up to 3 schools to achieve a 100% pass rate under the current condition of overcrowded classrooms, chronic teacher shortage, and pervasive gang violence that spills into school grounds, making learning nearly impossible. The DA has failed to address these fundamental challenges. Predominantly white former Model C schools enjoy small class sizes and optimal teacher to learner ratios, giving them the structural advantage. Meanwhile, the vast majority of schools in poor working class communities are overcrowded, under the resourced, and short of teachers. This is not an equal education system. It is a rigged system, one that entrenches inequality. The DA education policies have proven to be exclusionary, elitistic, and ultimately effective matric results are in decline. Inequality is growing, and poor learners are being left behind. That this is not a model of good governance. It's a model of mismanagement and neglect. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Sibande. All right, the honorable delegates, the next speaker on the podium is going to be Honorable Chilwane, the MEC from Gauteng Maboneng. Over.
Thank you, Chair. Yes. Let's, thank you, Chair, once more. Honorable delegates, members of the
Just a little bit. I see this thing was running even before we spoke. What's happening with the timing? All right. Please correct it so that start at 10. It must be 10, please. All right. It's okay.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Thank you once more. The Chair, thank you for the good favor, Chair. The Minister and the Deputy Minister, members of the NCOP, and the people of South Africa. Today we gather to debate the basic education budget. We stand at a defining moment for our nation's future. Education remains the most powerful weapon we can use to change the world. Yet we find ourselves confronting a funding crisis that threatens the very foundation upon which our society is built. The words of Satu Kakonen, a World Bank country director for South Africa, ring particularly true today when he says, education is a powerful driver of development and one of the strongest instruments to reduce poverty and promote equality. It is a necessary foundation for a prosperous economy. Therefore, honourable members, our basic education sector faces unprecedented pressures. Historical inequities continue to cast long shadows, while growing learner populations strain our resources. Recent World Bank analysis paints a sobering picture. Despite the remarkable progress we've made since the end of apartheid, about 80% of our grade 4 learners still cannot properly understand what they read. This learning crisis unfolds as our education system must prepare to accommodate an additional 1.2 million learners by 2030. The fiscal reality we confront is equally bleak. As the Finance Minister, Kodongwane, reminded us in his budget speech that we are spending 1.2 billion per day servicing our debt, which is more than we allocate to any single frontline service, including education. This sobering truth underscores why every rand we invest in education must count, must work, and must deliver results. But today I stand before you with hope that this year's budget tells a dramatically different story, a story of renewed commitment and historic investment. As the Minister might have outlined earlier, the numbers speak for themselves, and most importantly, the early childhood development has emerged as a true victor in this budget. In Gauteng, we have translated this investment into tangible results. We have appointed 4,333 grade R practitioners, with an impressive 72% of them holding NQF Level 6 qualifications. Our mass registration drive continues to bring more ECD centers into compliance, while our comprehensive resources materials now serve centers in all South African languages. Through partnerships with UNISA and the Northwest University, we have provided capacity building for over 876 practitioners, ensuring our youngest learners receive the quality education they deserve. Our commitment to quality extends throughout the education journey. In the foundation phase, we have revolutionized reading instruction through targeted African languages proficiency assessment and our comprehensive general education and training reading program. The Reading Blitz and Read to Lead campaign have sparked a love for learning across our province, while our Pendulani Literacy Quiz distributed nearly 900 books to schools across our districts. And the results speak for themselves with the consistent growth in our matric pass rate, where even the previous year we've achieved over 50% bachelor pass in the learners, and we've also achieved 90% in 3 districts and over 80% in all our districts for 3 years consecutively. Innovation drives our approach to education transformation. We have launched and gazetted additional schools of specialization, bringing our total to 36 schools of specialization across 5 critical disciplines. Through dynamic partnership with industry leaders, our learners have completed agri-tech workshops, manufacturing projects with EPOL, and excelled in Sasol Energy Innovations competition. Digital transformation accelerates learning across our province. We have distributed over 60,000 learner devices preloaded with digital content to secondary ICT schools. Through the remarkable Siyavula education program, 33,012 learners have completed 2.3 million practice exercises in mathematics and physical sciences. And this demonstrates how technology can amplify educational outcomes. Our commitment to inclusive education remains unwavering. Special schools serve as the resource centers, procuring assistant devices and providing crucial assessment through our streamlined social impact assessment framework. We continue expanding ICT access and electronic assistive devices while implementing the Global Education Conference Integrated Project across all our technical occupational curriculum schools. Safety and nutrition form the bedrock of effective learning. We have deployed community patrollers in over 1,500 schools, equipped them with essential safety equipment. Our National School Nutrition Program has exceeded all targets. We are currently feeding 1.7 million learners in our province, of which 1.5 are covered through the quintile 1, 2, 3. So 4 and 5, the province is covering themselves. We are currently providing 228,000 learners with scholar transport in the province. And this despite persistent fiscal constraints. Gauteng's unwavering commitment to education science through the 2025-26 budget, where we were able to secure 68 billion for education, with a substantial increase of 3.1 billion. And this demonstrates the ANC's government to steadfast recognition of education as our highest national priority. Yet we must be honest about the challenges ahead. While we welcome the additional amount of money that we've received to keep our teachers in the classroom, we need to recognize that more investment remains essential to address critical staffing shortages and employ the hundreds of qualified teacher graduates currently seeking opportunities to serve. Honourable members, the funding crisis in our education sector extends far beyond immediate academic outcomes. It threatens the prospects of an entire generation. We cannot permit budget constraints to undermine our capacity to deliver critical skills development for our economy desperately needs for growth and transformation. This is our moment of truth. The significant budget increases demonstrates government's clear recognition of education's pivotal importance in building our nation's future. Yet challenges persist. They demand our continued vigilance, innovation, and unwavering commitment. Therefore, we need to unite to transform this crisis into opportunity. It remains our collective responsibility to guarantee that every child, regardless of the background or circumstance, has access to quality education. It's our duty to ensure that educational institutions receive the resources they need to excel. The remarkable achievements I've shared today prove beyond doubt that with adequate resources and unwavering commitment, we can transform lives, communities, and our entire nation. Education remains our greatest investment in the future, an investment we simply cannot afford to compromise. Together, we will build brighter, more prosperous future that every South African child deserves. Together, we will ensure that education continues to serve as the great equalizer, the pathway to opportunity, and the foundation upon which we build our rainbow nation's destiny. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Honorable MEC, for your input. Just before I call the next speaker, I'll just want to bring to the attention of this August House that this August House has its own rules, and then we'll be expected, all of us, to respect them. Basically, all of us in this house were led by the premiers of the various provinces. So if the premier is not in, the next person is the member of the executive council of that province. So I'd like to have Honorable Sambata to come and occupy here. He said he's available to lead in the Northwest. He must come. Here, Honorable Sambata, I know that you're in the next debate. Honorable El Sabe is also in the next debate. He's been here all along. Please, come on this side. All right, and then the next delegate who's going to come to the podium is Honorable Aris from Bukoni Bupirima. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, the economic freedom fighters reject budget vote 16 for basic education. We reject this budget vote because it once again demonstrates a perpetuation of this government's long record of neglect of the basic education sector, and by extension, it neglect of the lives and future of millions of our children whose futures depend on their ability to acquire decent education today. South Africa's commitment to educate is enshrined in its constitution, guaranteeing every child the right to basic education. However, the recent budget allocations raise a concern about this government's ability to fulfill his mandate. While approximately 76% of provincial education budgets are consumed by salaries, this budget leaves 24% for infrastructure, learning material, and other essential services. And an estimated 129 billion is required to address critical infrastructure backlogs, including the eradication of unsafe pit latrines and the provision of essential facilities. While more than 13,000 schools require additional toilets and over 6,000 lack sustainable water supply. Chairperson, it is also concerning to note how there are still schools with pit toilets in provinces such as Eastern Cape, Limpopo, and KZN, where schools that are still operating without proper toilets, together with unused pit toilets that still have to be demolished, and how this department has year in and year out repeatedly missed its own deadline set to eradicate pit toilets and repeatedly extended. Minister, how many more children must drown in pit latrine toilets before you actually provide safe and sanitary sanitation facilities at all schools for our learners? Not only has the department failed to deliver basic infrastructure, the need for conducive education of our children, it has also failed to ensure that it employs a sufficient number of qualified teachers to teach learners at acceptable teacher-learning ratio. In KZN, over 11,000 teaching posts remains unfilled due to budget constraints, leading to larger class sizes and diminished individual attention to learners. Lest this lead to overcrowded classrooms and diminished individual attention to students, many schools have classrooms with 40 or more learners, and some even have 60 or more. Such overcrowding negatively affects learners' ability to hear the teacher, concentrate, and participate in the class. Real time per learner spending has also declined, affecting the availability of textbooks and other essential materials. Budget cuts has also resulted in reduced allocation for learning material, with some schools lacking adequate textbooks and teaching aids. Schools in underprivileged areas, particularly no school fees, are disproportionately affected by budget cuts, exacerbating educational inequalities. Early childhood development across all provinces faces severe critical challenges that undermine access, quality, and outcomes for young children. Rural and informal settlements have limited ECD services, and many children in these areas don't attend any ECD program before grade R. That's a reality. Thousands of centers operate without adequate water, toilet supply, safe structures, or learning space. A large portion of ECD practitioners are unqualified or underqualified, which affect the quality of early childhood learning. Strict and complex registration requirements exclude many community-based centers from funding or formal recognition. Government subsidies for ECD centers are often delayed, inconsistent, or not aligned with inflation and the cost of care. There's fragmented responsibility between national, provincial departments, and gaps remain in aligning ECD with health, nutrition, and social services. Chair, it is Also with shock that we learn through written parliamentary questions to the minister that there are no single special needs ECD facility in the country. Many ECD centers lack the necessary infrastructure, such as ramps, accessible bathrooms, and adapted play areas, making it difficult for children with physical disabilities to participate. Many children are unprepared for formal schooling due to poor early stimulation and learning exposures. The education system and teachers in South Africa face daily challenges such as corruption, underfunding, and political and racial instability. Chairperson, I get disturbed by these people on my left here. They are making a noise here.
All right, continue.
The ECD must get all the benefits like any other school. Subsidies, school fees, transport, feeding programs, curriculum-based education from the Department of Education. And as the economic freedom fighters, we condemn the continued failure of this department to effectively tackle the growing crisis of school bullying across South Africa. Every week, reports emerge of learners being physically assaulted, emotionally tormented, and in extreme cases, pushes to suicide. Yet the department remains reactionary and indifferent. Bullying is not a mere discipline issue. It is a deep systematic failure reflecting an unsafe, under-resourced, and neglected learning environment. The department's silence and lack of intervention reflect a broader failure to prioritize learners' safety and mental health. Their policies are either absent, outdated, or not implemented. Schools are left to fend for themselves without clear guidance, monitoring, or support. The economic freedom fighters raise serious concern over the neglect of mental health in South African schools. Learners face rising levels of stress, depression, anxiety, and trauma, and yet the basic education system remain unprepared to provide the necessary psychological support. The Department of Basic Education has failed to prioritize mental health. There is a shocking shortage of school-based counselors and psychosocial professionals, especially in townships and rural schools. With teachers not equipping to identify or respond to mental health challenges, learners suffer in silence. And too often, mental health issues are dismissed as discipline problems. Climate change is increasingly affecting schools across the country, particularly in vulnerable rural and low-income urban areas. Learners and teachers dealing with repeated displacement and disaster experience mental health challenges without adequate support from the department. Violence in schools remains a serious and escalating problem affecting learners, teachers, and the broader school community. Teachers are increasingly victims of verbal abuse, threats, and even physical assault by learners or outsiders. Cases of harassment and assaults within schools, sometimes by staff or older learners, have highlighted failures in the child protection system. The failure of the Department of Education to have safety measures in place result that knives and some instances guns have been found on school premises, raising safety concerns. Chairperson, gangsters use schools as recruiting grounds or sites of intimidation, making it unsafe for learners and educators because of failure of safety measures in schools. As the economic freedom fighters, we believe that the root cause to these challenges are limited psychosocial support, ineffective discipline policies, inconsistent enforcement of safety protocols, and the lack of trained school safety officers. The government must prioritize ECD by integrating early learning centers fully into the basic education system and allocating funds to expand grade R assessment. Truly invest in improved regulations, infrastructure upgrades, and professional development of ECD workers to ensure that every child has a fair start to life. Invest in infrastructure such as the installation of solar panels and fencing upgrade aimed to enhance the learning environment in school. Deploy professional counselors to our schools. Integrate mental health education into the curriculum, or collaborate with the Department of Health to offer accessible psychological services in schools. Partner up with community and mental health organizations. Provide immediate support for our families and affected learners. Foster strong school community partnerships and expand life skills and conflict resolution programs. Yes, strengthen school safety policies and infrastructure. Legislate changes such as the Basic Education Law Amendment Act, which seeks to address systematic issues and promote inclusivity within the education sector. Sadly, the Department of Basic Education is not concerned with any of these things. Therefore, the EFF rejects this budget. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you, Honorable Aris. The next speaker is going to be on the visual platform, is the MEC for Education from Limpopo, the home of Mpumalanga National Park. Over to you, MEC, in the visual platform.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. And also let me greet the honorable members of the House of the NCOP, the Minister of Basic Education, the Deputy Minister, my colleagues, honorable MECs, and all in attendance. And I want to take this time, Honorable Chair, and join the other people around South Africa for passing our condolences to all of us as a nation for the passing on of our former Deputy President. And also, we do this because he was also part of us when he was MEC of Education and the change that he brought to the lives of our learners. Honorable Chair, Honorable Speaker, allow me to say, on behalf of Limpopo today, I stand to support the presentation of the budget and support the budget as presented by the Honorable Minister. And we say the budget has been a bold budget speech with a vision, and we look at it as a blueprint for foundational learning, infrastructure justice, and learner safety in Limpopo, where as a province, we are accountable for 1.8 million features that rest in our hands. And we are forging this weapon with agency and precision. And I want to join my colleagues who have already indicated that indeed education is the most powerful weapon to change the world. We want to also say the SAFE initiative is a national call to dismantle indignity. And in Limpopo, we are responding to the issues of the pit toilets, the pit latrines, by building with bricks, mortar, and also displaying the political will by the deployees of the African National Congress. We have identified pit toilets which were identified under SAFE, which were 391, and only one remain, and we are busy eliminating the leftovers of what needs to be done. And we want to applaud the budget because it speaks on the storm recovery, on the schools that were damaged during the storms. And in Limpopo, we are appreciating that 100 million has been allocated to rebuild the schools, and all children deserve it, that their dignity is also protected. Honorable Chair, the new tech-equipped schools and upgrades to rural schools with laboratories and admin blocks are already over 70%, which we are targeting schools in villages, because we believe that a child in a village or in a rural area deserves the same dignity and respect as a child in the towns. And this is spatial justice in action. Honorable Chair, on ECD focus, we are aligning ourselves with the investment. Critically, compulsory grade R under Section 3 of the Bella Act is yielding transformative results. There has been an enrollment surge of 128,721 learners in 2025, which means that we were able to raise our numbers from the 2024 numbers, which were 120, by 7.8 thousand, and which is actually a 99.6% of our learners that we have in our primary schools where we offer grade R. And in those schools where we are offering grade R, only 9 are outstanding. And we are investigating why those schools are still left out, but we are acting upon our ECD investment. And we want to attribute the higher number of registration of ECDs to the campaign that was done by DBE and us as a province on mass registration. We are aligning with the budget vote regarding practitioner investment. We are working on transitioning the ECD teams and from part-time to full-time and to full conditions. We have awarded numerous bursaries to unqualified practitioners for B.Ed foundation phase degrees, thereby professionalizing these critical cadres. This is how we build foundations, access, compliance, and investing in people. We thank the parents and all stakeholders for heeding the call when we talked about mass registration for our ECDs. Honorable Chair, on the readiness of Bella in our province, all public schools across the 10 districts have been trained comprehensively on Bella implementation on Section 3, 4, and 5, which we have focused on the issues of accessibility through admission, the issues of accessibility through language, the issues of accessibility through governance, where we are able to work with all the stakeholders. This is the year of teacher development and academic excellence. And in that, the 2025 in Limpopo has been defined by this agenda. And bursaries have been given to practitioners so that then we can be able to start somewhere to build the teacher development system that we all look forward to. We are building a pipeline of qualified foundation phase teachers. Educators are being trained in robotics and advanced science pedagogy through our MST grant to ensure leadership excellence. SMTs are being continuously drilled on curriculum leadership and Bella compliance, and also the most important part of it is also on financial management. Honorable Chair, the budget vote presented and pronouncement on the safety mandate mirrors our resolve. We confront risk head-on. Safe schools are a significant priority, and as such, partnership with SAPS, parents, and communities will help us secure those environments of learning. Inclusive education will also be on our radar. More than 30 million in line with the previous year's budget will help provide therapists and assertive devices at special schools such as Mpumalanga and other special schools that we have in the province. And we say this when we talk about accessibility and safety of our learners. We know that as a province, more than 1 billion serve as a nutrition shield that feeds 1.4 million learners daily, and we also keep our girl child in class. On the infrastructure budget as presented is welcomed because in the province of Limpopo, we are also prioritizing special schools, and we are also prioritizing to close the sanitation gap that exists. And we are making sure we also prioritize maintenance, because when we talk about infrastructure, we do not only talk about building new schools, but we also speak about maintaining what we have built through the 30 years of our democracy. We want to change the narrative of the rural schools to bring them brick and mortar the same way that you have in town schools. And we want to appreciate the infrastructure budget because it continues to create jobs around electricians, plumbers, and builders as part of us talking to our own learners to say, these are also careers that you can follow in your own life. Our urgent appeal, Honorable Chair, also goes to the National Treasury to expedite the disaster relief for storm-damaged schools. You will remember that we had a second phase of storm-damaged schools because of the unfortunate weather patterns that we continue to experience. And we are saying, as we support the budget, we are also talking on the filling of vacancies as presented by the Honorable Minister. That filling of vacancy is also part of our agenda, because when we talk about academic excellence, it's critical that we have got professionals in the classroom, we have got professionals in the spaces in our circuit, we have got professionals as curriculum advisors. We also have professionals in our offices to be able to direct our curriculum to be that of inclusive education and all that. We cannot achieve to deal with the budget if we do not appreciate the participation of the stakeholders, of the private partners, and also the majority of parents that critically invest in the learners so that then when they come to our schools, we also augment what the parents can be able to do. Honorable Speaker,
MEC,
our budget for infrastructure.
Honorable MEC, thank you for
Yes,
your wonderful
Honorable Speaker.
input, but your time has expired.
Thank you so much.
All right, the next speaker will also be on the visual platform is Honorable MEC of Education from Bukoni Purima, Honorable Musumi. Over to you. Well.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair, Honorable members of the NCOP, Honorable Minister of Basic Education, and Honorable Deputy Minister, MECs present, Dumelang Bagaetsho. It is indeed an honor for me to be standing before this august house as part of this debate on behalf of the Department of Education from a predominantly rural province, the Northwest Province. Honorable members, let us all agree that today, for a change, we are debating. Let us all put our political affiliation aside, but rather debate with good intentions. Unless if we are disputing the fact that education is a societal matter, le Motswana o buile a re ngwana sejo wa tlhakanelo. Honorable Chair, allow me to confirm that as basic education, we are one of the sectors that is working tirelessly to ensure that the right to education is realized for every learner in our province, regardless of their background, including those with disabilities. Honorable Chair, Northwest Province is one of the disadvantaged provinces compared to other provinces due to population size, which goes with formula allocation in terms of budget. But what I can assure you is that still no learner is left behind. Let us also agree that inclusion education is not a favor, but rather justice in action. Honorable Chair, as a province, we have affirmed without compromise the Freedom Charter principle through mega farm schools in 3 districts out of 4, where now I'm happy to announce that for this financial year, Finally, the Department of Education in the Northwest will be building another mega farm school in Dr. Kenneth Kaunda district, which will be 18 schools in one school, which will focus mainly in agriculture. The Northwest Province has made significant strides in actualizing the Freedom Charter's principles that the doors of learning and culture shall be open to all. This commitment is exemplified by the establishment of 11 mega farm schools, which collectively serve a learner population of more than 5.3 learners in the province. These institutions, Chair, primarily serve learners from remote villages, farms, and under-resourced schools, thereby addressing historical and geographical barriers to equitable educational access. In recognition of the socio-economic challenges faced by these learners, the province ensures comprehensive support mechanisms. Learners are provided with transport every weekend at the end of each and every term between their homes and schools. Most of these learners stay in school hostels that provide free accommodation, daily meals, school uniform, and sanitary pads. Each facility is staffed with hostel caretakers and security personnel to ensure the safety and well-being of the learners. Most of these schools, Honorable Chair, are combined institutions offering education from grade R to grade 12, with one school designated as a further education and training center, catering from grade 8 to 12. Academically, these schools demonstrate commendable performance, consistently achieving pass rate between 85% and 100%. They implement curriculum aligned with the Department of Basic Education 3-stream model, offering academic, technical, and vocational pathways. For example, Moodville and Midverdingt and Nkgopotse mega farm schools provide specialized subjects in the technical, agricultural, and services streams. The impact of these schools extend beyond academic achievement. Moodville Farm School, for instance, Chair, has consistently presented learners at both provincial and national levels of the South African school choral estate fort over the past 3 years. Rivilo and Midverdingt mega farm schools have maintained a 100% learner performance rate for the previous 3 years, underscoring the effectiveness of the support and academic structures in place. Notably, these institutions have also contributed to human capital development within the province, having produced approximately 13 qualified teachers. Some of these graduates have been employed as education assistants, while others have been absorbed into the local mining sector. Honorable members, the Northwest Province investment in Mega Farm School represent a transformative intervention that not only expands access to quality education, but also fosters socio-economic upliftment, thereby giving practical expression to the ideals enshrined in the Freedom Charter. It also addresses the challenge of scholar transport, which can lead to dropouts and learners absenting themselves from school. Honorable Chair, the province has inspiring stories to share about our special schools. MMCB Klani Special School in Dr. Rusuho Mutsimumpati district is the world champion in boys football, having won the International Special Olympic Summer Games held from the 6th to the 17th June last year, 2024 in Germany. Additionally, our learners participate in national and international events. For instance, Edwin Kamugelo Manji from Northwest School for the Deaf, as I'm speaking to you, is traveling to Tokyo to compete in athletics. Starting on Thursday, 20 learners from the province will represent the province at the National Winter Games in the categories of severe and mild intellectual disability. The province also took part in the Australian Football League Pacific Cup from the 11th to 18th November 2024 in Australia. Northwest was declared the overall winner of the South African Sports Association for Intellectually Impaired in 2025. A week ago, Chair, the province secured 2 first-place titles at SASKE competition in the special schools categories with Reuleboge and Ikalafeng special schools. So, honorable members, the province employs some of these learners within our educational institutions as household aides, departmental heads, and education assistants. Indeed, the Northwest Department of Education has transformed the provincial education system from one of exclusive into that embraces equity and support. Special schools now offer accessible infrastructure such as ramps and specialized transport. Chair, technology is transforming special education. Tools like text-to-speech and speech-to-text software empower learners to access education on equal footing. As a result, learner participation and performance have steadily improved over the past 3 years. Our special schools are not just progressing, they are excelling. In the 2024 National Senior Certificate results, Meerhof and Christiana School for the Blind achieved 100% pass rate, with Meerhof also obtaining 100% bachelor passes. The Northwest School for the Deaf improved from 0% in 2022 to 77% in 2024, with 2 learners earning bachelor passes. For 13 years, year 4 learners have received exit level certificate, opening pathways to employment. Our exit strategies include strong partnership with higher education institutions and businesses. These partners provide career guidance, internships, and employment opportunities. With support from SEDA Chair, learners complete accredited courses and pursue employment in government, business, and even self-run ventures like salon for massage and nail care. There are real success stories to tell, Chair. For example, there is Letlogonolo Mafela, born without arms in 1992, used his feet to write. With special equipment and exam accommodation, he completed school and graduated from Northwest University, Bachelor of Commerce. Today, he works at the Department of Agriculture in Mahikeng in the Northwest. He is also a music producer, and he once collaborated with HP in 2012 and was nominated for Live Your Dreams Award. There's another child, Josephine Kilebogile Matlomape, born with Elna Danlos syndrome, completed her schooling without discrimination, and an honors degree in psychology from University of South Africa, is now employed by the Department of Basic Education as a learner support agent. In conclusion, Chair, allow me to quote our legend, our former late Deputy President of South Africa, Comrade David Dabede, well known as the Black Cat Mabuza, when he said, "No child must be denied quality education because he or she is poor and living on a farm. May his soul rest in peace. The Northwest support the budget." I thank you.
Thank you, Bukoni Firima, for putting our children first. The next speaker on the podium is Honorable Mukai from the Northern Cape.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister, Honorable Members, and fellow South Africans, good day. Schools are supposed to be the safe havens where educators and learners can educate and learn without the worry of violence and crime. When parents leave their children at the school gates, they do so with the comfort that their children will be protected with no harm coming their way. Sadly, that's not always the case, as we note reports and see videos trending on social media of horrible incidents on school grounds. Violence in school interferes with the goals of school systems that are meant to provide education and enculturation to the younger generation. Classroom overcrowding and ineffective discipline render a school environment unconducive to learning and teaching, but permeate for crime and violence. Time spent resolving violence-related problems take up valuable teaching time and makes the work of educators more difficult. It is against this backdrop that it was heartening to witness the signing of the Safe Schools Protocol, agreement between the Minister of Basic Education, Honorable Sivyo Kwahube, and her police counterpart last month. This signaled a concerted effort to make sure our schools are conducive for both educators, learners, and all entering these facilities. This agreement is a clear vision to create safe and child-friendly schools and will ensure that all schools are linked to local police stations and supported through functional school safety committees. These committees will implement school-based crime prevention programs that address gender-based violence, bullying, gangsterism, alcohol and drug abuse, and possessions of weapons, deploying visible policing in hotspot areas, especially during high foot traffic times before and after school. Honorable Chairperson, these are crucial measures to make sure that our schools are not breeding grounds for gangsterism and crime. Children should never be involved in criminal elements, especially not at schools. Educators should have the peace to carry out their responsibilities without fear and intimidation and be the true carers and nurturers they ought to be, grooming the future leaders of this nation and beyond. Honorable Chair, the South African Early Childhood Review 2024 indicates that many ECD centers are unregistered and do not meet the norms and standards, with many practitioners working in these centers who are not necessarily qualified. This is further compounded by the fact that early childhood development training has largely been ignored in the South African higher education policy space. And to address these challenges, Minister Gwahube has undertaken and launched a nationwide drive to register and formalize ECD centers across the country by using a simpler and user-friendly online registration system. The Department of Basic Education wants every child in South Africa to have access to quality ECD program, and every program to provide three things: quality learning and development opportunities, a safe and nurturing environment, and good nutrition. Registration is the first step in making this possible. We must work to prepare leaders in this space or in this phase so that it becomes easier for them to succeed in their educational journey. Many times we place a lot of energy and focus on when learners are exiting their schooling careers and prop money and resources into camps and curriculum catch-up programs. However, with this renewed focus, to water the log while it's still wet is a welcome note. And in Setswana we say, Lore lo ojwa lo sale metsi. It is rather unfortunate, Honorable Chair, that the chairperson of the Select Committee failed to rise above narrow political point scoring and take this House through the work carried out in the committee, particularly on the budget and this department's performance and strategic plans. The less said about the delegate from the Patriotic Alliance, the better. Honorable Sibande, I will not fuddle and get sidelined with petty party politics. And Minister, as I conclude, and Honorable Chair, indeed, this 2025 budget vote is important as it places learners at the center, especially those in the foundation phase, where the greatest inequalities begin. Honorable Chair, honorable members, I thank you, Ke a leboga, and baie dankie.
Thank you, Honorable Mukai. The next speaker on the podium is Honorable Finis. Over to you,
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of the National Council of Provinces and fellow South Africans. It is with a profound sense of purpose and responsibility that I rise today on behalf of the African National Congress to support the budget vote on basic education. We stand at a pivotal moment reflecting on our journey, celebrating our achievements, and reaffirming our unwavering commitments to the future of our nation, a future linked to the quality of education we provide to our children. This is not merely an allocation of funds, it is an investment in human potential, a declaration of intent, a continuation of a struggle for social justice that began long before 1994. Honorable members, let us cast our minds back to the dark days of apartheid, when education was a tool of oppression designed to shackle the minds and limit the aspirations of the majority. It was a system deliberately fragmented along racial and ethnic lines, perpetuating gross inequalities where resources were skewed towards a privileged few, while the vast majority were condemned to a substandard Bantu education. This horrific legacy left deep scars on our society, and it's continued to present challenges even today. But against this backdrop of injustice, a beacon of hope emerged, the Freedom Charter, adopted in 1955. This visionary document boldly declared, the doors of learning and culture shall be open. It wasn't just a slogan, it was a radical blueprint for a non-racial, free and compulsory education for all. A promise of a society where every child, irrespective of their background, color, or creed, would have equal access to knowledge and opportunity. This was and remains the bedrock of our educational transformation agenda. The journey has been long and at times difficult, but let no one doubt the progress we have made. The very fact that we are debating a unified basic education budget for all children in this chamber rather than separate, racially determined allocations is a testament to the profound shift we have engineered. Yet, we must acknowledge that transformation is not a single event, a checkbox to be ticked. It is an ongoing struggle, a continuous process of confronting persistent inequalities and striving for more just and equitable society. This budget vote, therefore, is not merely about maintaining the status quo. It is about sharpening our instruments in this ongoing struggle, ensuring that every rand translates into tangible improvements in the lives of all our children. One of the most impact and visible achievements for the ANC-led government, a true testament to our pro-poor policies, is the dramatic expansion of no-fee schools. When we speak of opening the doors of learning, this policy has literally flung them wide open for millions of children who in the apartheid era would have been denied access to basic education due to the family's inability to pay fees. Today, a significant majority of public schools across South Africa, specifically those categorized in quintiles 1, 2, and 3, are no-fee schools. This means that over 80% of our learners attend schools where the financial burden of school fees have been completely removed from their parents. This is not just a statistic. It represents the relief felt by struggling families, the dignity restored to households, and the hope ignited in children who can now access education without the constant threat of exclusion due to poverty. It has fundamentally altered the landscape of access, ensuring that poverty is no longer a barrier to a child's right to learn. However, honorable members, our work is far from over. While the no-fee policy is a critical success, the reality is that the needs in quintiles 1 to 3 schools remains immense. These are the schools serving our poorest and most historically marginalized communities, often in rural areas and informal settlements, which still grapple with inadequate infrastructure, overcrowded classrooms, and limited resources. Therefore, we commend the strides of our government through this budget, which aims to increase funding and support for all our learners especially those in quantiles 1 to 3. This is a tangible manifestation of our resolve to move beyond simply providing free access, but also to ensure that the quality of education in these schools is not merely adequate, but excellent. This increased investment is intended to build and expand on the democratic gains of the past 30 years, created by the ANC government, who seeks to target safer, more conducive learning environments, including proper sanitation, electricity, and functional classrooms, sufficient textbooks, learning materials, access to ICT and functional laboratories and libraries, enhanced professional development, ongoing training, and appropriate support for teachers operating in challenging environments. Beyond the classroom walls, the ANC-led government has recognized that access to education is multi-faced, often exceeding beyond fees alone. Two vital programs, the National School Nutrition Program and the School Transport Program, stand as beacons of our holistic approach to learner support. For countless children in our vast rural landscapes and sprawling informal settlements, the journey to school can be an exhausting ordeal. Long walks, often through dangerous terrain or across busy roads, in all weather conditions can deter attendance and exhaust a child before they even reach the classroom. The school transport program is a lifeline for these learners by providing safe and reliable transportation. We are directly addressing a critical barrier to access. Equality Transformative in the National School Nutrition Program, providing a nutritious meal daily to over 9 million learners, is not merely a handout. It's a fundamental intervention that directly impacts a child's ability to learn. For many of these children, this meal is the most substantial and nutritious they will receive all day long. We know that a hungry child cannot learn. The National School Nutrition Program combats malnutrition, improves concentration levels, boosts energy, and significantly enhances the overall attendance and academic performance. It is a powerful example of how social interventions can directly underpin educational outcomes, transforming hunger pains into learning gains. Niemand sal besef wat is dit om te leer as jy honger is nie. We must, as jy dit nie ge-experience het, Chairperson, we must continue to invest robustly in National School Nutrition Program, ensuring its quality, reach, and sustainability, because a well-nourished body is the foundation of a healthy mind. Honourable members, our legislative framework must continuously evolve to meet the demands of the transforming society. And in this regard, the Basic Education Laws Amendment Bill is a landmark piece of legislation, a true testament to our ongoing commitment to social justice and equitable educational system. While President Ramaphosa signed the bill into law, the full realization of its transformative potential hinges on one critical step, the swift relief of the accompanying regulations for the minister. Without these regulations, the Act cannot be fully implemented. They provide the necessary practical framework, the detailed guidelines, and the operational clarity required for provincial departments, schools, and communities to give effect to the law. Therefore, I make a strong and a direct call today. The time for discussions and consultations on the contested sections where due process have been followed, must now translate into decisive action. We urge the Minister to expedite the release of these regulations. Our learners cannot afford further delays. The full implementation of the Biala Act is a vital component of our journey towards an education system that is truly just, truly equitable, and truly serve the best interests of every child in South Africa. Finally, honorable members, we must profoundly increase our support for Second Chance Matric program. This program is more than just a second chance. It's a lifeline, a beacon of hope for young people who, for various reasons, did not succeed in their initial matriculation attempt. It provides a vital pathway to further education, skills development, and ultimately meaningful employment. We must commit to significantly increase funding, expanding the number of learning centers, improving access to quality study materials, recruiting and retaining qualified tutors, and providing the necessary psychosocial support to these determined young adults. As I conclude, Honourable Chairperson and fellow members, the basic education budget vote before us today is a testament to the GNU's commitment to building a nation where every child can realize their full potential. We have come a long way for the deeply discriminatory education system of the past, but the journey towards true social justice and redress is far from complete. Today we can realize a just, accessible, and transformative educational system. Honourable Chairperson, for the EFF delegates as well as the MKP, I just want to say you can't make demands if you reject a budget. Because you can't say, I have the money, or if you have the money, you must do this, but I don't support the budget. And for the National Department and Minister, as a delegate from the start, I have a problem with this thing. If there's an issue in terms of infrastructure or anything else in the provinces, the National Department is saying, no, it's the provincial departments. But now with the eradication of the bucket system, the 93%, now they are saying it's the National Department getting that 93%. Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Finis, for your input. Honourable Minister, you have heard the team basic education speaking in front of you. Will you please respond to their cries?
Thank you very much, House Chairperson, and also a very big thank you to the members of the NCOP. I must admit that I find the engagements here a lot more constructive than in other places in Parliament. And so I do thank you for the constructive feedback and engagement. It's also encouraging to see a wholesale endorsement, I think, of what the budget is about, the priorities that we've set as a seventh administration, and even the strategic reorientation that we've set ourselves to. It's also clear, members of the House, which members are more concerned about being part of the solution and which members are really just wanting to politicize the challenges of our education system. There comes a time, honorable members, in any country where leaders must abandon ideological narrow lagers and platitudes, roll up their sleeves and get stuck in. I can assure the members of the House that South Africans are less interested in our petty bickering in Parliament. They need their elected leaders to show empathy. They need their leaders to show dedication to the cause, and they need their leaders to work together to solve the issues that they face today. And if we can't rise to that occasion, I can promise each and every one of you that we will not come back here, because then we don't deserve to be here. We've been elected to serve. Let's do our jobs and do them diligently. Despite the insistence of some of the political ideologues, we will continue to serve with humility and diligently. The last honorable member spoke about the publishing of the BELA regulations. I think I did cover this in my speech, honorable member, to say that those regulations are going to be published within the next coming weeks. And we are committed to guiding not only the provinces, but schools and SGBs on the proper implementation of this piece of legislation. I do also find it rather disturbing that this piece of legislation, which is really meant to transform the sector, is often used to draw political fight and political infighting, even within the government. It's quite curious to me because I wonder at what time and at what point are we going to start to put the interests of the learners first instead of our own narrow political desires. The priorities we set a year ago are being delivered with great vigor, honorable members. And I think that it bears repeating that we want to expand access to ECD. We want to strengthen literacy and numeracy. We want to advance inclusive education. We want to enhance teacher training and school development. And we want to improve safety in our schools. Yes, honorable members, these are the priorities that we've set for the 7th administration. It does not mean that other things will not be prioritized. But if a government does not have the ability to prioritize what is important, what is doable, what is budgeted for, and what can be measured, then it risks not being able to achieve anything. So these are the priorities that we've set for the 7th administration. And I look forward to being able to report back to you as the years go by to be able to track exactly where we are. I'm pleased with the progress that we've made in just a year in delivering against these deliverables. And I want to say, we will always welcome the oversight. We will always welcome the critique, impatience with progress, and your demand for better. You wouldn't be doing your work if you were not demanding better from government. But let us not do so by politicizing what is clearly above the mudslinging realm. Thank you once again for your support of the Department of Basic Education budget of 2024-2026, and we commit to spending the people's money responsibly and ethically. And I think that's important, honorable members, and it bears repeating. We commit to spending the people's money responsibly and ethically. And whatever kind of corruption that may have existed in this department or in the provinces in the past will have to be a thing of the past. People of South Africa expect us to spend their money responsibly and ethically and make sure that we put their interests first. Thank you very much.
Thank you, honorable delegates. I would like to thank the Minister and the Deputy Minister of Basic Education for their participation in the debate. Also really appreciate your participation as the entire House, because you made this debate to be lively and you raised the issues of the children of South Africa first. We are highly appreciated. Continue doing that, as the Minister has appreciated that. Now we're going to have the swim swap of ministers now. Honorable Stan Jensen is in the House. You can come forward, sir, next to, and then the Honorable Deputy Minister also must come forward. Please take the seat there. Less affection, less affection. All right, honorable delegates, we now shall proceed to second order policy debate on budget vote number 29, Agriculture Appropriation Bill. I now call upon the Honorable J.A. Steenhuisen, the Minister of Agriculture, to open the debate. Over to you, sir.
Honourable Chairperson, members of the National Council of Provinces, honourable delegates from our provinces, MECs of agriculture present, colleagues and fellow South Africans. It is a profound honour to be able to be in this House to table the budget vote for the Department of Agriculture for the 2025-2026 financial year. While we presented this vote in the National Assembly earlier today, it is in this Council that we speak most directly to the real and urgent needs of our provinces, municipalities, and rural communities. This budget is not only about national priorities, but how we support a farmer in the Free State navigating drought, a veterinary clinic in Limpopo responding to an outbreak, or a food garden in the Eastern Cape feeding a school. This House is about delivery at the coalface. And today I reaffirm our commitment to an agriculture sector that is inclusive, competitive, resilient, and above all, locally responsive. Chairperson, South Africa's agriculture potential lies in our provinces. It resides in the citrus orchards of Limpopo and the Eastern Cape, in the maize fields of the Free State and Northwest, in the livestock corridors of the Northern Cape and KwaZulu-Natal, in the wine and fruit valleys of the Western Cape, and in the peri-urban farming belts of Gauteng and Mpumalanga and the fertile valleys of the Eastern Cape. But we also know that agricultural development is not evenly distributed. Infrastructure is decaying in rural municipalities, extension support is thin, input costs are high, and many small-scale farmers, particularly women and youth, as well as people with disabilities, still lack tenure, access to markets, and real support. This budget is designed to begin closing those gaps. The department's 2025-2026 budget is structured across 4 core programs. Firstly, administration, building a capable, ethical, and performance-driven department. Agricultural production, biosecurity, and natural resource management, which strengthens plant and animal health and improves climate resilience. Food security and farmer support, promoting household food production, nutrition, and targeted support. And economic development and trade and marketing, which focuses on expanding access to local and global markets and supporting inclusive growth. What matters most, however, is not what we spend, but what we deliver. And that depends on coordination across the different spheres of government. Let me highlight the 4 critical priorities that will require full provincial and local partnerships with the Department of Agriculture. Firstly, strengthening biosecurity at a district level. Biosecurity is now one of the 7 national priorities according to our annual performance plan, but it must be implemented provincially. The outbreaks of avian influenza and foot and mouth disease have taught us hard lessons. This year, we're deploying 50 animal technicians to assist in high-risk provinces. We're supporting vaccine rollout in KwaZulu-Natal, Gauteng, and Limpopo. We're strengthening provincial laboratories and border inspection posts. And we're enhancing disease surveillance through the National Biosecurity Hub in collaboration and partnership with the University of Pretoria. The second issue is food security and household resilience. Now, this is not just about production, it is about dignity. We're working with provinces to scale up school gardens, community food hubs, and home food units. Our 2024-2029 National Food and Nutrition Security Plan is being rolled out jointly with health, basic education, and social development. We're also promoting the cultivation of indigenous crops like amaranth and African leafy vegetables, because food sovereignty is also cultural sovereignty. Thirdly, we're working to revive farmer support and extension services. We will be aligning the 11 agricultural colleges with the national higher education system to turn them into centers of excellence. We believe that using our agricultural colleges as hubs of innovation, of partnership with sectoral bodies and industry players, as well as allowing them the freedom to be able to trade for their own accounts, will see those agricultural colleges turned into the hubs that they should be for the production of the farmers of tomorrow. Our internship program has already placed over 3,000 agricultural graduates, including in provincial departments. We've also just launched an extension week, which focuses on rebuilding technical support at farm gate level. In the last fortnight, we've held an extension week program where we rewarded those extension officers across the country and those agricultural support officers who've gone above and beyond the call of duty and have really got themselves involved in projects that have turned local communities into hubs of economic activity. Fourthly, market access and local infrastructure. Market access is not just a trade issue, it is a rural development issue. We're obviously finalizing a revamped market access strategy and expanding blended finance access for smallholders with dedicated youth and climate-smart funding windows. But roads, cold storages, local packhouses fall outside of our mandate alone. We need our provinces and municipalities to prioritize agri-logistics in their infrastructure plans. The economic future of rural towns depends on it. But it's not only rural towns. I was asked a question in the other house a few weeks ago about what efforts local government could be making to assist. And I indicated how important these cold storage and fresh produce markets are for our local producers in South Africa. They provide an excellent hub for the trading of nutritious and wonderful food, not only in our country, but also in our region. They are price setters. But sadly, the state of many of them has not been conducive to the growth in the sector. And obviously, we've been in contact with the mayors of those particular municipalities and are looking at working together in partnership to see how we can ensure that those fresh produce markets regain their status as the real nexus of agricultural productivity and sale, as well as providing an important market linkage to our small-scale producers, and I believe that that partnership will bear fruit. In terms of the fifth aspect is food security and household resilience. Obviously, we need to make sure that every single household in South Africa has access to good quality, nutritious food. Our report that we released last year, the National Food Security and Access to Food Security report, has provided us with a very important baseline, which now allows us to drill down to a district municipality level to determine where the highest incidences of food insecurity are. What this does is now allows government agencies, provinces and municipalities to focus their resources and attention in the hotspot areas where we're really struggling with food insecurity, childhood malnutrition, and various elements of stunting. None of us should rest easy until every child in this country goes to bed with a full stomach and parents are not foregoing meals so that their children can eat. The fourth area is governance and performance monitoring. No matter how well we plan, delivery happens where governance is strong. We're introducing a new ministerial oversight framework that will strengthen alignment with the Agriculture and Agro-Processing Master Plan, which remains the master plan for the agriculture sector. We're going to institute biannual performance and audit reviews across all entities that report into the department. And we're going to make sure that we enforce consequence management and ethical compliance. Institutions like the ARC, OBP, the NAMC, and the PPECB must deliver on their mandates, and this cannot be optional. We have seen the consequences firsthand when organizations and entities like the OBP, for instance, have been allowed to slip into an era of decay. And have stopped producing much of the needed vaccines that we require, including vaccines for foot and mouth, which we're now requiring to import from Botswana. In this regard, I'm very happy to indicate that the Agricultural Research Council is well underway with a foot and mouth vaccine for South Africa that will cover SAT 1, 2, and 3, and is now in the processes of scientific testing. If we can get this vaccine right, I believe that it opens up a huge potential for us to not only protect our own livestock industry, but to be able to export to the continent and other parts of the world. Chairperson, agriculture is not managed in Pretoria. It is grown in every province, town, and district of our country. The budget that we table today is not perfect. It's not perfect because we'd all like more money. We'd all like to be able to hire more people. We'd all like to ensure that extension officers are fully employed. However, the budget is purposeful. It lays the foundation for real delivery, local partnerships, and provincial impact. As I said in a previous debate, the future of agriculture will not only be for those who have access to land, but also to those who build new systems, scientists, vets, technicians, smallholders, and entrepreneurs. And there is so much to invite new entrants into the agriculture space, particularly young people. We have to move past this notion that agriculture is something where you end up with dirty hands and you spend your time planting. Agriculture is far more than that. It's economics, it's science, it's technology, it's drones, it's AI, and so many other new exciting industries that are going to transform agriculture, massively improve our yields, and ensure greater food security for our country. This is only going to be possible, however, if we're able to walk this journey together. It needs massive cooperation between provinces and national to face the challenges that all of us have and to ensure that we can make a difference. I fundamentally believe that agriculture is a sunrise industry in South Africa. I believe that its best days still lie ahead of it. And I believe passionately that if we do the things that we've set out in this budget to do, and that we do them well, and that we work together, agriculture will become the engine room of economic growth and jobs in South Africa. We've seen only in this first quarter how important agriculture is to our economy, leading the way amongst all the primary producers in this first quarter of GDP growth. And I want to say how fundamentally proud I am of the farmers and farm workers of this country, who get up every single morning to make sure that we are fed and to make sure that our economy grows and that they provide jobs. They are the envy of the world. And wherever I've traveled, in both the northern and southern hemisphere, our farmers and farm workers are respected and revered across the globe. Think about this for a second. Despite the fact that we are and our farmers compete against some of the most heavily subsidized agricultural systems in the world, they're still able to compete at an international level with products of impeccable quality and huge demand. And that is a huge tribute to all of them. I want to also thank the department for the incredible work that they do under very difficult circumstances to make sure that we can build a Department of Agriculture that is fit for purpose. And we are incredibly excited that this is the first budget that we are tabling for the Agriculture Department on its own since our separation from Land Reform and Rural Development. This means that for the first time in a long time, the agricultural sector will be getting the focused attention that it needs and will allow us as departments, as partners across the sector, to build an environment where agriculture can flourish and continue to provide jobs. I also want to use this opportunity, Chairperson, to pay tribute to our MECs in all of our provinces. It is an absolute pleasure to work with these dedicated men and women across the country, and to witness firsthand and on-site visits and out at various interactions with organized agriculture and visiting various projects to witness firsthand their passion for their provinces, but also for the agricultural sectors there. And it is a distinct honor to be able to work alongside these incredible people. I then also want to say thank you to organized agriculture in South Africa, to all of our organized agriculture institutions that represent farmers, from subsistence farmers all the way up to your mega farmers. Thank you. It is a huge pleasure to work alongside you as we create an environment that will enable agriculture to flourish going forward. Chairperson, it's time for us to walk this journey together, across provinces, across parties, and across generations. It gives me great pleasure to table the 25-26 budget vote for the Department of Agriculture before this House, and I look forward to listening to the insights that the honourable members of this House, as well as our MECs, have to offer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your input. And then the next speaker on the podium is Honorable M.G. Modise, the chairperson of the Select Committee. Over to you.
Chairperson of the session, Deputy Chairperson of the Council, Ministers, members of the Executive Council, present and on the platform, honorable members, all presiding officers, people of South Africa, Sanbonan. Chairperson, as a select committee, would like to take this opportunity to join President Ramaphosa in conveying our heartfelt condolences to the family of former President of South Africa, Comrade David Dafete Didi Mabuza, and we wish that his revolutionary soul rest in peace and rise in power. From the onset, Chairperson, I want to indicate to this House and the Ministry that the Democratic Alliance in the Select Committee meeting indicated when we were adopting the report that they are reserving their right to a minority view on the report. Also, Chairperson, a wise man once said, and I quote, "Life is not measured by fluent English, expensive branded clothes, or a very opulent lifestyle, but is measured by the number of faces that smiles when they hear your name." This select committee wants to be that which stakeholders of the department smiles when they hear our names. Honorable Pina, I want to assure you that we are going to present this report as it was presented and adopted in the select committee meeting, with no creative additions, no subtractions, no divisions, and no multiplications. With regards to the Onderpoort Biological Products Facility, the Minister acknowledged that because of fears of neglect and maladministration, the Institute has lost its accreditation to produce vaccine, hence forcing South Africa to import the very same vaccine it used to produce. He explained that the department has prioritized this facility and is currently busy giving it an overhaul in order to regain its former status and upgrade laboratory and production facility, which will be inspected by Aspen Pharmaceutical Company. The freezer dryer system has also been replaced, and when inspected and operational, the institution will once more be able to take this place in the global vaccine market and once again supply South Africa and others with vaccines. The minister agreed with the sentiments that the farming community is an aging community requiring innovation and young participants. He informed the community that he recently attended a colloquium with farm stakeholders to address the matter and see how best young farmers, not you, honorable farmer, but young farmers, can be attracted to study at colleges. He further stated that he's currently in consultation with the Minister of Higher Education to have these agricultural colleges accredited for the NSFAS funding. In responding to questions relating to high food prices, the minister stated that the president has authorized ministers to address the matter and see how best to address the situation. The Department of Agriculture did a full analysis on the food value chain, identifying friction points and the red tapes in the system. By identifying and fixing these friction points in the system, it immediately passed on this cost saving down the value chain, with the consumers benefiting from lower prices, and further added that the department investigating what other day-to-day products can have this price adjusted so that the customers can benefit. When responding to food security issues, the minister stated that the misconception exists that mega or commercial farmers are the only contributors to the GDP of South Africa. The minister emphasized that small-scale or emerging farmers play the same role as we witnessed during the COVID-19 pandemic. He reported that it was later realized that if it was not for small-scale or emerging farmers, South Africa could have possibly witnessed a food shortage, and that small communities in some instances, small towns, were kept alive by these farmers. The challenges right now, as he stated, was getting them linked to the value chain, which the department has now embarked on seeing how to assist them in growing, storing, transporting, and selling at the market. In return, he said the value chain produces more jobs. With regards to biosecurity, the minister admitted that the strategy will need to be a long-term one. The department is currently looking at how best to address foot and mouth disease by being realistic and admitting that it can never be completely eradicated, as the disease is endemic to animals for certain areas of the country. And the department wishes to adopt a strategy used in Brazil to modify so that it's able to suit our current climate conditions. This involves mass vaccination throughout the country, then pushing foot and mouth animals back to the endemic areas and monitor and control their movement. It was further stated, because we no longer produce vaccine containing the spread of foot and mouth disease, has affected our beef and has been put on the restriction list worldwide, despite it being one of the best beef in the world. The strategy is currently out for comment amongst various stakeholders to buy into the strategy. With regards to the message from farmers on the ground, a rapidly evolving technology, there are feelings of hope and optimism on the ground, with concerns about poor roads, inadequate policing, dilapidation of municipal infrastructure, poor export controls, and congestion, to name but few. Technology, on the other hand, is moving at a rapid pace, and legislation is needed in South Africa to keep up with climate resilience and modern farming techniques. Although agriculture is not subsidized, farmers in all sectors have managed to navigate all obstacles thus far. The department hopes to help small-scale farmers grow through the introduction of technology, such as introduction of the technology on the Act 36 application, making it streamlined and accessible. The minister agreed that hemp has a huge potential, especially in the Northern Cape, which is a coastal province, and that he would like to return to the committee and do a presentation on hemp and how the department is moving forward with the product. Sustainable land use management was another matter discussed, where the committee was informed that the department is currently surveying agricultural land with good soil and how to harvest it in a sustainable manner. The ministry indicated that the president had just passed Sustainable Land Act recently to mitigate years of destruction of agricultural land, and together with the department to promote good agricultural habits. The following are findings and recommendations from the committee. The committee expressed concern with the current biosecurity challenges facing the red meat industry, and in particular the country's struggle to contain multiple foot and mouth disease outbreaks over several years. The committee notes the department response, highlighting the endemic nature of the disease in South Africa, but also acknowledging the negative impact that the poor management of under the sport biological products on agricultural biosecurity. Chair, the time is gone here, and when it disappeared, it was on 10 minutes. The committee supports the department in its current efforts to effect turnaround strategies for vaccine production and the development of mass vaccination of livestock. The committee endeavors to monitor the progress of the intervention and offers its support to the department in terms of strengthening national, provincial, and local government communication and awareness efforts around vaccination programs that should assist the department. The community noted the department's positive position regarding the value of small-scale farmers in South Africa and the important roles of this produce plays in a rural food system. The committee does, however, continue to express its concern about lack of progress in terms of improving access to markets and dedicated support towards improving crops. It is recommended that in conjunction with the relevant NCOP committees and National Treasury, reconsider the financial implication, Honorable Ndlovu and Honorable Lekhwase. Reconsider the financial allocation made to the conditional grant support in these activities, as it is clear that the funding of smallholders, farmers, development, training, and market access is insufficient when you do appropriation for a number of beneficiaries requiring assistance. The committee notes with concern that the pace of hemp production expansion is not what it had hoped for, having been briefed on the department progress with promoting crops production for several years. The committee urges the department to increase its effort in this regard, Honorable Kapa. The committee expressed its concern about the limited number of opportunities available to women, youth, and people living with disability to enter the farming sector, especially considering the aging population in the country. The committee expressed its hope that the department achieves its goal in terms of a turnaround strategy on agricultural colleges and offers its support to the department through relevant NCOP structures. Honorable Bandenhorst, you are making noise, to champion the cause of increasing awareness of farming careers among women, youth, and people living with disability in the country should this assistance be required. Finally, the committee shares the department's optimism about the export opportunities for South African citrus and sentiments about the competitiveness of the South African producers on the international market. The committee wishes, however, to underline the fact that its oversight has revealed significant challenges, MEC Sambat, posed to the export market as a result of instability in the availability of electricity and its supply, including the bottlenecks at the ports. The committee recommends that the NCOP, through its relevant structures, remain focused on improving efficiency of the country's ports and improve the stability of electricity supply to rural agricultural centers. It is against this background, Chair, that as the committee we have made the commitment to the Minister and the Deputy Minister and their DG, that the select committee is not a ho-ho to them, and that they must never feel scared to contact the committee at any given day, as we want to work with them for the benefit of the people of South Africa. Ours is not about political chip scoring points, but to ensure that at the end of the day, the people of South Africa benefits from what government wants to do for them. And therefore, Chair, as the select committee, we support this budget without any hesitation. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Modise. Honorable delegates, I am aware that this has been a long session. We started at 2 o'clock and it's still going to go on a bit longer. So while I was out, I went and prepared some refreshments for you. Out that door, there's some sandwiches and tea and coffee and so on. So whenever you feel like it, please step out, but not in large numbers. Let's not deplete the house, but do feel free to do that. Honorable members, our next person to the podium will be the Honorable Pinar. Honorable Pinar, you have 8 minutes.
Honourable Chairperson, Agbare Minister, Honourable Members of Parliament and the NCOP, and most importantly, my fellow South Africans. Tsobela, good day, goeiedag. Chairperson, I must commend my Chairperson of the Select Committee, Honourable Modise. His report on the Select Committee was free from any political ideology. The first one I've heard yet. Chairperson, from the onset, it must be stated that agriculture contributes nearly 3% to South Africa's GDP, but when considered the entire value chain, that figure rises to almost 12%. Equally important, the sector accounts for approximately 10% of formal employment in the country. It is both fitting and encouraging that agriculture now functions as a standalone department under the leadership of Minister Steenhuisen. We are already seeing the green shoots of what is possible. In fact, agriculture was the biggest contributor to GDP growth in the first quarter of this year, growing by more than 15%. This demonstrates the power of focused leadership and a sector that, if well supported, can anchor South Africa's recovery. According to Stats SA, without the boost from agriculture, GDP would have contracted by 0.3%. As indicated by Honourable Modise, we as members of the Select Committee scrutinised the annual performance plan and the department's budget into the late hours of the night. Several key priorities stood out, none more so than the proposed investment in young and emerging farmers. Chairperson, it is deeply concerning that the average age of a South African farmer is 62 years old. These farmers currently sustain a large portion of our food security. Within the APP, however, we now see seeds being planted literally and figuratively for the next generation of farmers. This plan goes beyond the distribution of tractors and bags of feed. It recognizes that market access is the true barrier for many small-scale farmers. They can grow food, yes, but without integration into the broader value chain, their efforts cannot translate into economic growth and food security. Connecting farmers to the market and to each other and to the community is key. Risks do remain, biosecurity chief among them. Food and mouth disease continues to pose a serious threat, but recent progress has been encouraging. The importation of hundreds of thousands of vaccines from Botswana has helped stem the tide. Encouragingly, these imports are only temporarily, as the Minister has already begun work to ensure domestic vaccine production resumes at Onderstepoort, marking a major step in securing long-term biosecurity. As the Minister rightly pointed out, as South Africa, we will never be entirely free of foot and mouth disease due to transmission from buffalo in many of our game reserves, but with proper management and cooperation from all agriculture stakeholders, we can protect our export markets and keep the sector secure. For too long, the vaccine program and biosecurity infrastructure were neglected, but as the DA, we welcome the current direction and the promise it holds for the sector. Another highlight of the department is its plan to reduce dependency on external contractors. For years, contractors have bled the public sector dry, often delivering substantial services at inflated costs. We are pleased to see a commitment to utilizing in-house government skills and resources. This is long overdue. Chairperson, we must remember, a plan is only as strong as its implementation. Budgets can be balanced and policies well written, but they mean little if officials responsible for execution are not held to account. What gives me real hope, however, is the Minister's consistent engagement with farmers and farm workers on the ground every week. There is no substitute for listening directly to those who live in this sector daily. Ask a biologist about maize meal, and they will tell you about the ideal growing conditions. Ask them to plant maize meal for a nation, and they will likely fail. Ask an economist how to grow the sector, you will see figures, forecasts, and models. But speak to a farmer, and you'll get the lived wisdom of generations. And it is this wisdom that must inform our way forward in obtaining food security. Chairperson, farmers remain concerned, and justifiably so. Fluctuating commodity prices, unpredictable weather patterns, farm murders, rural safety, and the spectre of unconstitutional land expropriation without compensation all cast a long shadow. But hope remains. And with this department's new direction, there is cause for optimism. As the Democratic Alliance and as a public, and we will push for an agriculture sector that is sustainable, inclusive, and secure. And in closing, Chairperson, we support this minister and we support his budget. I thank you. Siyabonga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Pinar. The next person to participate in this debate is the Honorable Madopa Mtetwa, the MEC for Agriculture in KwaZulu-Natal, and I'm told that she's on the virtual platform.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Minister of Agriculture, Deputy Minister of Agriculture, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen. The Department of Agriculture is seized with matters of ensuring adequate food security for all South Africans. In our province, particularly KwaZulu-Natal, we are contributing to this goal as well as in our quest to address poverty and hunger. We are determined, together with the Minister and all stakeholders, to ensure that we leave no one behind as we seek to end hunger in our province. To achieve the goals we have set for ourselves, as outlined by the Minister in the budget speech, we are committed to supporting younger people who are in the agricultural sector, empowering women and persons with disability, supporting the development of subsistence, smallholder and commercial producers, and providing ongoing training and mentorship of smallholder producers. Sector transformation is imperative. In this case, we acknowledge that communal farmers in rural areas still face greater difficulty in accessing support to grow in the sector. They are still on the primary production in the value chain. We are looking at implementing solutions to help them bring closer to development. We have noted with some concern the issue of aging farmers in the sector. And this is why in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, we are developing the young farmers who are in our colleges in mentorship program, and that is so important. In our province, we are using the Inkosi Owens Tollens Dara College of Agriculture for training of students and farmers. We have also developed seed multiplication program in our research station in an attempt to reduce budget on acquisition of seeds and instead using our own facility to produce seeds. Addressing the Black Business Council in June 2025, the Minister of Agriculture, Mr. John Stayzen, declared that, I open quote, one of the central communities of the commitment of the Department of Agriculture over the next 5 years is to substantially increase the share of Black producers in South Africa's total agricultural output from 8% currently to at least 20%. This is not just a policy statement. It is a targeted outcome that informs how we allocate resources, structure partnership, and measure the impact of public programs. When South Africa released the first quarter economic performance, they indicated that the GDP expanded by a small margin of 0.1, and this was attributed to agricultural industry's contribution. While South Africa is looking for bigger economic growth margins, it is encouraging to note that this industry is helping the national economy. It thus falls upon us to increase our effort to support more farmers and industry partners. The minister has indicated in his public engagement that, I quote, our food system are under pressure from disease, from drought, from geopolitical shocks and from a changing climate. It has become even more evident for all of us in the sector that we need additional attention to the issue of biosecurity and disease management, given the impact that disease outbreak on economies such as ours in KZN. We therefore welcome the proposed establishment of the Biosecurity Council by the department as communicated today. This is going to help a lot, especially in our province. Our province has intensified effort to manage the foot and mouth disease outbreak. We have ensured provision of additional vaccine to cover a wide area. We are also conducting additional disease surveillance in other parts of the province, working with the national department. We encourage farmers and industry leaders in the sector in KwaZulu-Natal province and across the country to embrace the changes needed to protect this important sector. Every year, the departments provide financial and production support to farmers through the conditional grants and voted funds. We are now focusing on ensuring that the farmers we support, especially black small farmers, smallholder farmers, with accessing new markets for their produce. This will empower them and ensure their improved participation in the mainstream agricultural economy. State SA recently released the agricultural industry report that looked at the financial, production, employment, and relation information for the commercial agricultural industry in South Africa. This report highlighted that 491 billion was generated from the industry and livestock, and the industry more money with 186 billion generated. Other significant contributors were mixed farming, which is crop and livestock, which were given 115 billion, horticulture 103 billion, and field crop, which was given 74 billion. These results should serve as a push for additional investment to the agricultural sector because it holds significant job creation prospects, even among the lesser skilled members of the population. The Department of Agriculture may no longer reside in the same ministry with the Land Reform and Rural Development. However, we still must maintain strong ties among these two interrelated areas to ensure that we don't lose focus on what had already been planned and committed. We also believe there are programs where we could help each other out when it comes to funding. As a result, cooperative agreement between the two departments and how they interface at provincial level needed to be explored. We have done that in KwaZulu-Natal and we're seeing positive result of engaging the Department of Land Affairs and Rural Development. The department is looking for greater cooperation with the National Department of Water and Sanitation to strengthen its drive to transform the water sector for agricultural development. Since water rights licenses are part of the condition of funding, it is important that there are no undue delays on the issuance of the licenses and authorization. We understand that the new entrants into the sector may face compliance challenges, but with greater awareness creation, we can improve in this area. As we stand here today, we are fully aware that our industry is faced by several challenges that include access to land, access to funding, securing markets, technological adaptation, and economic pathway to livelihood survival. However, the budget vote presented here by the minister brings hope that we're moving in the right direction to resolve these issues. I, therefore, on behalf of KZN, say we agree and we're supporting the budget that was tabled today. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Madlopa Mtetwa. The next Honourable Member is Honourable MEC from the Eastern Cape. Honourable Kontiswe, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you so much, Honourable Chair. Good afternoon, good evening to you, Honourable Chair and Deputy Chair of the NCOP, the Deputy Minister and the Minister of Agriculture, the Chief Whip of NCOP, permanent delegates and distinguished guests, and the media. Chairperson and honorable delegates, the Eastern Cape stands at a pivotal moment in reshaping its rural economy through agriculture. The agriculture sector in the province has been identified as the mainstay and as one of the economic growth frontiers to address the seventh term government priorities: inclusive growth, job creation, reducing poverty, and tackling high cost of living. We are reawakening the sleeping giant of South Africa's agricultural scene, offering the country with special opportunity for broad-based growth in agriculture that will ensure that widely shared income and employment benefits. The agricultural and agro-processing master plan's emphasis on inclusive growth and growing agriculture sector is fully supported by the provincial priority programs. The Eastern Cape, therefore, has to focus on our 5 priorities, which includes the first and foremost priority is improving food security. The high cost of living and unemployment are major drivers to household food insecurity. The recent report of the National Food and Nutrition Surveys showed that 20% of households in the province are severely food insecure. During the tabling of the budget speech, the Eastern Cape Legislature, I said that ngokungakhuseleki okumandla kokutya kunye nokungondleki kweli phondo lethu ngeli licala elizwe loMzantsi Afrika lelona xesha libalulekileyo kuthi. This led to a clarion call, calling and urging citizens to alleviate food insecurity from a household issue to a shared community responsibility. This was saying communities must then come together in fighting household food insecurity through the old age tradition of ilima lokulima. This is where the Eastern Cape is implementing the household food production program in partnership with traditional authorities, community developers, NGOs, and other interested organizations. This includes training startup packs and linking community producers with feeding schemes and school nutrition programs. This program is targeting communities through household producing in food surplus household needs, and those can supply communities with food in more affordable price. The second priority is partnership for growth. The province, the home of legends, the Eastern Cape, commercialization approach is anchored in partnership that are to ensure that communal and land reform lands are productive in the province. The partnership success has been demonstrated in increase in grain production in the rural areas. These grain partnerships have led to various spin-offs where the Ntendane, where there's a partner of Foodpole, developed a commercial grain banker to market communal produced grains, which is yellow maize and soya beans, in the OR Tambo and Crescent district. Small to medium enterprises have managed to develop mechanizations capacity through these partnerships with Ukanyo Farmer Development and Dalasile Agripark, respectively. The province has forged strong ties with the commercial sector, evident in the inclusion of Agri Eastern Cape CEO Mr. McMara, a member of the Premier's Investment Council. The Eastern Cape has partnership agreements with wool organizations, Cape Wools SA and Eastern Cape Communal Wool Growers Associations. These partnerships are critical for value chain integration, access to inputs, and improving smallholder competitiveness. Further, from industry, the Eastern Cape is extending the partnership with the developed finance institutions. Thereby, first agreement has been signed with Land Bank and Agricultural Bank of South Africa to develop funding tools to support smallholder and rural farmers. The Eastern Cape is further engaging the private sector to ensure that production is guided and supported with market access, use of latest production technologies, and access to development funding. On biosecurity. Biosecurity is everybody's responsibility. The provinces over the period has not been spared in the scourge of the outbreaks of trade-sensitive diseases, both in animal and plants. The diseases always affect high-value commodities, not to be accepted by international markets. The current threat in the cloven animal, that is foot and mouth disease. The province had outbreaks in 2 municipalities. These diseases were declared in Sarapatman and partly of Buffalo City. To date, I am happy to hear that the National Department of Agriculture confirmed that foot and mouth outbreaks in the 2 DMAs in the Eastern Cape and Limpopo have now been successfully contained. The lifting of movement restrictions in these regions follows extension vaccination campaigns and serological surveillance, and no new cases reported in the recent months. We must be happy for that. The Eastern Cape has led in ensuring that control of the FMD requires various stakeholders and commends commitment shown by the communities, farmers, and farmer organizations such as Agri-Eastern Cape, the milk producers organizations, and the National Wool Growers Associations, the African Farmers Association of South Africa, as well the district and local municipalities, particularly the Kocha municipality. The province applauds the joint efforts that led to successful containment of the FMD, especially the swift collaboration across veterinary services, municipalities, and producer organizations. This demonstrates the importance of community-led surveillance and rapid response mechanisms, swift responses that will lead to National Department of Agriculture. The other priority is providing effective support for farmers to ensure inclusive, viable, sustainable, and profitable farming operations. The Premier of the province, Eastern Cape, has directed the province to commercialize 100 farms to about 10,000 hectares of irrigated land that will be optimized to ensure increased consumption of locally produced food and localization of value chains through agro-processing and marketing. In this age of climate change, it is no longer possible to develop agriculture only under a rainfall system because of the climate change. Development and revitalization irrigation schemes are an integral part of growing and inclusive and sustainable agricultural sector in the province. The 10,000 hectares of irrigated land is in the old irrigation schemes, currently in hands of rural communities. The Department of Water and Sanitation has initiated revitalization of bulk infrastructure in Noga, Krisani, Pamata, and Case Kamauku, covering about 7,000 hectares, while the province is developing detailed of proposals with Infrastructure South Africa and the World Bank to unlock further funding. The dilapidation of the unfilled irrigation production infrastructure required agro-processing infrastructure and access routes needs special investment from the government funding tools. The province is working with Infrastructure South Africa and World Bank to develop infrastructure funding proposals and business plans. This support is aligned to our goal of transitioning emerging farmers into viable agribusiness with youth and women in the center. So we want the emerging farmers to at least graduate now to be commercial farmers. The 100 Farms commercialization program is targeting land reform farms and privately acquired farms by Black farmers. This program is focusing to improve business compliance, which is business plans, registration, SA gap, record keeping for access to funding, production, infrastructure, mechanization, equipment, and machinery, and access to markets. The program entry will focus on training and recognizing farmers as business people and transforming the farmer typology from old man-dominated sector to youth and women-accepting sector. This is transformation. The agriculture growth will be supported through increased grain and oil seeds, red meat, poultry, citrus, deciduous fruit, and animal fiber chain development. These commodities will be grown in communal and smallholder farmers through aggregation approaches, either the land production where intentions is to achieve scale production and competitiveness.
Thank you very much,
of farm.
Honorable MEC. Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next honorable member to speak on this debate is the Honorable Vandenberg, who has 5 minutes.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, members of the House, and fellow South Africans, ek groet u op hierdie koue Kaapse aand. As we rise to debate the 2025-26 budget allocation for the Department of Agriculture, a sector critical to our nation's food security, economic stability, and rural prosperity, we realize that agriculture is the backbone of South Africa, sustaining millions of livelihoods across diverse farming activities. This proposed budget must address modern challenges like navigating through export tariffs and trade agreements, international market shifts, threats like animal and plant diseases, as well as traceability of products for biosecurity and export. Due to the scale and diverse nature of the agricultural sector, the Department of Agriculture will have to actively network and collaborate with role players and other departments. We need to see open and clear agricultural support from national and provincial level towards partnerships with NGOs and agri-role players like RMIS, RPO, NARPO, SAI, TLU, Agri-SA, poultry growers, and many more. From our perspective, this budget must prioritize practical, sustainable solutions that empower all farmers, protect productive land, and ensures food security for generations to come. South Africa's agricultural sector is a tapestry of commercial giants, smallholder enterprises, subsistence farmers, and emerging industries like hemp and beekeeping. The Freedom Front Plus demands a budget that supports this diversity while also addressing systematic inefficiencies without discrimination against white and other minority groups. Lessons from the past have value and should be embraced. The Hartswater Vallei, Hartsvallei, Boegoeberg, and Klein Willem irrigation small farm projects are excellent examples where a new farmer could start small and build himself up as he progresses in an agriculturally focused area with good service suppliers and clear, supportive markets. There are still more areas along our rivers that can be developed in the same way, and this should be considered. Commercial agriculture should be supported as it drives exports, jobs, and economic growth, yet it faces rising costs, politics, and climate pressures. We call for agricultural research into drought-resistant crops and livestock breeds. We call for more support towards rural infrastructure. Rural farmers are crippled by inadequate infrastructure, poor roads, expensive electricity, and limited water access. Water scarcity and quality threatens agriculture. We need joint projects to rehabilitate sewage systems, protecting farmers from upstream mismanagement. We are alarmed by the department's inefficiencies, such as a dysfunctional onderstepoort and lack of veterinarians. Also, the National Agricultural Marketing Council. Chair, a small farmer farms and cannot be a marketing specialist too. Let us look at municipal and provincial markets to improve market access. We are also concerned by the heavy cost premium paid by this department towards BEE mandated markups on tenders, as this weakens our country and leads to the benefit of only a few elites. In conclusion, Honourable Speaker, the Freedom Front Plus supports a budget when it empowers farmers, protects productive land, and ensures food security through practical solutions. Let us build a future where our farmers, commercial, smallholder, and emerging can be safe in their house and on the fields, protected from harm, and stand tall as stewards of our land and guardians of our prosperity. Then, Chairperson, I would also like to thank our 3 Afrikaner leaders for their recent visit to America and their efforts to save the country from poor decisions and bad friendships in the past.
Thank you very much, Honorable van den Berg. The next honorable member to participate in this debate is Honorable Masipa from the Western Cape.
As Chairperson, Minister Steenhuisen, honorable members, South Africans at large, we debate this agriculture budget vote today while the country is grappling with some of the most basic elements of governance. An inability to fund basic service delivery, delayed and inadequate response to disasters, and the continued unfair allocation of equitable share to the Western Cape. These are foundational issues, the kind that first-year governance students should understand. The Government of National Unity has inherited the failures to meet even this threshold. National government should serve as a model to provinces and municipalities on how governance should be done. This morning, we woke up to the alarming news that South Africa, along other countries, has received letters regarding increased tariffs on export to the United States of America. This development is a serious blow to the Western Cape economy and South Africa as a whole. Let us be clear. The Western Cape works because we get the basics right. We partner with global stakeholders to find common solutions to shared challenges. We engage proactively with international partners and the diplomatic corps, not only to safeguard the African Growth and Opportunity Act, AGOA, but also to expand our export footprint as outlined in the Growth for Jobs strategy. This approach directly supports our farmers, farm workers, and the agri-exporters. This is what it truly means to be stronger together, a slogan the ANC frequently recites, yet rarely demonstrates in practice. Here is why this matters. The Western Cape contributes over 50% of South Africa's primary agricultural export, thanks to AGOA, a critical access to US market, particularly for our citrus industry. Any disruption to this trade relation will cost jobs, devastate the livelihoods of thousands of farm workers, and cripple rural economies across the country. The Democratic Alliance does not object to the President exercising his constitutional authority to sign bills into law. But when those decisions are shaped by ANC factional politics rather than the best interests of the country and result in the erosion of essential agricultural trade partnerships, they represent not only poor governance, but a betrayal to our Constitution and South Africa's economic future. Section 27 of our Constitution enshrines the right to access healthcare, food, water, and social security. These rights are fundamentally linked to agriculture. Farmers are at the center of food security, not just by putting food on our tables, but also by employing thousands of South Africans across the agricultural value chain. Yet, while farmers are trying to grow their economy, they are being forced to do so in an environment where criminals operate with impunity, infrastructure collapse, and government policies are often more concerned with political control than economic impact. The findings of Zondo Commission gave South Africans a front row seat to the destruction of the state capacity. Many of those implicated remain in the benches of some of the ANC today. The DA raised legitimate concerns about the so-called Transformation Fund, a mechanism more interested in feeding ANC-aligned elites than empowering real emerging farmers. House Chair, we cannot in good conscience fail to raise the ongoing concerns where the political priorities of the ANC consistently take precedence over the pressing needs of the agricultural sector and the millions who depend on it. South Africa deserves a government that values results over rhetoric and action over slogans.
Honorable Masipa, please take your seat. Honorable Farmer, on what rule are you standing?
Just want to know the members
on
make
what
a
rule are
question
you
on the
standing?
DA's
On what rule are you standing? Sorry, you're out of order, Honorable Farmer. Please take your seat. Continue, Honorable Masipa.
Thank you, Chairperson. The Democratic Alliance remains deeply concerned that the Western Cape continues to be shortchanged in terms of its equitable share from the National Treasury. The current budget formula, based on the original 1996 constitutional framework, does not reflect present-day realities, particularly the significant in-migration to the Western Cape, which has placed increased strain on infrastructure, especially roads and underground systems. It is time for a recalibration of this formula to align with the demographic shifts and service delivery responsibilities. We have also had ongoing frustration around the lack of network coverages in the rural areas, which severely hampers not only farmers but also South African police services in combating rural crimes. We therefore welcome the efforts of Minister Malatsi in facilitating the entry of players like Starlink into the South African market. However, it is clear from the ANC's rigid BEE requirements are obstructing progress in this regard, hindering innovation, limiting connectivity, and compromising rural development. Fortunately, under the Government of National Unity, we now have DA federal leader serving as a minister, standing firmly with our farmers, farm workers, and every South African who values food security, job creation, and rural advancement above narrow political interest. While the Democratic Alliance supports this budget, Minister, we must bring urgent matters to your attention, especially those raised during our deliberation of Division of Revenue Bill process. We request that you urgently engage National Treasury Minister to address the challenges related to the comprehensive agricultural support program.
Could you please take your seat? Honorable Kaunda, on what rule are you standing?
Yeah. Let me apologize in advance. I'm rising on Rule 61B. Let me apologize in advance that I'm from KZN and I may not pronounce honorable member's surname properly. But Honorable Masipa, it's on B. On B, the honorable member is deliberately making a statement which is false in this House when he suggests that the transformation fund is designated for few individuals to eat. I submit, Chair.
All right, thank you very much, Honorable Kaunda. We will look into that. But in the meantime, we'll allow the honorable member to continue.
As Chair, around 2017-2018, CASP was moved from Schedule 4 to Schedule 5 of the PFMA, placing full control in the hands of National Department. This shift has unfortunately led to serious implementation delays. Funds often reach the provinces and therefore the farmers too late in the cycle, sometimes contributing to the liquidation of black emerging farmers. Emerging farmers cannot thrive in an environment of uncertainty. The delays undermine transformation, job creation, and the sustainability of black-owned agricultural enterprise. In contrast, the Land Bank has devolved its credit decision-making to provincial level, recognizing the importance of provincial insight and agility. A similar approach is needed for CASP, allowing provinces to align disbursement with blended finance mechanisms supported by the Land Bank and other commercial banks. Without predictability, provinces are unable to issue financial undertakings, leaving emerging farmers stranded in the application process for blended finance. This is something that must change if we are serious about real transformation and rural economic growth. Finally, it will be remiss of me not to commend Minister John Steenhuisen for progress made in unlocking export markets since assuming office. If the House was allowing, I was going to ask you to clap hands for him. The Democratic Alliance also welcomes the minister's whole sector approach to controlling foot and mouth disease. In 3 months, the DMA provisions in Limpopo and Eastern Cape has been lifted, particularly to assist farmers to continue with their business. But, Minister, I would also like to urge that we need some law enforcement to help preventing the illegal movement of livestock from FMD infected zone to clean areas. We further welcome the recent success in securing access to Chinese market for South Africa's livestock and animal products, an important milestone in boosting agricultural export, rural development, and job creation, and understanding that livestock contribute over 50% or almost 50% of the GDP in agriculture. House Chairperson, if we are to break the cycle of poverty, unemployment, and economic stagnation, then we must invest boldly in the sectors that are already showing promises. That is exactly what the Democratic Alliance is doing in the Western Cape, where our growth for job strategy is targeting high growth industries like agriculture, agri-tech, and agri-processing to create sustainable jobs, especially in rural communities. Through investment, innovation, and infrastructure, we are building the economy that works for all, not for the few that farmers represent. The Western Cape should not be punished for its success, it should be emulated. If national government is serious about growth, then it must look to how the DA governs for inspiration. In our current economic crisis, there should only be one priority: growth and jobs, which the GNU ministers of the DA are pushing. That is the DA's mission, and that is how we will secure a better future for every South Africa in 2029 when we take over as a government of South Africa. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Masipa. The next honorable member to speak is Honorable Nodada. And Honorable Nodada, you have 12 minutes.
Honorable Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister, Honorable MECs on the platform, permanent delegates and special delegates, departmental delegation, distinguished guests, fellow South African, I greet you all. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, allow me to speak on budget vote number 29 for 2025-26 as tabled by the Honorable Minister and Chairperson, eyeing with particular interest the creation of jobs and opportunities for our youth. The 7th Administration's Medium-Term Development Plan 2024-29 underlines that driving inclusive growth and employment for young people is a national imperative. Agriculture is a sector of enormous potential to absorb young workers in fields like agro-processing, logistics, and in green economy, while on the other hand, bolstering food security. This budget should therefore be leveraged to empower the next generation of farmers and agripreneurs. Honorable members, before me, there was an honorable member who was standing here who did not debate at all on the vote, but only was obsessed with the ANC. He only took 2% of the vote by the minister. Honorable members, note that vote 29 has set aside funding for youth agricultural skills and enterprise development. This is not new, members of this House, in this term. The Rural Youth Service Corps, for example, has already had this ambitious target in 2023-24, and it recruited 4.5 youth and aims for about 1.5 per year thereafter, with some fluctuations, of course. The Corps members are placed on farms and agribusiness so that they gain training in production, animal care, marketing, and more. This is a good program which we wish to see the department pushing to scale up, that the stipend and outreach can increase and more unemployed youth in the rural areas can join. Honorable House Chair, the considerable allocated funds to build agricultural colleges to extend training is welcome. The ENE shows that within food security program, about 0.7% of spending is on training and development. This includes short courses in climate smart agriculture, agro-processing, and farm management. We support these efforts and will advocate that more of its share to go to bursaries and apprenticeship schemes for rural youth. In this way, young person can learn to operate tractors, manage irrigation schemes, or process fruits. I mean, skills that make them employable on model farms or in startup food enterprises. Supporting youth farmers and entrepreneurs requires cutting red tape, as have mentioned before, and facilitating access to land and finance. The Strategic Plan 2025-2030 clearly states that the drive for inclusive growth in agriculture sector emphasizes the importance of empowering women, youth, and vulnerable groups. This means breaking down barriers such as prohibitive capital requirements or lack of title deeds. Here, the Black Industrialists and Agri-BEE funding schemes must be agile. For example, fast-track loans, youth cooperatives, as the estimate of national expenditure notes in agribusiness sub-program. Honorable members, the department has begun reconfiguring blending funds and extension services to better suit smallholders, many of whom are young. The department must ensure that this continues. For instance, a newly qualified farmer should find it easier to secure Mafisa support or join a funded township farming hub than in the past. Honorable House Chair, the department must leverage the Presidential Employment Stimulus and Agro-Processing Master Plan to generate jobs for youth. Already 750 million has been allocated for a presidential NARISEC-style rural youth employment scheme. This must be deployed quickly, Honorable Minister and Honorable Deputy Minister, by creating 10,000 new jobs, for example, in large-scale land reform projects where youth receive on-job training. At the same time, implementation of agricultural master plan must emphasize labor-intensive value chains that can absorb young hands. Also, there must be honesty about limits in this regard. The total vote 29 budget allocation is 17.371 billion, an increase to be shared across the large sector and all provinces. We acknowledge that it may fall short, but we urge that the department work on what it has at hand without crying for shortages. On youth programs, our youth programs must therefore be strategically targeted. Eastern Cape and Free State have already ring-fenced portions of their grants to youth in farming. This is highly applauded. Though we call for standardized youth quotas to ensure that young people and not that it benefits young people and not actually the old people that would be recruited. The department is encouraged to find innovative solutions like partnership with NGO training centers or with land bank to able to meet its target. The strategic plan declares its vision of an agricultural sector where women, youth, and vulnerable groups actively participate. That is what we would like to see implemented. As I conclude, Honorable House Chair, as the ANC, we want to emphasize that food security and transformation will only be realized when investment is made to youth, the future of the country. By grooming them now, the skilled labor force of South Africa is created. Affirming women and youth and vulnerable groups is in the foreword of the Presidential Medium-Term Development Program and must be carried out. ANC supports the budget vote. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Langisa Nodada. The next person to participate in this debate is Honorable Rockman, the MEC for Agriculture and Rural Development from the Free State. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good evening, Honourable Minister, Deputy Minister, and honourable members. We appreciate the opportunity to contribute to the debate tonight. The Crop Estimate Committee's March 2025 and final winter 2024 estimates confirm that the Free State remains the agricultural backbone of South Africa. We are one of the most productive crop-growing provinces as the country's #1 producer of white maize at 52%, sunflower at 51.5%, and soybeans at 47.3%. The Free State is also the leading groundnut producer at 47% and second in sorghum at 32.6% and dry beans at 33.2%. We also play a leading role in the livestock sector, especially with cattle and sheep farming. We account for approximately 20.3% of the national sheep herd and about 16% of the national cattle herd. Our heavyweight in grains and livestock means that our fortunes greatly influence South Africa's food security and commodity exports. But this dominance also means that climate shocks in the Free State like droughts and flood have outsized economic impact. So diversifying and adding value to this production is critical for resilience and growth. On food security, Honourable Chairperson, despite the performance of our agriculture sector, the Free State still experiences unacceptable high levels of food insecurity. Statistics of the most recent National Food Security Survey indicates that only 36% of people in the Free State is food secure, while 68.4% are vulnerable to food insecurity, with 21.6% severely food insecure. Contributing to the implementation of the National Food and Nutrition Security Plan, we are establishing and maintaining anchor food security projects in every district of our province. Some of these include AFASA's 23 series program with approximately 500 beneficiaries in Kwakwa, in the Thaba-Mfutsanyani district, and the Eden Community Development Initiative with about 12 participating cooperatives in Edenville in the Fizili Derby district. In addition, we collaborate with our provincial departments of Education, Health and Social Development to establish food gardens at schools, clinics, hospitals, as well as CNDCs. We have already heard of the cautious optimism that the agriculture sector is showing signs of recovery based on the Q4 2024 and the first quarter of 2025 statistics. And we have taken note of the most recent developments regarding the imposition of the 30% trade tariff by the USA and our Honourable President's response thereto. We have to stand still and reflect on veterinary services and particularly foot and mouth disease in the country. Our recovery of the agricultural sector is uneven and constrained as a result of these challenges that we face. And the Free State is particularly vulnerable to the outbreak of foot and mouth and other animal disease, as it is surrounded by almost all other provinces. We support the Honourable Minister's recent statements regarding the need for a sustainable, nationally coordinated FMD vaccination program and a traceability system that meets international traceability standards, that is digital, decentralized, and inclusive. We remain supportive of provinces that are still grappling to bring active foot and mouth disease under control. We continuously monitor the management of the FMD outbreak in surrounding provinces and its potential impact on the Free State. Our chief state veterinarians, supported by animal health technicians, are located in areas most vulnerable to the spread of foot and mouth along the Gauteng and KwaZulu-Natal borders. We have initiated a wide range of actions to ensure appropriate biosecurity measures are implemented and maintained, and this includes specific focus on auction houses and speculators. The determination and commitment of the Eastern Cape and Limpopo provinces have yielded positive results, as both provinces have now successfully contained the spread of foot and mouth disease. The critical role of veterinary services rendered by provincial departments cannot be overemphasized. During May, our provincial veterinary laboratory in Kroonstad obtained full SANAS accreditation for the testing of bovine brucellosis, and this achievement comes after 10 years of hard work and commitment to retain our accreditation. And this will, of course, enable us to assist our farmers to prevent huge economic losses, whilst also benefiting the public, increasing the confidence in the safety of our meat and dairy products. Our provincial veterinary services continue to render invaluable services to our stakeholders, with our 9 provincial primary animal health care facilities, assisting over 14,000 clients and issuing over 10,000 export permits, amounting to in excess of 1.5 billion during the 24-25 financial year. But let us be clear that there is a dire need for a specific financial injection into veterinary services in the public agriculture sector. And that is, we require new funding, new money, not a restructuring and reshuffling of money within existing grants. National Treasury's 30 May 2025 presentation, entitled Government's Response to the May 2025 Parliamentary Fiscal Framework Hearings, reflects on additional funding for frontline workers since the 2022 MTF. In essence, it reflects that mainly the education, health and security cluster received additional funding in the 2022 and 2023 MTF periods, and this pattern repeats itself in the 2025 MTF. One must argue that frontline services are not the exclusive domain of the SHE departments. Given the critical role that veterinary services play with regard to food security and biosecurity, there is a compelling argument that additional funding should be allocated to enable an increase in the human resource capacity in veterinary services across the country. At the start of the 7th administration, we implemented a youth outreach strategy through our Youth in Agriculture dialogues, and in the space of 2 or 3 months, we reached over 1,400 young people in agriculture in all our districts. And this culminated in a Youth in Agriculture Summit that took place at the end of March 2025. The Youth in Agriculture is a diverse and dynamic group of individuals with different socioeconomic backgrounds, geographic locations, level of education and access to resources. They battle with access to land, climate change, finance, both access to credit and development funding and markets, the rising cost of inputs, fluctuating commodity prices, unpredictable weather patterns, and inadequate infrastructure. These characterize the barriers that restrict young producers. We also had to acknowledge that one of the barriers faced by our youth is the bureaucratic processes and systems of the public sector itself. There is no one-size-fits-all approach to enhance youth participation in agriculture. It requires of us, for example, to re-engineer our funding processes and to be able to respond faster and most appropriately to short and medium-term requests for support, whilst continuing to work on longer-term empowerment solutions. I am very pleased that the Select Committee also quite correctly identified the funding gap that needs to be addressed quite urgently. By way of illustration, for the 25-26 financial year. In the Free State, we received just over 1,400 applications for funding for CASP, and we can barely fund 50. That is the scope and the extent of the funding gap that exists. We also want to bring to the attention of the NCOP that there is a need to further strengthen the work that the National Department has initiated with Lesotho, and I'm sure other countries as well, to bring stability and peace to our farmers, specifically on the 485-kilo borderline with Lesotho. That is from Zastron in the Garib district to Manonsa in Thaba Mfutsanyani. There are numerous factors that contribute to the challenges, and the department should continue to pursue the working relationship with the Lesotho government that will result in an official agreement that will give practical effect to our efforts to strengthen the agriculture sector in both our countries. As I conclude, Honourable Chairperson, let me just indicate the discussion around agricultural colleges and the alignment with national has been on the agenda for many years. What is needed is sufficient funding into curriculum development and implementation, infrastructure on and off farm and research, failing which agricultural colleges in the higher education sector will face exactly the same challenges as they are currently facing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable MEC. The next honourable member to participate is Honourable Sloper, the MEC for Agriculture and Rural Land Development and Environmental Affairs. Honourable Sloper.
Thank you very much, House Chair. And let me greet you, the Minister, the Deputy Minister, honourable members, and safe to observe the protocol as established and move straight. Honourable Chair, through your permission, I request to close the video so that my network can be safe. Thank you very much. Honourable Chair, it gives us a pleasure to address this August House to give a perspective of the status of agricultural development in Mpumalanga. Chair, on agricultural development in Mpumalanga province, the agricultural sector plays a vital role in Mpumalanga's economy, and that includes its enormous contribution to the economic vibrancy of the province and igniting agricultural participation by communities, including those from previous disadvantaged background, and even more specifically the women, youth, and people with disability. Chair, as Mpumalanga, we pride ourselves and value the rich soil and the favorable climate that we have. That makes it adaptable to various types of agricultural production. To this regard, recent reports on agriculture in Mpumalanga indicate that there is indeed growth potential in this sector. However, Chair, I should also mention that there is a challenge too, especially affecting farmers and those relate to water shortage, land degradation, and climate change impact. These challenges need urgent intervention. A decision to invest in water infrastructure in the budget could lead to improvements in irrigation system. This would only benefit farmers, but would also improve food security in the province. When farmers have reliable access to water, they can produce more food which support both local and national food suppliers. On market development and infrastructure expansion, Chair, we are indicating that the Mkuhlu Agri Hub is now fully operational, supporting 74 small-scale farmers and supplying produce to the government nutrition program and provincial hospital. The Mkondo Agri Hub is undergoing refurbishment and will be integrated into the nutrition initiative alongside Mkhuhlu. You know, the minister has emphasized the need for having the agri hubs in making sure that we store a lot of food in terms of having enough food for the future or food for the nation. Chair, the construction has been completed on the Mpumalanga International Fresh Produce Market with an operator appointed and infrastructure established to foster growth and attract investment in agricultural SMMEs. The state-of-art facility will be opened in the very near future, Chair. The minister will indeed be invited in this regard when the Premier opened the state-of-the-art facility. On grain value chain development, Honorable Chair and members, the two grain agro-processing mills, the Rusk milling in Siabe village and Ipageme milling in St. Branskral, have been completed and handed over. And this remarkable achievement enables 91 farmers to process crops from over 4,000 hectares of communal land. To help safeguard these valuable fields and support these agripreneurs, 83 kilometers of boundary fencing have been erected, protecting the crops from livestock and theft. On development of the agricultural industry, Chair, at the Mpumalanga Agri Park, we're excited about our new infrastructure, including a 20-saw piggery operated by Esperanza Cooperative and 7 refurbishment broiler houses that supply 35,000 chickens of local co-ops and government nutrition program. Meanwhile, the Sentico Tea Estate, Chair, formerly owned by Shamile CPA, is a vital part of our community, providing over 150 jobs and planning to diversify by agro-processing tea into medical products soon. Chair, the Mpumalanga International Food Market is expected to create approximately 156 direct jobs, and the market itself, in addition to the impressive 115,000 jobs at the farm level, demonstrating strong potential for local employment. Honorable Chair, on support for mechanization and land reform, we're indicating that the department the Mpumalanga has supported 27 land reform farms in the Garsibande district to produce grain, and these farmers planted 3,042 hectares of soya, maize, and sunflower maize triangle, whereas the Free State, Mpumalanga, Northwest are responsible for 79% of the country's total maize production, as MEC for Free State has already indicated. This intervention is a significant step towards enhancing local agriculture. More than 40 farmers have secured permits to cultivate industrial hemp. On climate smart and youth initiative, Chair, we are indicating that as Mpumalanga, we are at the forefront of the climate smart agriculture, and the innovative smart agriculture box and a gold medal at the Association of African Public Administration conference in Zambia. Supporting sustainable and space-efficient farming methods, it remains a priority to invest in an agricultural innovative so that we can help farmers to adapt to changing weather conditions and find solutions to emerging problems. Efforts continue to focus on the Fortune 40, which is the Youth Incubation Program, aimed at boosting youth involvement in agripreneurship. Kubaluleke khulu mhlale ngaphambili bonyana siqinisekise ukuthi ubujamo babantu abatsha kwezolimo bunzinzile. As a viable career option, if the government supports initiatives that attract young people to agriculture, such as providing educational and mentoring the program, it can help create more dynamic and innovative agricultural sector. This can also help in resolving the issue of an aging farmers population, as indicated earlier. In conclusion, Honorable Chair and members, as the department, or rather the Mpumalanga Department of Agriculture, we continue with our food production for food security efforts. In this Mandela Month, to echo and affirm the sentiment of our own humanity icon, Dr. Nelson Mandela, who indicated that, open quote, it is in our hands to create a better world for all who live in it. We also, close quote, we also continue to stand on the solid foundation of the Freedom Charter, Honorable Chair, the Freedom Charter principle on striving for equality and social justice through our agricultural development.
Thank you, Honorable MEC.
As Mpumalanga, we support the budget, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MEC. We are indeed grateful. Honourable members, good evening. We return to the House now. The next speaker at the podium will be the Honourable Farmer. Honourable Farmer, 5 minutes.
Never. Honourable Chairperson, honourable members, fellow South Africans, I will never stop greeting you in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Saviour, the God without whom we won't succeed. Yet another minister asked us to support a budget that he did not vote for on 12 March this year. What a shame. I rise on behalf of the Patriotic Alliance to participate in this important debate. Chairperson, there is no food security without land justice. There's no rural development without investment in emerging farmers. There's no dignity in a democracy where black farmers still beg for excess, while a handful of elites monopolize land, markets, and machinery. This vote is not just about money, it is about who farms, who eats, and who owns. South Africa remains a country where the fertile soil of our forefathers is still fenced off, physically and economically, from the majority. The Patriotic Alliance is not afraid to say land must be returned, but with support, infrastructure, and skills development. Because land without tools is just land. Land without access to markets is poverty. And land without water is a grave. Honourable members, we must stop pretending that food magically appears in supermarkets. The farmer in Uppington, the woman planting spinach in the Eastern Cape, the emerging poultry producer in KwaZulu-Natal, these are the heroes of our economy. But they are unsupported, unfinanced, and unheard. Let me ask this August House, how will this budget bring tractors and irrigation to our struggling rural cooperatives? How will it connect emerging black farmers to the value chains still dominated by white-owned agribusinesses? Why are land reform farms left to fail due to no follow-up support from the state? Chairperson, the Patriotic Alliance demands an agriculture revolution from below, one that prioritizes access to land for black South Africans with proper title deeds and post-settlement support, financing for small-scale and emerging farmers, including township and backyard agro-entrepreneurs, skills transfer through agricultural colleges, revived, modernized, and accessible to rural youth. infrastructure investment in boreholes, fencing, transport roads, and storage for rural farmers. Localized food economies where townships and villages can feed themselves, because we cannot import our way out of hunger. Let us not forget the invisible workforce of agriculture, women and seasonal workers who live in poverty despite working from dawn till dusk. This department, together with the Western Cape, must commit to farm worker rights, fair wages, housing, and enforcement of labor laws, because a farm is not a plantation. Honourable members, the Patriotic Alliance believes agriculture must be used to restore dignity, build local economies, and break generational poverty. We cannot keep spending billions while the same farmers benefit and the same black communities remain spectators in their own land. Chairperson, this is a time for soil, seed, and support. We call for food security from the ground up, and that starts with an agriculture budget that empowers the landless, support the voiceless, and feeds the nation. Let's be clear. I did not come to this house to warm a seat or endorse business as usual. I came to represent the farmer with dust on his boots and hunger in his belly. The one who wants to feed his people, but is waiting for government to stop talking and start delivering. In the spirit of the Patriotic Alliance, we say it is time to bring pride back to the plow. Time to build a food system that is African, just, and ours. If this budget vote does not honor the blood and calluses of our people, then it's not worth the ink it is printed on. Honourable Minister, Muni Baizani, salute.
Thank you, Honourable Farmer. The House now recognises the Honourable Peter to take the debate forward on behalf of the United Democratic Movement. Honourable Peter.
Salo walendlu manibulise kuwe. Salo walendlu nakumphathiswa weli sebe lezolimo. Utata John Steenhuisen. Nakwindalutho ezithe nqwadalala kule ndlu ndikhahlele nakubatyeleli. Ndothule isicoco ndintlantlatha ithambo ndikhahlele kwingangalala umongameli we-UDM ubantu bonke olumisa kuyo le inyanga yokuzalwa kwakhe esabelana nomadibo mde nditsho ndithi ngangalala kathambo dala kade bemqongotha ngangalala kathambo dala kade bemqongotha nditsho kuwe kwedini phakama inyanga yeyakho khwela kwedini kulo nqiniba hlezi kuthule phesha kwenciba. Manditsho mhlali ngaphambile ndivakalise inhlungu kwanenkxalabo yamafama angathathi ntweni azibhaqa ekuyo ngokungajongelwa ntweni kwangurhulumente. Lawo athe azifukulela ukuzama imfuyo kuye kube lilize kuba izigilamkhuba ze-extortion ziquqa zibuyelela zixela izulu lasemthatha ukuyithatha emini maqanda imfuyo libe ilanga lihlabe umhlaba kungekho ndawo apho banobhenela kuyo efana nokhuseleko. Xa eziphendezela lamafama avalelwa kwezimnyama izisele kuba kusithiwa bajikela ingalo yomthetho ube umthetho ulelele ngakwizigilamkhuba. Amafama acela ukhuseleko mbombozone zelilizwe, Minister. Amafama acela imbuyekezo kubiwo lwemfuyo yawo, Minister. Amafama acela inkxaso yezimali kumonakalo wezantyalantyala zemvula, Minister. Amafama acela ukwabelwa umhlaba ngokulinganayo, Minister. Amafama acela umhlaba ongabangwa ngabangaphesheya kwezilwandle ubangwe ngabo. Amafama xa ndigqibelisa acela indlebe yokumanyelwa ngurhulumente abamvotelayo. I-UDM ihlaba ikhwelo kuwo wonke amafama angathathi ntweni nala izifuba zizele uboya ukuba abelane ngolwazi, abelane ngobuchwephesha, amanyane akhulisane kuba i-UDM ikholelwa ukuba singabe siqu esinye sezwekazi loMzantsi Afrika. Zonke imveliso zamafama akude kwizambane likaPondo nala izifuba zinoboya mazibonakale ngokufanayo kwiziseko zoshishino. I-UDM ihlaba ikhwelo kurhulumente ibongoza ukuba akhuphe uluhlu lwamafama angompondo zihlanjiwe awaphuhlisileyo yena rhulumente ukususela ngomnyaka ka-1994 ukuzothi qhaqhe ngawo lo nyaka ka-2025. I-UDM ibongoza urhulumente akhe aqwalasele ezi unions zamafama zilandelayo: uAgri SA, uNAFU SA, uTausa SA noAFASA nezinye endingazikhankanyanga. Ingaba kule budget zixhamla ngokufanayo na? I-UDM ibongoza urhulumente ukuba akhe amemeze zonke ezi union azivele ukuba uphina undonakele. I-UDM ivakalisa intlungu kwanenkxalabo emveni kweminyaka eyi-30 uMzantsi Afrika owafumana ngayo inkululeko abe amafama asagodola embethe asa-imeja nanamhlanje. Xa ndiqongqotha inqawa mandikhe ndibuze kuwe mhlonitshwa omhle, ingaba ikhona na inkqubo entsha oze nayo kweli sebe lezolimo? Okanye ufincelele ibhekile sele ijonge phantsi, wasele ukhwela emqokozweni? Ukuba kunjalo ithini naloo nkqubo ukuze nam ndincazele ogqabam ngenkqubela phambili? I-UDM ngawo loo mazwi iyayisapota le budget. Nkosi.
Thank you very much, Honourable Peter. Honourable members, taking the debate forward on behalf of the Democratic Alliance is the Honourable Boshoff. 8 minutes, Honourable Boshoff.
Good afternoon, House Chair. Good afternoon, Minister, honourable members and fellow South Africans. Franklin D. Roosevelt once said, "The nation that destroys its soil destroys itself." These words resonate deeply in a country like South Africa, where agriculture is not just about food, it's about land, livelihood, dignity, and long-term opportunity. Agriculture is one of our nation's most critical sectors. It anchors food security, uplifts rural economies, and offers a meaningful pathway to inclusive growth and sustainable employment. This year, with a budget of 7.6 billion, the Department of Agriculture is positioned to deepen its impact. The strategic plan and APP are well aligned with the National Development Plan, the Medium-Term Development Plan, and of course the Sustainable Development Goals, in particular SDG 2, which speaks to zero hunger, which calls for ending hunger, achieving food security, and promoting sustainable agriculture. Honourable members, under the current leadership, we are beginning to see signs of coordinated progress. Let's begin with trade, the most important, an area where the Minister's leadership has delivered visible results. New and expanded markets for our produce, from citrus to apples, from avos to wool to wine, have brought renewed energy to farming communities. These export gains are creating jobs, driving investment, and improving livelihoods across the country. On food security, the department's steady hand has also been evident. Amidst global price volatility, the relative stability of staple food costs, such as bread, is no small achievement. This is a direct result of sound domestic grain support, value chain collaboration, and of course, timely interventions by the Minister, which, though quite nature, bring real relief to South African households. Chairperson, it is equally important to reflect on the tone of leadership and the strategic intent guiding the department. The focus on responsiveness, alignment, and delivery is not only commendable, it is beginning to reflect in several programs across the various areas, but is is often the case in a sector complex as agriculture. Not all interventions move at the same pace. Emerging farmers in particular remain a constituency that requires sustained attention. Sorry about that. Please just check my time. While the political will is evident, practical challenges persist, especially at provincial and local levels. Many smallholder farmers still struggle to access markets, infrastructure, and tailored support. This is not a failure of vision, but a reminder of the implementation complexities we must navigate. One practical policy response lies in expanding public-private partnerships that equip emerging farmers with business development support, technical training, and secure market access. This model, when implemented well, can close the gap between land access and commercial viability. We have already seen the impact of such partnerships in provinces like the Western Cape, where blended finance models and farmer support units have helped over 70% of supported land reform farms to remain productive, a noteworthy contrast to national averages. These models deserve replication and refinement, not only in one province, but across the country. There's therefore an opportunity and indeed a need to enhance the visibility and accountability of emerging farmer programs. By tracking not only inputs, but outcomes, we can ensure that where success is achieved, it is scaled, and where support falls short, timely adjustments are made. Infrastructure constraints also remain a challenge, particularly in logistics and market access. We cannot deny that the delays at ports, cold chain inefficiencies, and rural road infrastructure gaps limit both export potential and internal competitiveness. It is encouraging that the department is working with Transnet and other partners to address these. Greater interdepartmental coordination and urgency in resolving these bottlenecks will go a long way in supporting producers and exporters alike. On sustainability, the department deserves recognition for its forward-looking approach. Climate-smart agriculture, water conservation, and land rehabilitation are rightly positioned as strategic imperatives. The inclusion of these in the strat plan signals a growing awareness that agriculture must adapt to climate realities. The challenge now is to accelerate implementation, especially in vulnerable, drought-prone areas. There is also scope to improve value chain efficiencies, particularly in reducing post-harvest losses. Food that is grown but not consumed represents lost income and lost opportunity, particularly for smaller producers. House Chair, the strategic foundations of this department are sound. The Minister's calm stewardship, clear direction, and open engagement with stakeholders have created a platform for results. We now need to ensure that the supporting systems, particularly at provincial level, are equipped to deliver. As Parliament, our role is to provide oversight, but also to enable progress, especially where departments are showing traction. Let us therefore support this department to stay the course, but accelerate where necessary. Let us demand measurable outcomes, but acknowledge the complexity of the terrain. And let us work together to make agriculture not just a policy pillar, but a real engine of economic inclusion and rural renewal. Because, honourable members, at its core, agriculture is not just about crops and commodities. It is about food on the tables. It is about dignity being restored. And it's about building a country that leaves no one behind. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Boshoff. Honourable members, before we move on, I would like to just draw your attention to Rule 46, which deals with movement in the chamber. And I do ask you to please respect the space around the speaker when the speaker's at the podium. There are passages to access your chairs, or you can follow the good example of Honourable Modise and remain seated in one of the other provinces' benches until such time as the speaker's cleared the podium. Honourable members, that having been said, please join me in welcoming to the podium the Deputy Minister of Agriculture, the Honourable Kapa.
Sihlalo ohloniphekileyo, ndinembeko yokukubulisa kunye namalungu endlu yonke. Ngokukodwa ke ngamalungu asuka ancamashe phaya kuma provinces wethu. Xa silapha singuzwelonke kuba bona basuka kumaphondo osithoba. It is my greatest pleasure, therefore, to be given this opportunity to address the House on the budget, on the only vehicle that will change the situation, both of the rich and that of the poor, because there will be an opportunity when we come clear how much goes where and how much goes where. I've sat here and listened, and I gained a lot. I do know when members were actually saying they need budget, they need small farmers, commercial farmers, all of them, all of the people, all of the categories of our people in South Africa were actually mentioned. Let me start by the first one. I'll bring an answer, and my answer is good because I am standing here representing the Department of Agriculture, of which has been separated, very peaceful divorce with the Department of Land Reform. There will be no confusion, therefore. The Department of Agriculture will do exactly what it's supposed to do. And the land that we will receive from land reform, we will ensure we work on it. We ensure that it does what is done. There will be no confusion, I assure you, Chair. I also want to touch a little on the issue of food security. I do so little because the minister has already said a lot in terms of what food security is required for, how it is going to be supported, but I will also align a few budget numbers, rands and cents, to some. Well, the issue of food security is not solely a South African matter. It is global to an extent that the big countries, about G20, about G, all of those, have decided to participate in alleviating poverty and also eradication of hunger and starvation. Let me talk to that. There is a global alliance by these countries to actually lobby all the countries ezingamathandazwe to come together and put funds from the private sector and from their governments, including ours, because we are participants. As we do that, let me talk to this budget and say, little amount ensures that we reach beyond South Africa in our activities of transforming this society. Isehlulele yokuba sizokwazi ukuzilungisa kuba sasingazonanga. We cannot be in a position to be skilled enough to eradicate because this was man-made. We were not born poor. We can see the countries, we can see the provinces, but we do say our forefathers were never poor. They drank amasi, babedla amabele. All their land dispossession led to why they are today. And therefore, no one must throw stones because for now, they are in glass houses. This issue of that province so poor, and that province doing well, whenever there was no scale. When we got into the government of national unity that says, this country is now like this province is now like this, we went there as we were from our oppressed days. I cannot hide that one. It's really, really a painful situation. To go further and say, here is the budget. Of course, there's budget for the minister. He knows, he has mentioned it. There's budget for our programs. There's budget for every move that we will take. But I want to go straight only to the area that talks to the smallanyana budget for the poor, that is small farmers. This budget will be that of CASP. Siyayazi sonke uba imali ezoba khona imali ezokwenza into yokokuba kunikwe imbinana to the gardens and small farmers. Kuthiwa ke si-small scale xa bebizwa. But funny enough, if unentsimi, you've got a field where you are given 1 hectare, you are referred to as a, I don't know your name, but you see small farmer. No, small farmers is reserved for those who own land where they have a title deed. The others, as paya ezilalini, phantsi kwenkosi zeli lizwe, zona nje, they are just abantu abaphaya abalimayo. Kangangoba nathi amakhaya ethu la, we used to be referred to as crawls. Our homes were crawls. It's in history. I've experienced it. I lived in a home that was referred to in government documents as crawls. We have come a long way, and we must move faster in order to improve. This budget, therefore, let me classify it under food security. Because incinci ayiyoyokhulisa luqoqosho, yeyokuba utye, udibanise nentwana oyinikwa social development. Here it is. Kukho ilungu elithe ngokuhloniphekileyo belicela lona uba yimalini. Yimali engaka ke. 1,142 million will be used to support subsistence and smallholder farmers with infrastructure, training, mentorship, market access, support, which will include a good agricultural practice, the GAP, certification for those producing perishable products. Mind you, the amount I said and the work that must be done with that legal amount. Honorable members, the next item will be farmers that are targeted for support under CASP. Don't think you will get this fund just because you applied, but it is for CASP for now. And from CASP, we do have 4,200 jobs from which we will derive these jobs from these projects. Abantu abafumana ku CASP ile comprehensive support that goes kwabasebenento. Wena kusenegadi usazocela intsimi enkosini, you will have to wait, for this one is now targeting the ones that I have already mentioned. But yes, it is indeed true that kaloku ngoku kuphela kwalena is targeted. This category. Mhlawumbe wena uzolunga phaa kwa-social development. But I wish to say...
Thank you, Deputy Minister. I'm afraid your time has expired.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I drove my message where I wanted it. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, members, order members. Honourable members, now continuing the debate, we return to the Honourable Mokoena from Umkhonto we Sizwe Party. Honourable Mokoena.
Oh, babes.
You can do it.
Not in this lifetime. Chairperson, honorable members, fellow South Africans, abalimi bonke base South Africa, I greet you in the mighty name of Umkhonto we Sizwe Party. Today, I rise not just as a member of this house, but as a voice for thousands of farmers whose sweat feeds the nation, yet whose names are never typed into performance reports or included in economics, drones, and AIs, as alluded to by the minister. I have studied this budget and I have traced the figures, the indicators, the lofty ambitions, and what I see is not a blueprint of transformation, but a manual for slow motion survival. It is a plan that manages dysfunction rather than disrupting it. This is not an agricultural revolution. It's a fine-tuning of an old machine built to keep the power fed and the poor patient. I will speak plainly and honestly about what this budget means, who it protects, and who it leaves behind. Because if we can't be honest in this house, then we are not fit to speak for the millions who cannot be here to speak for themselves. Because if agriculture is truly the engine of inclusive growth, then South Africa needs mechanisms, not marketers, builders, not brokers. Honorable members, let's begin at the root. The budget speaks of growth, food security, and production, but not once does it confront the elephant in the room, land ownership. This APP, shaped by the medium-term development plan, neatly separates agriculture from land reform. It detaches food from land, production from justice. There is no confusion here, Deputy Minister. You cannot empower the black farmer without returning the land. You cannot talk of transformation when black producers remain landless, leasing lands on terms that exploit them every day, and stuck in tribal tenure systems that strip them of real ownership. And yet you talk of eradicating hunger. All it shows is that you clearly belong to the government of no urgency. The split between agriculture and land reform is not administrative, it's political. It protects privilege and abundance principle. This budget as it stands is a betrayal to everyone it claims to uplift. Now let's talk about numbers. Program 1, administration. It receives nearly 974 million, almost 13% of the total budget. And yet within that, 258 million goes to operating leases and another 129 million to property payments. A further 2.3 million is reserved for consultants. So while black farmers wait months and months for fencing, irrigation, veterinary support, this department is paying rent, not restoring land. The loudest line item of this budget is not rural infrastructure, it's office space. The department is more interested in housing itself than empowering farmers. And that tells us everything we need to know. Program 3, food security and farmer support, receives the biggest share of the budget. And we told 2.5 billion of that is meant for black farmer support. But here is the reality. Food insecurity is rising. This APP sets the bold ambition to reduce severe household hunger from 17.5% to 12.5% over 5 years. Guess what that is? A mere 1% every year. While millions live in 1 meal a day, where is the urgency? Even the blended finance scheme, now loaded as the cornerstone of transformation, will only support 100 farmers this year in a country of over 2 million producers. That's not transformation at all. It shows, again, a lack of urgency. And let's not forget many of these grants, like CAPS, Ilima, Letsema, have been nothing but corruption, mismanagement, and missing beneficiaries. And what do we see here? No accountability, no clawback of wasted funds, just new targets for new slogans. And let us interrogate this budget through a more analytical lens. If we take the department's own indicator on Black producer participation, the goal is to grow from 8% to 20% over 5 years. Yet only 100 farmers will be funded this year under the blended finance scheme. At that rate, it will take more than 500 years to reach any target. Similarly, only 4% of systems were digitized in 2025-26, despite the department's naming digital transformation as a key objective. That is failure to match ambition with capacity. Even on research, while the department promotes genomic mapping and sustainable land practices, on its own SWOT analysis, it admits over-reliance on consultants and slow-paced digitalization. It celebrates market expansion while the rural poor can't even access local ones. It pushes performance indicators that has no way of measuring impact on actual livelihoods. Let us talk about Program 2, Biosecurity, with big allocation to pest control, animal disease surveillance, and vaccine research. These are important issues, but here's the catch. There's no national plan for farm security. Our people are not being killed by banana bunch top viruses. They are being killed by land syndicates, stock thieves, and violent criminals. And yet, there is more urgency for fruit flies than for farm workers. Until farmer safety is treated with the same urgency as disease surveillance, this budget will always be scientifically impressive, but socially irrelevant. Honorable members, let us not pretend that this budget exists in a vacuum. It is a product of a government of no urgency. That is politically incoherent, morally unstable, and ideologically allergic to real transformation. We now have a minister of the DA, a party that once voted for expropriation, still does, a party that is against the Freedom Charter, a party that is against the redistribution of anything except press statements. So how can we trust this political marriage to deliver for the landless? This GNU is not a government of the people. It is a deal to protect power. The MK party does not only reject this budget, we reimagine it. We call for reintegration of land reform and agriculture into a single transformation-led department. Public development banks to replace the dependency on commercial banks. A full audit of public register for every Ilima PESI beneficiary. And a shift from data-driven compliance to people-driven performance. We cannot keep throwing around the words inclusive growth while recycling the same tired architecture of exclusions. We cannot keep promising transformation with one hand while finding dysfunction in the other. And so, while others celebrate indicators, we in the MK party will continue to demand impact. While others perform political convenience under the banner of the so-called GNU, we will continue to perform the truth. And just like General Mkwanazi, Sikade Umzila, we are clearing the path for honest, capable, unshakable leadership. The kind that doesn't beg for headlines, but earns respect. And sithi nje kuMkhwanazi, khuphuka lapho Donga, siyabonga. Inkunzi isematholeni. That is the kind of leadership this country needs. And let me make this clear, not as a warning, but as a promise. There's a new generation of leadership rising. Leadership that does not look away from broken systems, but confronts them. Leadership that understands agriculture is not just GDP, it's about land, livelihoods, local dignity, and national sovereignty. When that day comes, and it will, we will not manage poverty, we will dismantle it. We will not ask consultants to plan for food security, we will grow it. with our own hands in our own soil. We will not plead for permission to transform. We will govern transformation. The MK Party rejects this budget for the sake of the stolen land. Izwe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mokoena. Honourable members, there's been a slight amendment to the speakers list, and we therefore now go to the online platform where the MEC for Agriculture in the Limpopo province, Honourable Kakana, will continue the debate. Honourable Kakana, you have 10 minutes, please. Honourable Kakana.
It's Honorable Kennedy, Chair, unless there's a change.
We revert, as indicated, there was a request for a change to the speakers list. I note that Honourable Kakana has not taken the opportunity that was requested, and we therefore go to the Honourable Kennedy from the Economic Freedom Fighters to take the debate forward. Honourable Kennedy.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Greetings to this beautiful August House. I'm just disappointed that Honorable van der Berg is not here. He said something, I didn't know that he was so ambitious about joining the Goliath, going to oversee to go and crush the living David here on the Mother Soul. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Let me start by saying that the EFF, Economic Freedom Fighters, do not agree with this budget. This inefficient budget. This budget is inadequate and fails to address historical injustices related to land ownership, infrastructure development, and support for farmers, particularly emerging ones. Agriculture is a key pillar for job creation, economic growth, and national food security in South Africa. Agriculture is not only vital for South Africa's economy, but also the sustainability of rural communities and the sector's potential to contribute to the growth of the rural community. South Africa's agriculture has the potential to achieve these objectives. However, this cannot materialize under the leadership of this minister who fails at addressing the fundamental issues that constrain this sector. This budget is therefore inadequate, especially considering the low budget allocation, particularly for land restitution and support for beneficiaries, as this hinders the progress of equitable and redistribution and post-settlement support. Honorable Chairperson, farmers across all provinces face an uphill battle to rising cost of production, fuel and fertilizers. Rising feed costs have placed an additional financial burden on farmers, aggravated by ongoing animal health issues such as foot and mouth disease. These challenges have decreased production and contributed to the sector's underperformance. Farmers also face challenges due to poor road infrastructure, impacting on transportation and logistics. Inefficient ports also hinder agricultural export, adding to the sector's
problems. This infrastructure deficit limit the sector's potential for growth and competitiveness. We also reject this budget because as farmers across the country have to live with the realization that government as a whole has fallen short in delivering a range of basic services such as water, energy, roads, rail, and ports that present risk for long-term growth prospect of this sector. Chairperson, properly functioning municipalities and reliable service delivery, especially in the rural areas, is vital for the successful agriculture and agribusinesses operating in rural towns. By improving roads and the effectiveness of municipalities, the agricultural sector can contribute to job creation and consequently the development of rural economies. We therefore reject this budget that lacks sufficient resources to empower emerging farmers with access to land and finance and markets. This hampers their ability to establish viable and sustainable agricultural enterprise. As the EFF, we were vindicated when the Auditor General also raised concerns about budget reduction, particularly in areas like the restitution, discretionary grant, and land development support programs could undermine the gains envisioned in the department annual performance plan. Also, the reduction to the Agricultural Research Council, ARC, could hinder research development and technology transfer initiatives, which are crucial for improving agricultural productivity and eliminate resilience. Funding shortfalls in extension services and farmer support schemes could slow down rural development projects and limit access to vital services for emerging farmers. Chairperson, the budget needs to address the aging infrastructure like bulk water irrigation system, which are crucial for agricultural productivity. Poor management of these resources in communal areas, including overgrazing and vandalism of infrastructure, requires attention and adequate funding for solutions. The EFF rejects this budget because the department needs to factor in climate change impacts such as drought and increased vulnerability to natural disasters when allocating resources. The increasing cost of electricity, fuel, and fertilizers are also major concerns that need to be addressed through targeted support or mitigating strategies. The department needs to develop strategies to enhance the competitiveness, for an example, of Limpopo agricultural products in global market. Limpopo needs an acceptable budget in agriculture to address these needs and challenges to effectively ensure the sustainability and growth of the sector. Inefficient budget allocation in Limpopo agricultural sector, particularly a lack of investment in infrastructure and support for smallholder farmers, has previously led to decreased productivity and decreased food security. This has manifested as reduced yields, resilience on food purchase, and vulnerability to drought. Inadequate investment in irrigation systems and storage transportation networks has hampered productivity, especially for smaller holder farmers who rely on rain-fed agriculture. For an example, in the Eastern Cape too, the agriculture sector there remains under development, with farmers, mainly smallholders, not being able to produce optimally, with no access to finance support, no access to markets, no land ownership, no proper technology access and water rights, etc. The Eastern Cape province has the largest share of the country's livestock, with 38% of goats, 30% of the sheep, 25% of cattle, and about 20% of horticultural crops. It produces more than 50 million kilograms of wool a year and supplies more than half of the world's mohair. The province also has 16% of the country's milk producers and contributes 26% of milk produced in South Africa. It contributes significantly to the domestic agro-industry into the export. Such potential needs to be harnessed to translate into reduced poverty and increased employment for those in the province. As the EFF, we have here and on many platforms been vocal about the broader concern regarding the budget process of its commitment to social justice and economic transformation, particularly regarding land redistribution and agricultural development. This budget is far from achieving to address historical injustices and empower Black farmers. And this budget lacks meaningful transformation in the agricultural sector, where unequal land ownership remains a major issue. Furthermore, the department has paid scant regard to the concern of how the current funding criteria perpetuate exclusion and fails to adequately support Black farmers. In the EFF, we advocate for expropriation of land without compensation, for equal redistribution and use, with the state acting as a custodian. The key aspect is prioritizing women and youth in land allocation, aiming for at least a minimum of 50% of land to be controlled by this group. We also propose that the state should procure a significant portion of its food from small-scale farmers to support a sustainable agriculture. So, an efficient 2025-26 agriculture budget, for example, in Limpopo particularly, impacting on a local municipality like Thulamela, could lead to reduced support for farmers, potentially decreasing agricultural output and food security. This can also hinder job creation and economic growth in the agricultural sector within the municipality. Furthermore, limited funding may affect the municipality's ability to implement agricultural development programs and initiatives. The South African agricultural sector budget needs to be substantial enough to address various challenges and opportunities, including land reform, infrastructure development, climate change adaptation, and support for smallholder farmers. The budget should prioritize investment that promotes sustainable and inclusive growth with the sector. South Africa's agriculture sector is vulnerable to the impacts of climate change, including drought and floods. The budget should include funding for climate-smart agricultural practices, water management, technologies, and drought-resistant varieties. So, inadequate agricultural budgets in South Africa since the end of apartheid have hindered the sector's growth and development, impacting food security, rural economies, and overall economic transformation. This has manifested in challenges like limited access to funding, infrastructure, and support services for farmers, particularly emerging ones and small-scale farmers. So by prioritizing all these areas indicated, South Africa can unlock full potential of its agricultural sector and ensure food security, economic growth, and social equity with efficient budget. Therefore, as EFF, we reject this insufficient budget, not forgetting Karl Marx on his metabolic rift between humans and nature due to the disruption of natural cycles and concentration of land ownership in the hands of capitalists, leading to potential exploitation and social inequalities. Let's own the land and agriculture will grow. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Kennedy. Honourable members, we now invite to the podium the MEC for Agriculture and Rural Development from the Northwest Province. It's the turn of the Honourable Sambata. You have 10 minutes, Honourable MEC.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair. Honourable House Chair and Honourable Delegates of the National Council of Provinces, fellow members of the Executive Councils across provinces, Honourable Minister, Honourable Steenhuisen, and Honourable Deputy Minister, Honourable Tapa, distinguished guests, fellow South Africans. I am sure honourable members and South Africans has heard that I said Honourable Minister and Honourable Deputy Minister. I take this from the South African Constitution, Section 91, which stipulates that the President, as the head of the National Executive, appoints Deputy President and ministers. Liberals generally believe in a strong separation between the state and political parties, emphasize that the state should serve all citizens. So we have a minister of the Republic and not a minister of DA and a deputy minister of the ANC. Honorable members, this budget, even if it's rejected and adopted as we adopt as a province, is going to help all provinces of the country to receive allocations for support of the farmers that the members who reject the budget are calling for farmers to be supported. Cabral says, and I quote, "Always bear in mind that the people are not fighting for ideas, for the things in anyone's head. They are fighting to win material benefits, to live better and in peace, to see their lives go forward, to guarantee the future of their kids, which is food security." The province, Honorable House Chair, has always been appreciating the help from the National Department of Agriculture. Even if it's separated from the land reform, there will still be two departments. What we want to suggest, Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister, is that the element that were raised by the Competition Commission on access to job productivity and sale of products by small businesses must be taken forward on implementation. The second element, Minister, is that in the colleges, we have a problem of articulation where diploma students cannot articulate through universities on the basis of how universities treat diploma qualifications of students. A practical example of what we are looking for, it's Elsenberg and University of Stellenbosch, where Elsenburg students could proceed to a degree without going to a university, but still in Elsenburg. And in other provinces, it's unable to happen because diploma students are taken as if it's an entry level to a university or a second year. That's a call we're calling for. In the process of professionalizing and working with the National Department of Higher Education. We also, honorable members, agree, just one sentence with Honorable Masipa, on the matter that he has raised on the necessity to review the categorization of CASP on the grounds that it is CASP delays that cause delays in farmers getting support in time. It is CASP delays that cause challenges of all provinces in terms of underspending on conditional grant. The highest grant that is underspending in provinces is CASP because of the time between provincial and national teams that are responsible for that. Though departments are separated, we are also calling for the establishment of working relationships between agriculture and land reform, between agriculture and small business, between agriculture and trade and industry, especially on a transformation fund. And we don't agree that we must reject the transformation fund. Instead, the sector must define that which the fund must benefit the agricultural sector. Otherwise, we will reject until when we are not part of beneficiaries on the transformation fund as stipulated. We also request, Minister, that you support, the National Department must support the submission by the Northwest University and Northwest Department of Agriculture for the DHED Minister to approve and accredit Northwest University for a veterinary school. This will then help in ensuring that we increase the number, especially the number of those that are produced in veterinary services in the country throughout, and to ensure that the gap between the age on available veterinary service professionals is closed by higher intakes throughout the country, but with program of funding to ensure that it does not succumb. The next request we will do to this budget is that both the National Department of Agriculture, Minister, has a money that is using to support agricultural graduates for practical training in farms. AgriSeta is the same. The gap is AgriSeta's budget is 5,000 per month per graduate. The National Department's budget is 7,200 per month per graduate. Now, the challenge it creates is that those you take from AgriSeta first, and then later there's an opportunity for the department, they jump out of the AgriSeta stipend because it's 5,000, 2,200 less than the National Department. If the National Department and AgriSeta were to argue and find a correlation that the two be made equal, and therefore it would give us an extra number of graduates that were helping as a department. The last program we have as a province, we're a rural province, we don't want to argue as a suburban province. We have 56 traditional councils. In the 56 traditional councils, honorable members, we have now adopted a program with the House of Traditional Leaders that in each traditional council would have a village agricultural cooperative, a cooperative that takes a minimum of 300 unemployed community members in each village. And we're making that as a 5-year program. It means if we take 14 village cooperatives per year and take 300, it would tell you that the number at the end would be 16,000 beneficiaries in the province, which would be helping us to also cover the element of the decline in productivity in the traditional land, because we do have traditional land, there's a decline on production. The necessity is that we balance both, balance development agriculturally in rural areas as a basis to also create co-op for rural people not to increase migration because of non-availability of job opportunities in rural areas and therefore flock in towns and non-availability of developmental land in towns. On the basis of that, Minister, like I said, the Minister of Agriculture in South Africa is one. The Deputy Minister of Agriculture in South Africa is one. There's no DA Minister and there's no ANC Deputy Minister. We must not be provoked. We accept our minister and we are clear that we will support the minister and the national department in all the endeavors because politics do not deliver food. Food is delivered on agricultural development irrespective of color and irrespective of political affiliation. All of us were fed bread by NCOP. As we're eating bread outside, there were no politics on taking bread outside. Therefore, approach to agriculture should be non-political. We support the budget, honorable members. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable MEC, very much indeed. I suspect it's because there was enough bread that the politics didn't come into it, but if there wasn't enough, I'm sure there would have been some politics there. Honourable members, next to take the debate forward, arguing their points on behalf of the Democratic Alliance will be the Honourable Billy.
Honourable House Chair, Honourable Minister, Deputy Minister, members of this Parliament, and fellow South Africans. Having listened to today's contributions, I must confess, honourable members, it is becoming increasingly difficult to refer to some of you as honourable members. Once again, some ANC members and others in this House continue to refuse to take full accountability for decades of mismanagement, cadre deployment, failed land reform projects, and ghost beneficiaries. Instead, we have these members who keep feeding us tired slogans about transformation with nothing tangible to show for it. There seems to be this obsession, honourable members, that we must simply forget the damage that the ANC has caused in the past in this country, and we must simply move on. That is unfounded and that is a fallacy, and the DA will never do that. Honourable members, farmers, black and white, want access to markets. Beef producers want to export red meat. Citrus farmers want to export their produce and create jobs. The ANC has failed to make this happen. The DA is making it happen. That's the DA difference. Chairperson, it is with pride that I rise in support of this budget, which signals a return to competent, ethical, and visionary leadership in agriculture. The Department of Agriculture's 2025-2026 annual performance budget is not just a technical document. It is a political and moral commitment to make agriculture central to job creation, food security, and rural prosperity. This turnaround is no coincidence, honourable members. It is a result of bold, evidence-based leadership under a DA-led ministry. Minister Steenhuisen has ushered in a new era, one focus on outcomes, not ideology. We welcome the minister's clear focus on 4 strategic pillars, which is 1, secure tenure and strong property rights. As Honourable Pinar has correctly pointed out, farmers remain concerned about land expropriation without compensation. But let me be clear, under a DA government, there will never be unlawful seizure of land in this country. Secondly, enabling infrastructure and access to markets, a robust biosecurity and disease control, farmer support that empowers, not enslaves, through dependency. These values, honourable members, are in the department's plan. The 7.6 billion budget for 2025-2026 aligns with the DA's priority, with 43% dedicated to food security and farmer support. Over 2.3 billion is allocated to CASP and Ilima Linsima conditional grants, not just to spend, but to spend better through a fair, digital, and transparent application process. Honorable members, I know some don't want to hear this. Under DA leadership, we've seen significant progress in biosecurity, particularly in controlling foot and mouth disease. The department has consistently monitored animal diseases, launched the National Biosecurity Hub Charter, and partnered with the Agricultural Research Council, backed by 1.2 billion in support. This has restored international confidence in South African exports. Chairperson, the APP targets a 5% increase in agricultural exports this year, a number that represents thousands of jobs in Limpopo's citrus belt, the Western Cape vineyards and livestock farms in Free State and my province in KwaZulu-Natal. We are reclaiming our global agricultural standing. To combat hunger, the National Food and Nutrition Security Council is now fully operational, and the 2024-2029 NFNSP has been tabled. This year, 100 producers will be supported through the blended finance scheme, and 800 new students have enrolled at agricultural colleges from Sidara in KZN to Elsenburg in the Western Cape. That's why the DA supports urgent digital transformation. The APP targets a 4% increase in digitalization this year and a 40% automation over 5 years, including digitizing grant application, import-export certification, veterinary services, and supply chain processes. It's not moving fast enough, but at least we are now headed in the right direction. The future of agriculture lies in trade, innovation, and market access. This year alone, the department will participate in 5 bilateral and 6 multilateral trade. And these, honorable members, are not just ceremonial. They are strategic moves to open global markets and unlock new markets. In conclusion, the DA doesn't romanticize poverty. We believe in growing prosperity. And to those in this House who still refuse to take responsibility for the damage they've caused, let me say this. The ANC captured agriculture through inefficiency. The DA is liberating it through capability and clean governance. With the DA at the helm, South Africa is not just feeding itself, it is feeding the world. As Honorable Boshoff rightly said, agriculture is not just crops and commodities. It's about the dignity that we give to our people. Honorable Farmer, let us support this budget legally, not like how your leader was dancing, uncoordinated moves in that National Assembly for an illegal budget. Under Minister Steenhuisen and this DA-led department, South Africans can be rest assured that sizokwenza konke okusemandleni ukuqinisekisa ukuthi siyakulungisa indaba yomhlaba nendaba yokulima eSouth Africa sibuyisele ebantwini. Siyabonga.
Thank you, Honorable Billy. Honorable members, the penultimate participant in the debate will be speaking on behalf of the African National Congress, and that's the Honorable Mabilo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister, all MECs on the platform, and the country at large, Dumela. Let me start by saying from the onset, it is a false narrative, similar to the narrative that Jan van Riebeeck, when he arrived in 1652, he discovered the Cape. It's false, because the indigenous people, the San and the Khoi, were there. So this narrative is being perpetuated today now, that suddenly the DA ministers in the GNU have a magic wand. They are magicians. Whereas they are benefiting from the 6th administration, and the ANC ministers have laid a solid foundation. That's the departure point. Honorable Chair, thank you very much. I rise to support the budget vote 29 of agriculture, with a special focus on Black economic empowerment and transformation. Our commitment as the ANC to rectifying the injustices of the past remains key and cardinal in the agricultural sector.
where the legacy of the dispossession runs deep, and therefore the vote 29 is central to the land reform, aggregation reform, and supporting Black agripreneurs. We therefore move that we should applaud this budget to support the empowerment of Black people, even as we urge stronger measures to overcome remaining obstacles. Let's begin by noting that the department's strategic plan explicitly targets transformation it identifies as key outcomes: increased production of share Black producers in the overall production value chain, as well as empowering women, youth, and people with disability. In that context, we support the budget. We support the question of the post-settlement support, and the total amount of 5.2 billion in the SCASP grant is a step in the right direction. These funds go further to ensure that Blacks own the land that has been dispossessed from them. They target beneficiary in the following categories: land reform, restitution, and redistribution, and other Black producers who have equipped land through private means, therefore prioritizing Black empowerment on the land. Secondly, the funding target for emerging Black farmers. The agricultural budget shows a blended funding scheme under food security, which is intended to process agri-BEE applications. We also recognize the budget towards Mafisa and the blended funding. Third, the scheme for better match smallholder needs will go a long way in ensuring that the loans are properly expedited. Thirdly, through inclusive industry development, the AAMP and sector plans will not only grow the economy, but do so inclusively. We note with approval the vote 29 specifically mentions support for small farming enterprises, mainly mainly those owned by Black women in agro-processing, value chains, and targeting the people with disability. There is a total amount of 3.6 billion for research capacity funds and a total amount of 41 billion in extension and GIS. Fourth, through addressing systematic inequalities, the budget and plans recognize that transformation is not a number, it requires structural change. For example, the department acknowledges the need for a new regulatory environment and digital tools to help Black farmers catch up. We hear too that one of the 7 strategies outcomes is improved governance and
Mabilo, please take your seat.
Precisely so that permits...
Honorable Mabilo, please take your seat. Honorable Barnos, on what are you rising?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I rise on a point of order, Rule 53.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I just want to check if Honorable Mabilo, if he's paid his fine yet.
Sorry, you want to check if Honorable Mabilo, what?
If he's paid his fine yet.
You didn't have twice when you were young. That's why you are so playful. Okay.
Please proceed, Honorable
Budget
Mabilo.
and plans recognize that transformation is not just a number. It requires structural change. For example, the department acknowledged that there's a need for regularity environment and digital tools to help Black farmers catch up. We hear too that one of the 7 strategies outcomes is improved governance and modernized service delivery, precisely so that permits, quality certifications, and support are not bureaucratic obstacles for Black applicants. The parliamentary budget also speaks of reducing inefficiencies in transport and trade logistics, again benefiting exporters, including new Black exporters in citrus, grapes, and so forth. All of these measures should be commended and pursued vigorously. However, we cannot blind ourselves to remaining challenges. Despite the positive steps, there are worrisome signs in the budget. Cabinet has cut a total amount of 1.8 billion from the restitution grant. The effect is unambiguous. The number of land claims to be settled is projected to fall from 469 in the year 2023-24 to only 446 by the year 2026-2027. Even more troubling, the number of new farmers supported through the Land Development Program drops from 66 this year to only 27 by the year 26-27. This is a worrisome plan. In plainer terms, nearly half as many Black beneficiaries will get support for new farms. We must raise this issue. The budget's limitation threatens to slow our progress on restitution and redistribution. These cuts reflect fiscal pressure, but we urge the reallocation be found to at least preserve land reform momentum. Let's keep the momentum. For example, the 750 million channeled into the President Youth Job Program is needed, but land reform should not lose out. We could consider bridging finances from other priorities or attracting donor support and sufficiently for restitution. Meanwhile, our oversight in Parliament will scrutinize whether the remaining funds are used efficiently, that no claimant is left without assistance. We also know that the existing level of expenditure on transformation, while significant, is still insufficient given the scale of task at our disposal. The Vote 29 increased spending on the smaller holding support and grants over 6 billion in the CASP, ILIMA, and rural development grants this year is also to be welcome. But this must be complemented by other measures. The committee will continue to press the Treasury to ring-fence or supplement funds for Black farmers. For instance, through the Infrastructure Fund or balanced use of land value tax. We also appeal to all role players, state entities like the Land Bank, the PIC, must align their lending to these targets as envisaged by the AAMP. Even as we point out shortcomings, Honorable Chair, let us acknowledge the positive direction. The 2025-26 allocation through Moses is structured to advance equity. Nearly half of Vote 29, which is a total amount of 9.4 billion in the Food Security and Land Reform Program, is directly aimed at land and farming support. The strategic plan we cite here repeatedly is connected to empowerment and food security. As the Strat Plan Forward observes, our South African agriculture sector is in global spotlight, ensuring a more resilient, food secure future for all, where farmers thrive, communities prosper, and no one goes hungry at night. These goals must explicitly include Black communities that were historically excluded from the mainstream economy. Finally, let us remember that Black empowerment in agriculture is a national imperative enshrined in our Constitution and in the ANC's Freedom Charter. Every year that passes without meaningful transformation is another year of unfulfilled promise. Budget Vote 29 provides both tools and tasks. It gives us grants, loans, and programs to extend opportunities, while challenging us to monitor their outcomes. It is our duty on this floor to ensure those tools are wielded to open markets, increase skills, and secure land for our people. In closing, I pledge that the ANC's voice in the NCOP will remain unwavering on these issues. We support Vote 29 because it's the right instrument, although imperfect, for driving agricultural transformation. With vigilance, we will watch the implementation of every program and expenditure line. And with optimism, we will hold all government stakeholders to account. In their commitment Honorable Chair, that in 5 years, the number of successful black commercial farmers must be substantially increased so that we are able to address the historical past. As an ANC, we support the budget. With the remaining minutes, Honorable Chair, Honorable Atipa, you have disappointed me in the sense that you have embarked on cheap boasting and cheap bragging. And Amilcar Cabral warned us that we must not tell lies and must not claim easy victories. Cape Town is a tale of two cities. January the 8th, the ANC celebrated its birthday year. All 8 provinces were here. All of them have witnessed the falsehood of the Western Cape being a model province. There are 2 cities, one for the rich, one for the poor. 2 provinces, one for the rich, one for the poor. Just here next to the station, there are people who are staying in plastics. In Manenberg, in Michel's Plain, Kailicha, Langa, and all the informal settlements, there are no services. No, Western Cape is one of the worst unequal provinces. We are disappointed. Honorable Boshoff, Honorable Pinar, this morning you just said
Point of order.
you are reserving your
Honorable
support
Mabilo.
for the budget.
Honorable Mabilo, won't you take your seat, please? Honorable Masipa, what's your point of order?
House Chair, I'm rising on a point of order. Rule 61. This honorable member is misleading the House. Can you ask him to withdraw?
Honorable Masipa, I think you'll find it's a point of debate.
Thank you,
Honorable
thank you,
Mabilo, if you'll allow me to finish, please. Honorable Mabilo, please continue your speech.
No, I've got still a lot of time here. The point is that, Honorable Chair, Honorable Pinar and Honorable Boshoff, we serve in the same select committee. This morning we adopted the budget. But the 2 of you, you did not support the budget. You have reserved your reservation. Now that the minister is here, you support the budget. Double standards. How can we trust you? It is on record. How can you trust you? We can't trust you. Secondly, I think it is very wrong for you, Honorable Billy. You are so anti-transformation that everything that we do as the government of unity in terms of the ANC, you always oppose. And here we have had now, Isa, here you are silent. What about the George building? A huge disaster has happened here in the Western Cape. 1 full year. You are silent. More than 30 people died. So many.
Honorable Chair, point of order.
But this province is well run. What is
Honorable
what is
Mabilo, please take your seat again.
Who approved that those budget?
Honorable Mabilo, please take your seat. Honorable Badenhorst.
Chair, I rise on Rule 61B.
Yes, proceed, Honorable Badenhorst.
The honourable member is misleading the House. The DA does support the ANC when they do something right, but they haven't done something right recently. That's why we haven't supported them.
I think that is a fact, Honorable Badenhorst, but Honorable Mabilo, please continue your speech.
Still have 1 minute. So the falsehood and the rhetoric of Honorable Billy, Honorable Matsipa, Honorable Pinar, it's not going to take you anywhere. You can fool people some of the time, but not all of the time. People are no longer fooled that the DA doesn't.
Honorable Mabilo again.
The poor in this province are neglected.
Honorable Mabilo, please take your seat. Sorry.
It's hot.
Yes, Honorable Masipa.
Honorable House Chair. My surname is pronounced wrongly here by this honorable member.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Member.
Can you correct
Honorable
him,
Mabilo,
Honorable
please, let's stick to the correct pronunciation of people's names.
Yeah, it's chowing on my time. That's fine. I think they are trying to disorganize me. But I'll be happy. I'll be happy if we can address the current inequalities in this province. And it is very important that we continue to expose the falsehoods of people here in this province. And I must say that honorable members referred again once to some of our own country people as migrants. For me, that is distasteful. We are living in a unitary.
Thank you, Honorable Mapilo.
I left 6 seconds left. I'm left with 9 seconds.
No, you minus 11, minus
No,
12.
thank you very much, Honorable Chair. We support the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Please resume your seats. Honourable members, once again, it's my pleasure to invite back to the podium to close this debate the Minister of Agriculture, Honourable John Steenhuisen.
Honourable Chairperson, honourable members, thank you very much for the contributions to this debate. Look, I don't want to enter into this Western Cape thing. I come from KwaZulu-Natal, but I would just say this. People vote with their feet, and I think it's quite telling that the president of the African National Congress has chosen to build not one, but 2 houses here in the Western Cape. Let me begin by thanking each and every one of you for the thoughtful contributions, questions, and challenges that were raised during today's debate. I think we've had a very constructive debate today, and I think there have been a number of excellent suggestions from across the aisle. I think what stands out most clearly to us is a shared conviction across parties, across provinces, and across other lines that agriculture is not a side issue. It is foundational to our country's food sovereignty, rural development, and economic resilience. The debate has reaffirmed a core truth, that agriculture does not happen in the corridors of the National Ministry in Pretoria. Agriculture lives and breathes in our provinces and our municipalities on the ground. It is in our irrigation schemes, the livestock routes, the subsistence plots, and the agro-processing hubs that our budget must find fruition and meaning. Colleagues, I do not have sufficient time, unfortunately, to respond to each and every contribution made today, but I did feel it was appropriate for me to respond to the Honourable Mokoena, because in her party, people get moved along very quickly and moved out. So I don't know if I'll have another opportunity if I come back here to address it. You know, Floyd Shivambu in one day, out the next. Jimmy Manyi in one day, out the next. But I did just want to say that I don't mind getting lectures from anybody in this house around corruption and accountability, but I will not take it from the MK party. This is the party whose leadership visited 9 wasted years on the people of South Africa. Part of the reason people are living in poverty and malnutrition today is precisely because of the policies of the MK party and their leadership. We also don't trust them.
Point of order, Chair.
Please take your seat, Minister. Yes, Honourable Barnhorst.
Chair, the delegates got a right to address the floor without being interrupted.
Absolutely.
Well, I wouldn't call what the Honourable Mokoena doing was debating. It was more meandering. It was meandering into the agriculture debate, the police and security sector debate, then into the land reform and rural development debate. We were talking about agriculture here today. But she also then says that her and her party have this vision for land reform in the country. We've seen what that vision looks like. It's called Estina Dairy, where land reform beneficiaries who should have got the land that was benefit and due to them was taken away by your leadership and given to the Guptas. If that's the type of land reform you propose, I don't think we want anything to do with it.
Point of order.
Honourable Minister, please take your seats. On what are you rising, Honourable?
I'm rising with the principle that the minister is basically not telling the truth to the House. The MK party did not exist in the 9 years that he's talking about. He's misleading the House.
Honourable member, there is a point of debate. Please take your seat. Honourable members, let's continue with the debate. It's late. Honourable Minister, please continue.
Over the 9 wasted years that have pushed people into the poverty. And it is disingenuous of you to come to this House and try and act as if your party is the solution. Because it's very clear that you yourself have not read your own party's pillars. You moan about the fact, you moan about the fact, you moan about the fact, you moan about the fact that there's land in rural areas that's under traditional leadership and people don't have title. But your pillar in pillar 3 says expropriate all land without compensation and transfer ownership to the state and traditional leadership. That means the 25% of land that we've transferred into black ownership in this country, you want to have expropriated without compensation and revert those people to being serfs of the Zuma administration again. No, no, no. That's not how land reform happens. We are going to do it the correct way. The Honourable Kennedy as well also tended to meander into some other debates, and I would hope that she's going to be here for my Honourable colleague Inyonso's debate on rural development and land reform. But I'm not sure if she's actually bothered to read the budget, because many of the things she bemoans are the very programs there. I would summarize the mischaracterization of this budget with a quote from another Kennedy, John Kennedy, who said that, and I quote, "Too often we enjoy the comfort of opinion without the discomfort of thought." Close quote. We have much to do and many things to achieve still in agriculture. And I look forward that every time that we deliver a tractor, every time somebody receives a support from the state, every time a young farmer receives access to land and post-settlement support, I will be there to remind them that it is the MK and EFF that didn't want them to have it.
Honourable Minister, please take your seat.
Check Kenny.
What are you rising, Honourable Member?
The application for post-matric are open, okay? Just pass the message.
From
what point are you rising?
Are open.
From a party with a leader with grade 2, that is somewhat rich.
Chairperson. Chairperson.
Order, members. Order, please. Honourable Farmer, on what are you rising? Members, let's hear Honourable Farmer, please.
Chairperson, while the minister was at the podium, I was wondering if the minister would take a question on DA fractional policies.
Honourable Member, I think it's obvious that the minister's left the podium already, so he's not going to take any questions. Honourable members, that concludes a long day of debating. I'd like to thank all participants. I'd like to thank the Minister, the Deputy Minister, all permanent delegates. Please take your seats, members. Please take your seats. I'd like to thank the Minister and Deputy Minister, all permanent delegates, MECs, special delegates, representatives from SALGA, ladies and gentlemen. Honourable members, that concludes the debate for today. The House is now adjourned. Thank you very much.
Stop.